Chapter 68. The Demon Slayer thunder was extremely powerful as it blasted toward the Black Lotus of Destruction. As the Black Lotus of Destruction swayed, black light flowed, and black lotus flowers bloomed one after another, welcoming the Demon Slayer thunder. Boom, boom, boom. Under the Demon Slayer thunder, the Black Lotus first disintegrated inch by inch, then continued to be reborn. As it was born and destroyed, the power of the Demon Slayer thunder became weaker and weaker until it was destroyed. How can a mere Demon Slayer thunder hurt me? Seeing that the Demon Slayer thunder couldn't break through its defense, the Black Lotus of Destruction became proud again. At this moment something strange happened. A slender root quietly broke through the void and landed here. It directly took root on the Black Lotus of Destruction and crazily absorbed its origin. You're courting death. The Black Lotus of Destruction was shocked and angry at the sudden attack. It hurriedly attacked the root. No. Stop it. What the hell is this? Why can't I cut it? After a while, the Black Lotus of Destruction screamed in horror. He didn't know what the root was, but it carried an ancient and chaotic aura. It was as if it was born to restrain him. No matter what he did, he couldn't cut it off. In just a short while, the Black Lotus of Destruction had lost more than half of its origin. If this went on, not to mention transforming, even its grade wouldn't be able to keep it. Knowing the consequences of losing its origin, the Black Lotus of Destruction couldn't care less about defending against the Demon Slayer thunder above its head. It began to withdraw its power and struggled with all its might. Without the obstruction of the Black Lotus, the Demon Slayer thunder continued to bombard the Black Lotus of Destruction, causing it to shake and dim. The root seemed to have grown on its body. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't get rid of it. It could only watch as its origin was drained away. I hate you. You forced me to do this. Under the attack of the Demon Slayer thunder and the root, the Black Lotus of Destruction completely exploded. In the next moment, a handsome young man in black appeared from the 12th grade Black Lotus of Destruction, surrounded by innate evil chi and destructive chi. Dazzling black light emitted from his body, and destructive chi surged out, drowning everything within a radius of 10,000 miles. The Demon Slayer thunder was constantly destroyed, and the root hurriedly withdrew from his body. Although the Black Lotus of Annihilation in the form of a magic treasure was strong, it had great limitations. It could only use its innate supernatural powers and could not use the various supernatural powers of the Devil Tao. Only by turning into an innate god would he be able to use the great techniques passed down by the demon ancestor to expel the root. My name is Armageddon. As if he was announcing his birth, a gloomy voice came out of his mouth and echoed throughout the entire thunder lock, causing the heavenly path to tremble. In an instant, the lightning stopped and the roots retreated silently. The Thunder Lake returned to its peaceful state. You want to leave? You made me pay such a huge price. Do you think you can leave just because you want to? The moment he thought of the price he had to pay to get rid of that root, the World Devastator Taoist gritted his teeth in hatred. How could he let it get away so easily? He hurriedly followed after it. He wanted to see which bastard had plotted against him and ruined his opportunity. Looking at the direction that the root was escaping in, it was where Feng Zichen was. According to the Black Lotus of Annihilation's plan, as long as he completely absorbed the Thunder Lord of the Nine Heavens origin energy, he would be able to find the heavenly secrets the moment he transformed and jump out of the River of Destiny to become the undying Daluo Jingxian. However, that route was extremely terrifying. In just a few breaths, it had sucked away half of his origin energy and was about to suck him dry. At this moment of life and death, the Black Lotus of Annihilation did not dare to hesitate. It could not care less about its pursuit of perfection and immediately transformed. However, with the loss of origin energy and the rush to transform, his cultivation level was only at the Golden Immortal realm. He could not even reach the Tai Jingxian realm. How could the World Devastator Taoist not hate him? After the Black Lotus of Annihilation gained sentience, it could transform at any time. However, in order to achieve the most perfect transformation, he had been suppressing the urge to transform and worked hard to accumulate origin energy. He had worked hard for millions of years and did not hesitate to take away the Thunder Lord of the Nine Heavens origin energy just to reach the Daluo Jingxian realm. However, in just a short moment, it was destroyed by that root. How could the World Devastator Taoist not hate it? Who could tolerate all this, let alone the tyrannical World Devastator Taoist? No matter who you are, I will not let you off. With a flash, the World Devastator Taoist's figure completely disappeared. Only his cold and harsh words echoed in the void. On the other side of the Thunder Sea of Creation, Feng Zichen stared in confusion at the world tree that had suddenly grown crazily. He was completely unaware of the imminent danger. What's going on? Why did the world tree suddenly grow crazily? Just a moment ago, the world tree seemed to have eaten a great tonic and grew crazily. 200,000 feet, 300,000 feet, 500,000 feet, 100,000 feet. In an instant it had grown to 10 million feet. As if it had noticed Feng Zichen's surprise, the world tree extended a root and tapped between his eyebrows. Everything that had just happened appeared in his mind. This world tree is really a troublemaker. How can the grade 12 Black Lotus of Destruction be so easy to offend? After reading the message from the world tree, Feng Zichen felt his teeth ache. The grade 12 Black Lotus of Destruction was formed from the lotus seed of the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the Green Lotus of Creation. It was a supreme grade Khanate merit spiritual treasure. With such an identity, it was considered top-notch even among the Khanate gods and demons. If you dare to devour the origin of the Chaos Bead again, don't blame me for not showing mercy. With that thought, Feng Zichen first warned the world tree. Then he took out the Chaos Bead and kept the world tree in it. He was about to leave this place. The world tree had already taken root and sprouted, far exceeding his expectations. Feng Zichen had achieved his goal in the Thunder Lock. There was no point in staying here any longer. It was time to leave. Moreover, the world tree had benefited greatly. It was best to leave this place as soon as possible lest the victim's family came looking for him. It would be difficult to escape then. Where are you going? Stay here for me. After keeping the world tree, Feng Zichen had not gone far when he heard a furious voice coming from afar. At the same time, black lotuses bloomed in the void, blocking Feng Zichen's path. The Black Lotus of Destruction. It's so fast. Seeing the black lotuses, Feng Zichen knew that the victim's family had come looking for him. He could not help but rejoice that he had kept the world tree in advance. If the Black Lotus of Destruction saw the world tree, it might recognize the origin of the world tree. Then it would be troublesome. May I know who you are? Why are you blocking my path? Feng Zichen turned around and looked at the World Devastator Taoist with a frown. Although he knew why the World Devastator Taoist was here, Feng Zichen was not stupid enough to admit it before the other party caught him. Good. Seeing that Feng Zichen was playing dumb, the World Devastator Taoist was so angry that he trembled and said the word good 3 times in a row. Without further ado, he waved his hand at Feng Zichen and countless black lotuses swept toward him. Chapter 69. Sigh. With a soft sigh, Feng Zichen waved his hand in the air. Endless starlight fell and turned into a dazzling river of stars. As the river of stars flowed, groups of stars flickered with dazzling and resplendent radiance as they covered the sky, and they blocked and suppressed the black lotuses that surged over. After that, Feng Zichen formed a hand seal with his left hand and pointed. Taoist rhymes circled around and immediately summoned the 10,000 mammoth divine thunder. The lightning was colorless and exploded in the sky. The World Devastator Taoist's expression changed. He roared and 9 destructive auras appeared around him. They turned into 9 destructive demonic dragons and collided with the 10,000 mammoth divine thunder. Seeing that the World Devastator Taoist was being held back by the 10,000 mammoth divine thunder, Feng Zichen moved and wanted to escape. The world tree had stolen the origin of the Black Lotus of Destruction for no reason, causing it to seek revenge. He was completely unreasonable and did not have the nerve to fight with it. Just as Feng Zichen was about to leave, the 9 heavens divine embryo that had already entered the depths of the thunder lock suddenly trembled. Khanate resentment suddenly flew out and turned into the image of a demon god, roaring at the World Devastator Taoist. Shocked, Feng Zichen seemed to have understood something. He suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked coldly at the World Devastator Taoist. His heart, which originally had some guilt, was now completely filled with a cold killing intent. How dare you? You are the one who stole the 9 heavens divine thunder's origin? Thinking of the oath that day, Feng Zichen no longer held back. He formed a hand seal with his right hand and pointed at the sky. The 10,000 mammoth divine thunder immediately changed. The 10,000 mammoth divine thunder suddenly split into the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and vegetation. It was like a small world that enveloped the 9-headed demonic dragons. So what if it's me? The World Devastator Taoist snorted and waved his right hand. The 9-headed demonic dragons immediately changed and intertwined with each other to form a powerful array formation that tangled with the 10,000 mammoth divine thunder. You, on the other hand, stole my origin and ruined my Daluo's opportunity. You really deserve to die. At this point, a black light flashed in the World Devastator Taoist's eyes. With a cold glint, he swung his sleeve and suddenly grabbed a demonic sword that was shrouded in black chi. The World Devastator Taoist waved his arm and a black sword beam slashed out. It destroyed the void and eroded everything as it charged towards Feng Zichen. Fellow Taoist, you are also an innate god, how can you not know that karma is coming to you? That day, you snatched the Thunder Lord of the Ninth Heaven source, causing him to die prematurely. Today your source was obtained by me, causing you to miss Daluo's opportunity. Isn't this the reason? Feng Zichen did not back down. As he taunted World Devastator with his words, he took out the Zichen sword and cast the Heavenly Cycle Sword Art. The purple sword radiance swept out in all directions, carrying the starlight of the universe as it clashed with the black sword radiance. Justice. Are you trying to reason with me? What a joke. As a demonic cultivator, we defy the heavens and take it upon ourselves to destroy the universe. Why would we care about mere justice? With that, the World Devastator Taoist's body rumbled and a destructive aura surged out. It charged towards Feng Zichen with a monstrous aura. What kind of background do you have? Even after killing the Thunder Lord of the Ninth Heaven, the Heavenly Tao still favors you. Yet, you insist on being entangled with the demonic Tao and going against the Heavenly Tao. You are truly depraved. Seeing the World Devastator Taoist charging towards him, Feng Zichen was not afraid at all. He sneered coldly and a rumbling sound came from his body. The shadows of the gods appeared and exploded with dazzling divine light as they fought the World Devastator Taoist. As the two exchanged blows, World Devastator Taoist's body exploded with connate murderous aura. Amidst the rumbling, this connate murderous aura mixed with the destructive aura and materialized into a black Tao wave that spread out in all directions. Feng Zichen's body surged with divine light as the shadows of the gods formed seals to receive the starlight from the heavenly cycle. Instantly, thousands of starlight beams descended. Under the command of the purple star starlight, they turned into a resplendent starry sky. It seemed to shake the entire lightning lock as it collided with the Tao wave produced by the World Devastator Taoist. When the two collided, there was a loud explosion. Terrifying shockwaves spread out in all directions, shattering the void. The lightning lock trembled as creation divine lightning danced wildly. Under the World Devastator Taoist's incredulous gaze, the resplendent starry sky shattered the Tao wave and transformed into sword beams that filled the sky. They tore through the void and slashed down. How dare you? The World Devastator Taoist roared. He waved the devil sword in his hand and summoned the shadows of four long swords. The moment the four sword shadows appeared, a boundless murderous aura gathered. It emitted a mighty force that could tear everything apart. It distorted the void and produced ripples. When the ripples spread out, sword beams followed. They were densely packed and endless. And when the sword beams struck the cyclic sword flash, a loud boom reverberated. The surging powers of the stars blasted apart along with the sword beams. There were even a few sword beams that rushed out of the cyclic sword flash's range and arrived in front of Feng Zichen. The immortal vanquishing four swords? Upon sensing the chilling murderous aura, Feng Zichen guessed the origins of the four swords. Before the Grandmaster of Heaven, the original owner of the immortal vanquishing four swords was fiend ancestor Rahu. As for the 12th grade Black Lotus of world annihilation, it was not surprising that it could comprehend a sliver of the immortal vanquishing four swords' true intent. Feng Zichen's eyes flashed with killing intent as the cyclic sword flash gathered once again. With unity, dual polarity, trifling, as the order, it formed a massive sword array that slashed at the immortal vanquishing four-sword shadows. You are courting death. Who do you think you are to withstand the immortal vanquishing four swords? World Devastator Taoist sneered contemptuously when he saw Feng Zichen's actions. The immortal vanquishing four swords suddenly trembled as boundless murderous aura surged into the sky. Four sharp sword beams shot out with an aura that could annihilate everything. They struck the cyclic sword array and tore it apart. How powerful! Upon seeing the sword array destroyed, Feng Zichen's body shimmered with supreme yang radiance as he emitted a beam of supreme yang divine light to shatter the immortal vanquishing sword beams. Darn it, truly darn it. You and I are irreconcilable. Upon seeing the immortal vanquishing sword beams destroyed, World Devastator Taoist roared angrily. He charged forward with the immortal vanquishing sword projection. Feng Zichen showed no fear as he charged forward with Zichen's sword in hand. Both of them were extraordinary figures. Their attacks were extremely ruthless as though they wanted to kill each other. However, both of them were at the same cultivation level and had similar techniques. They could not do anything to each other and were caught in a stalemate. World Devastator Taoist was an innate god-fiend and had the demon ancestors' inheritance. His attacks were filled with demonic qi that could destroy one's spiritual intelligence. On the other hand, Feng Zichen had the Khanate constitution and the supreme mystical skills of the celestial sect to protect himself. His attacks were surrounded by starlight that could destroy one's true spirit. The battle between the two of them was a battle of life and death. There was no room for mercy. As such, the battle between the two of them became more and more ferocious. All sorts of mystical skills flew out from their hands and blasted at each other. Die. World Devastator Taoist hardened his heart when he saw that the battle was going on for a long time. He suddenly took out the 12th grade Black Lotus of Destruction and attacked Feng Zichen. The 12th grade Black Lotus of Destruction swayed as it released beams of destructive divine light that charged toward him. I have long been prepared for this move of yours. Knowing the World Devastator Taoist's background, how could Feng Zichen not be prepared for the 12th grade Black Lotus of Destruction? Chapter 70. With a flip of his left hand, the Hongmeng Daozhong appeared. With a flick of his right hand, a melodious bell chime sounded. The bell's shockwaves swept out in all directions as Hongmeng's aura surged out. The void disintegrated layer by layer as the destructive divine light immediately dissipated. At the next moment, the two supreme-grade Khanate numinous treasures, the Black Lotus of Destruction and the Hongmeng Daozhong, flew out and faced each other in midair. Upon seeing the Hongmeng Daozhong, World Devastator Daozhong seemed to recall something as he exclaimed, "It's you! Very well. First you killed my fiend's envoys and then snatched my origins. You are at odds with my fiend sect at every turn. Do you really think that my fiend sect has no one?" The more World Devastator Daozhong spoke, the angrier he became. Towards the end he even bellowed. Infuriated, World Devastator Daozhong revealed a deranged look as he turned ferocious. Sanguine light surged from his body as his aura surged. When he attacked, his sword chi turned more ferocious as his arm was torn apart. So what if I offend your fiend sect? Does your fiend sect still have Daluo Jingxian? Even if they do, would they dare appear in the primordial world? Feng Zichen sneered, unmoved by World Devastator Daozhong's words. As he swung the purple imperial sword, Feng Zichen let out a loud roar. The acupuncture points on his body lit up one by one, and the projection of the stars in the sky appeared. His aura overwhelmed the World Devastator Taoist as he charged at him. With Feng Zichen's powerful attacks, World Devastator Daozhong was forced to retreat. The four immortal vanquishing swords constantly trembled and shattered as they could no longer withstand Zhouxing's strength. No good. The shattering of the four immortal vanquishing swords alarmed World Devastator Daozhong. As he brandished his sword to block, he hurriedly retreated. Do you think you can escape? With the advantage, Feng Zichen pursued. He brandished the Zichen sword as resplendent sword flashes rained down, enveloping World Devastator Daozhong and cleaving him down. Clang, clang, clang. World Devastator Taoist was a manifestation of a supreme-grade Khanate numinous treasure. His body was extremely tough, and when the cyclic sword flash struck him, it produced a clanging sound but failed to injure him at all. On the other hand, his black clothes had been torn apart by the sword chi, and his Dao crown had been shattered by the sword chi. His entire body was in tatters and his hair was disheveled. He seemed to be in an extremely sorry state, and he'd lost his noble bearing from before. Bus. The World Devastator cult waved his hand as the 12th grade World Devastation Black Lotus in the void moved. It no longer entangled itself with Hongmeng Daozhong and flew to his side. It drooped down wisps of black light that wiped out the cyclic sword flash. Who are you? You can actually force me to this extent. Standing on the Black Lotus of Destruction's lotus platform, the World Devastator Taoist's body flashed with black light, and his black robe and Taoist crown reappeared. Who am I? You wouldn't know even if I told you, so there's no point in mentioning it. World Devastator Taoist was backed by the demon sect, so how would Feng Zichen dare to reveal his background and cause trouble for himself? It just so happened that the heavenly secrets here were chaotic, and World Devastator Taoist was unable to deduce his origins. He might as well hide his origins and let him guess blindly. It's fine if you don't want to say it. Since you are about to die, there's no point in saying it. World Devastator Taoist sneered as a strange aura surged from his body. Just as this aura appeared, a mournful feeling came from the world. It was as though the primordial desolate lands were about to shatter and everything was about to wither. At the same time, a sense of extreme danger surfaced in Feng Zichen's mind. Heaven and Earth Tribulation Aura. Feng Zichen's pupils constricted as he recalled Hongmeng Daozhong to protect himself. This was the heaven and earth tribulation aura collected by the fiend ancestor when he instigated the war between the three races. When the tribulation aura touched one's body, the light from providence would be damaged, causing everything to go wrong, resulting in bad luck. In serious cases, the tribulation aura would bewitch one's mind, making one easily irritable and angry. The calamity would follow them forever until death. However, the heaven and earth tribulation aura was one of the fiend sect's ultimate techniques. World Devastator Daoist's use of this technique meant that he was at his wit's end. As long as he could withstand this move, World Devastator Daoist would not be a threat. While Feng Zichen was pondering, World Devastator Daoist made a series of hand seals. The heaven and earth tribulation aura surged over and turned into a ferocious long spear that emitted a monstrous killing intent. As the cold light flashed, it pierced through layers of space and arrived in front of him. God-slaying spear. Sensing the incoming killing intent, Hongmeng Daozhong trembled non-stop. When the bell rang, Hongmeng Qi surged and shattered the God-slaying spear. The God-slaying spear shattered and the heaven and earth tribulation aura surged out. The dark heaven and earth tribulation aura spread in all directions and drowned Feng Zichen. Before he could use Hongmeng Daozhong, the 12th grade Black Lotus of World Devastation crashed toward him with a powerful force. Clang. The Hongmeng Daozhong and the 12th grade Black Lotus of World Devastation flew backward at the same time. Without Hongmeng Daozhong's protection, the heaven and earth tribulation aura surged toward Feng Zichen. The heaven and earth tribulation aura was formless and intangible. Feng Zichen used all kinds of divine powers to hit it, but it was like a clay ox entering the sea and did not cause any waves. Feng Zichen immediately raised his merit light to protect himself. When the heaven and earth tribulation aura and the merit light came into contact with each other, there was a sizzling sound and they cancelled each other out. After a short while, the merit light dimmed. Feng Zichen's heart ached when he saw this and he hurriedly withdrew his merit light. Seeing that the heaven and earth tribulation aura was getting closer and closer, Feng Zichen's heart did not waver. His eyes were calm as he opened the seal in his sea of consciousness and recalled the scene when Pangu opened the sky. In an instant, a spirit that could split the sky and earth emerged from Feng Zichen's body. He picked up the Zichen sword and swung it forward. A spot of light appeared as if it was the first ray of light in the world. It became brighter and brighter, illuminating the greater world. Under the illumination of this light, the heaven and earth tribulation aura disintegrated and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye as if it had never appeared. The aura of opening the sky. Who exactly are you? Why do you have the inheritance of opening the sky? The World Devastator Taoist priest asked in shock. As the lotus seed of the green lotus of creation, the World Devastator Taoist priest naturally had a part of the memory of opening the sky. Therefore, when he sensed the aura of opening the sky on Feng Zichen, he recognized it at a glance. Without replying, Feng Zichen withdrew his aura of opening the sky and charged forward with his sword. The battle had dragged on for long enough and it was time to end it. In the next moment, the Khanate 5 elements divine light, Khanate extreme yang divine light, myriad divine lightning, heaven and earth furnace, 5 the archpalm seal, 9 heavens dragon roar. All kinds of incredible divine powers flew out from Feng Zichen's hands and blasted toward the World Devastator Taoist priest in an attempt to kill him on the spot. How dare you? Even Daluo Jingxian wouldn't be able to destroy my physical body. You want to hurt me with just your strength? Dream on. After blocking the myriad divine lightning, shattering the 5 the archpalm seal, and splitting the heaven and earth furnace with great difficulty, the World Devastator Taoist priest had already used all his strength and was powerless to block the following divine powers. The Khanate 5 elements divine light and Khanate extreme yang divine light swept across his body one after another, causing his clothes to be torn and his entire body to be charred black. The 9 heavens dragon roar was mighty and mighty, shattering the endless void and causing him to stagger continuously. He was in an extremely miserable state. However, Feng Zichen knew that it was just as the World Devastator Taoist priest had said. His physical body was extremely tough. When the divine powers landed on his body, they seemed to have beaten him into a sorry state, but in reality, they were like scratching an itch and couldn't cause any damage at all. Chapter 71. Unable to break through the World Devastator Taoist's defense, Feng Zichen was extremely frustrated. He could not help but think of retreating. This guy's body is too strong. If this continues, I'll be in trouble when the demon sect experts arrive. With that thought, Feng Zichen shot out another connate 5 elements divine light and blasted the world devastator Taoist thousands of miles away. With a flash, he turned into a purple light and flew toward the 8th level of the Thunder Lock. Where do you think you're going? The world devastator Taoist roared when he saw Feng Zichen flying away. He turned into a black light and chased after him. You overestimate yourself. Seeing that the world devastator Taoist was so persistent, Feng Zichen was enraged. He raised his hand and shot out the 10,000 elephant divine thunder, forcing the world devastator Taoist to retreat. After a short while, the world devastator Taoist got used to the power of the 10,000 elephant divine thunder and continued to chase after Feng Zichen. No matter how many skills you have, you won't be able to hurt me. What goes around comes around. Feng Zichen was even more frustrated when he saw that. Usually it was others who could not break through his defense. Today he met someone with a strong body. Even after using all his skills, he could not hurt him at all. He finally experienced the helplessness and frustration others felt when facing the merit spiritual light. With a bitter smile, Feng Zichen flew forward. No matter how the world devastator Taoist provoked him, he did not look at him and focused on thinking of a way to escape. Whoosh, whoosh. Just like that, a black light chased after a purple light and quickly left the Thunder Sea of creation and rushed into the Thunder Sea of destruction. Rumble. Endless divine thunder of destruction blasted toward Feng Zichen's head. The power contained within it would make even a golden immortal tremble in fear. Feng Zichen did not dare to take it head-on. He hurriedly took out the primordial chaos Dao Bell and hung it above his head to block the divine thunder of destruction that poured down. Phew, that was close. After taking a deep breath, Feng Zichen looked at the divine thunder of destruction in front of him with lingering fear. He was so focused on escaping that he almost forgot about the existence of the Sea of Lightning. Sensing the terror of the Thunder Sea of destruction, Feng Zichen thought of a way to stop the world devastator Taoist. He hurriedly sent a message to the divine embryo of 9 heavens. In the deepest part of the Leizhi, in an unknown space, the 9 heavens divine embryo received the message from Feng Zichen and started to tremble. The tremors continued to spread, causing the entire Leizhi to tremble. The moment the world devastator Taoist stepped into the destructive Thunder Sea, he felt a massive will staring at him. Before he could react, the entire Thunder Sea of destruction suddenly boiled. Endless divine thunder of destruction surged toward him and completely drowned him. Haha! Destructive thunder? I am the 12th grade Black Lotus of destruction, the embodiment of the path of destruction. As a derivative of the Tao of destruction, how could the divine thunder of destruction harm him? Suck. In the destructive lightning sea, world devastator Taoist laughed out loud. He suddenly opened his mouth and inhaled. The destructive divine lightning that filled the sky was swallowed into his stomach. Instantly, a corner of the lightning sea disappeared. Hiss. Seeing that the world devastator Taoist had swallowed the destructive divine thunder of destruction, Feng Zichen felt a toothache. Fortunately, he did not intend to use the destructive lightning sea to kill the world devastator Taoist. He only wanted to delay him. Blush, blush. The destructive lightning sea changed again. Thick divine chains of destruction appeared and trapped the world devastator Taoist on the spot. Even if the world devastator Taoist could devour the divine thunder of destruction, the divine chains of destruction were endless. Just as he devoured one, another would immediately replace it, making it impossible for him to break free. You can stay here and enjoy the hospitality of the divine embryo of 9 heavens. Glancing at the world devastator Taoist, Feng Zichen suddenly knocked on the Hongmeng Daozhong and tore open the void to leave this place. The divine embryo of 9 heavens was the son of the Leizhi and could use part of the Leizhi's power. In the lightning sea of creation, Feng Zichen could not do anything to the world devastator Taoist. But after leaving the lightning sea of creation, all the lightning was under the control of the divine embryo of 9 heavens. Feng Zichen naturally had a way to stop the world devastator Taoist. Walking out from the void, Feng Zichen looked at the intertwined innate divine thunder in the void. He had arrived at the 7th level of the Leizhi. Taking out the Hongmeng Daozhong, Feng Zichen was about to continue tearing open the void to rush to the next level of the Leizhi when the chaos bead in his psyche ocean suddenly rushed out. The chaos bead spun in the air for a moment before smashing into a place where the innate divine thunder gathered. With a loud boom, the innate divine thunder exploded, revealing a bead surrounded by lightning. This is... In a flash, Feng Zichen arrived before the bead and reached out for it. The bead shone slightly and its origins appeared in his mind. Innate lightning spiritual bead, an upper-grade innate spiritual treasure with 36 innate divine seals. No wonder the 7th level of the Leisure exploded, it was nurturing this treasure. Throwing the innate lightning spiritual bead into the chaos bead, Feng Zichen was excited. Devouring this treasure would not only repair the damage to the chaos bead, it would also bring it one step closer to becoming a supreme-grade innate spiritual treasure. The chaos bead trembled for a moment and devoured the innate lightning spiritual bead. The dim bead shone brighter and the aura of Tao around it became denser. Holding it in his hand, the 38 innate divine seals shone brightly and it had become a supreme-grade innate spiritual treasure. Not bad. Not bad. The revival of the world tree has indeed boosted my luck. I can even find treasures on the way. At this rate, it won't be long before the chaos bead becomes a supreme-grade innate spiritual treasure. Feng Zichen was overjoyed by the chaos bead's upgrade and his gloominess was greatly alleviated. Fearing that the world devastator Taoist would break free from the lightning sea and chase after him, Feng Zichen did not dare to stay any longer. He kept the chaos bead and rushed to the next level of the Leisure. Dang. 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 The Hongmeng Daozhong kept ringing as it carried Feng Zichen through the void and rushed out of the Leisure. Bastard. Damn you. In the lightning sea, the world devastator Taoist was trapped by the destructive divine chains and could not break free. He was furious and cursed loudly. Listen to my orders. Seal the exit of the Leisure and don't let anyone escape. After a while, the world devastator Taoist calmed down and took out the 12th grade Black Lotus of Destruction. Through the Z Lotus, he ordered the demonic sect elites under him. In an instant, the demonic sect elites who were hiding around the Leisure revealed themselves and released their powerful divine senses to seal off the Leisure. In the first level of the Leisure, Feng Zichen heaved a sigh of relief when he felt the powerful divine senses passing by from time to time. Fortunately, the Shen sect was powerful now and the demonic sect elites like Daluo Jingxian did not dare to show themselves in the Eldritch Wilderness. Those who could come to this place were all Tai Jingxian demonic cultivators. Otherwise, Feng Zichen would not be able to escape even if he had wings. Although the Tai Jingxian demonic cultivators were a little troublesome, Feng Zichen was confident that he could break free from their blockade. He took out the chaos bead and walked out of the Leisure. Who's there? The Tai Jingxian demonic cultivators around noticed that someone had walked out of the Leisure and rushed over to surround Feng Zichen. Chapter 72. Nice to meet you. Looking at the group of primordial unity golden immortals in front of him, Feng Zichen did not panic at all. He greeted them with a smile. Your sacred envoy Black Lotus asked me to bring you a gift from the Thunder Lake. Black Lotus Saint. What gift? Hearing Feng Zichen's words, the Tai Jingxian were stunned for a moment before they quickly asked. They were not afraid that Feng Zichen would play any tricks on them. After all, he was just a golden deity. If he could do anything to a group of Tai Jingxian, their lives would be in vain. Their millions of years of cultivation had all been for naught. This of them. Feng Zichen paused for a moment before he took out the chaos bead and threw out hundreds of Tai Jingxian thunder essence at them. Shit. Fall back. Sensing the power of the thunder essence, the Tai Jingxian that surrounded Feng Zichen quickly ran away. These thunder essence came in different shapes and sizes. When Feng Zichen was in the 6th level of the Luais, he captured them with the chaos bead. They were already on the verge of exploding but were suppressed by the chaos bead. Now that the chaos bead was no longer there, the thunder essence exploded. Its power was so strong that it caused the dimension to disintegrate. Although the Tai Jingxian were fast, the thunder essence was faster. It caught up with them in a matter of seconds and continued to rain down on them. As for Feng Zichen, the moment he threw out the godly thunder inheritance, he had already hidden in the chaos bead and rapidly fled into the distance. Bastard. These primordial unity golden immortals were trying their best to fend off the attacks of the thunder of innate, so they were unable to stop Feng Zichen. They could only watch him leave. Burning with rage, they threw their heads back and roared. Ah. Do you like the gift that your Black Lotus Saint envoy prepared for you? A voice came from afar, which almost made the almighty immortals present vomit blood. No matter where you run to, I won't rest until you die. One of the Tai Jingxian cultivators was angered by Feng Zichen's words and was struck by the innate 5 elements divine lightning. Immediately, the 5 chi in his body went out of balance and he started coughing blood. Ah. You speak as if you can find me. Feng Zichen shook his head and didn't care at all. Be it the Chaos Bead, Khanate Merit, Hongmeng Daozhong, or the World Tree, they all had the ability to hide from the heavenly secrets. Not to mention he still had Panga's concealment. How could a few mere primordial immortals divine his information? After determining the direction in the air, Feng Zichen steered the chaos bead and flew east. After leaving the human race for such a long time, it was time for him to return and pass down the innate 8 trigrams to strengthen the human race. When Feng Zichen returned to the human race, Taoist Shangqing led Xianqing to Mount Kunlun. In Mount Kunlun there were strange rocks on the Pill Cliff and strange cliffs. On the Pill Cliff, there were 2 phoenixes crying. In front of the cliffs there was a qilin lying alone. There were also Xian apes offering fruits, moose holding flowers, Qing Wan dancing, colorful phoenix crying, spirit tortoise holding longevity, immortal crane capturing Ganoderma, jade grass and strange flowers never wilting, green pine and green cypress everlasting. There were bursts of celestial light and dense Taoist rhythms. There were countless strange flowers and strange fruits. There was even chaos vital qi that fell from the sky and scattered among the peaks. It was indeed worthy of being the second most famous mountain in the Eldritch world, the location of the ancestral veins of the East. When Xianqing and Taoist Shangqing ascended Mount Kunlun, Taoist Tai Ching and Taoist Yu Qing had been waiting for a long time. "Come, Xianqing, come and greet your 2 uncles." Taoist Shangqing quickly pulled Xianqing and walked in front of them when he saw Taoist Tai Ching and Taoist Yu Qing. "This is your uncles." Taoist Shangqing introduced the elderly Taoist to Xianqing. Xianqing sensibly went forward and greeted, "Greetings, uncles." Then Taoist Shangqing pointed to the middle-aged Taoist and introduced, "This is your second uncles." Xianqing sensibly greeted, "Greetings, second uncles." After introducing Taoist Tai Ching and Taoist Yu Qing to Xianqing, Taoist Shangqing proudly showed off to his 2 elder brothers, "Big brother, second brother, what do you think of the disciple that poor Wei accepted?" Taoist Tai Ching smiled but did not say anything. Taoist Yu Qing nodded in satisfaction and said with a slight smile, "Not bad, he is a promising talent." In the Shangqing Palace, Xianqing first bowed respectfully to the 3 pure ones. Then, he sat cross-legged on the cattail hassock and quietly waited for the 3 pure ones' instructions. "Xianqing, today you are under the tutelage of poor Wei. You are my first disciple and the first person in the 3rd generation of Shen sect. From now on, you must wholeheartedly cultivate the great Tao and pass down our Shen sect's orthodoxy. You must set an example for the future disciples of Shen sect. You must not commit crimes and disturb the order of the world." Taoist Shangqing, who was seated above Xianqing, said to him with a serious expression, "I will work hard to cultivate and attain Tao as soon as possible. I will not disgrace the dignity of Shen sect." After listening to Taoist Shangqing's admonition, Xianqing immediately expressed his stance. The first disciple of Shen sect. He did not expect that the 3 pure ones had not accepted a disciple yet, and he was given this identity. In the future, when he went out, he would consider himself as a disciple of Shen sect. It would be much more stylish than being a disciple of the 3 religions. "Very good, I will pass this formula to you. You should practice it well." Just when Xianqing's imagination was running wild, Taoist Shangqing pointed with his finger. A ray of Shangqing celestial light flew out and landed on Xianqing's forehead. It was the Shangqing celestial technique. This item is called the Sea-Calming Divine Pearl. It can capture people and objects. It can also emit 5-colored light and dazzle the 5 senses of the enemy. I got it from the treasure-snatching rock. Take it and refine it to protect yourself. Then, Taoist Shangqing took out a string of pearls and handed it to Xianqing. "Thank you, master." Xianqing was overjoyed and quickly bowed. Although it sounded unpleasant, wasn't the purpose of his apprenticeship the Sea-Calming Divine Pearl? Now that he had achieved his goal, he was naturally overjoyed. After doing all this, Taoist Shangqing looked at his 2 elder brothers with a smile. "You." Taoist Shangqing smiled and pointed at Taoist Shangqing. With a wave of his hand, a ray of Taiching celestial light flew out and landed in Xianqing's mind. "I will pass this Taiching celestial technique to you. You should comprehend it well." Taoist Yu Qing also smiled and passed down the Yuqing celestial technique with a wave of his hand. Now that the 3 pristines had not become saints and there was no ideological conflict, their relationship was very close. Since Taoist Shangqing had accepted a disciple, they naturally had to express their gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Masters." Xianqing stepped forward and expressed his gratitude. "It's not that the poor Wei is stingy and is unwilling to give you a spiritual treasure. It's just that your cultivation is too low. Even if they give you a spiritual treasure, you won't be able to refine it. Instead, it will drag down your cultivation. The loss outweighs the gain. When your cultivation improves, the poor Wei will give you a spiritual treasure." Taoist Yu Qing explained to Xian Qing with a smile. Uncle Master, you must be joking. Xian Qing is already very satisfied with 2 celestial techniques. How would I dare to ask for a spiritual treasure? Xian Qing smiled bitterly and shook his head. All right, since third brother has accepted a disciple, he must have a lot to say. We should leave first and not disturb them. With that, Taoist Tai Qing pulled Taoist Yu Qing and left. Chapter 73. In the Shangqing Palace, after Taoist Tai Qing and Taoist Yu Qing left, Taoist Shangqing chanted the incantation of the Great Tao and preached the Great Tao of Xianmen to Xian Qing, opening up the true meaning of the clear spirit. In a split second, flowers fell from the sky and golden lotuses emerged from the ground. Celestial music echoed in the air. Boundless enlightenment of the Great Tao floated into Xian Qing's mind, helping him to comprehend the 3 purities Tao formula. 300 years later, a green auspicious cloud rose from the top of Xian Qing's head. It was about an acre in size and was shining with celestial light. The 12th grade purifying white lotus, the 9 heavens celestial seal, and the sea-calming divine pearl flew out from his body one after another and landed in the auspicious cloud. They were faintly discernible as they endured the tempering of the celestial light. Then, 3 celestial lights appeared on Xian Qing's body. One of them was the Tai Qing celestial light, one was pure and holy, the Yu Qing celestial light, and one was bright and green, the Supreme Qing celestial light. After the 3 pure celestial lights appeared, they began to chase after him. Ha! With a deep shout, Xian Qing activated all the mana in his body and pressed it against the 3 clear celestial light. Under the suppression of this force, the 3 pure heavenly lights stopped moving. Then they gathered into a ball and merged with each other. A buzzing sound was heard. The 3 pure celestial lights completely disappeared and turned into a ray of pure light. Although this light was born from the 3 clear celestial light, it did not have a noble quality or a dignified appearance. It was different from the 3 clear celestial light. This light was vast and indistinct, pure and without substance. It was like the blue sky, formed from the pure energy of the heavens. After it was born, Xian Qing shuddered. His aura surged as he stepped into the perfected golden immortal realm. If it were not for Taoist Shangqing's presence, Xian Qing would have had a breakthrough to the Tai Jingxian state on the spot. Good. Very good. Taoist Shangqing repeatedly cheered as he looked at the immortal light on Xian Qing's body. A moment later he asked again, does this light have a name? This light was born from the innate clear qi, and since the innate clear qi evolved into the 9 heavens, this light shall be called the 9 heavens immortal light. Xian Qing replied after some thought. 9 heavens celestial light? That's a pretty good name. Taoist Shangqing muttered to himself and nodded. He then sighed, indeed, compared to the poor way and the other 2, you are more suited for the innate clear spirit Tao. Master, what do you mean? Xian Qing was puzzled. The 3 pure ones had dozens of times more primordial clear qi than he did. Therefore, how could he see that he was more suitable for the path of innate clear spirit than them? Cultivating the Tao of primordial purity and turbidity can only be accomplished when one is extremely refined and pure. Under the influence of Pangu's nascent divinity, the 3 of us have long deviated from the Tao of innate clear spirit. But you are different. The innate clear qi in your body is incomparably pure, without a trace of impurities. In the future you will definitely be able to achieve the innate clear spirit Tao with this. Taoist Shangqing explained to the puzzled Xian Qing. Gently tapping on the 9 heavens Tao light, Taoist Shangqing could feel the innate Tao rhythm contained within it. Taoist Shangqing was very happy. Seeing that you have obtained the 3 purities Tao formula, I was worried that you would be addicted to it. Now it seems like I worried too much. As he spoke, Taoist Shangqing's tone turned solemn. Xian Qing, you must remember that the path of great Tao that you walk on your own is the best. No matter how good or strong someone else's path is, that's still someone else's path. If you walk on someone else's path of great Tao, wouldn't you be living in his shadow for the rest of your life? If that's the case, even if you become Daluo Jingxian, what's the fun in that? I understand. Hearing Taoist Shangqing's words, Xian Qing deeply agreed. Without a pioneering spirit, how could one attain the supreme great Tao? It's good that you understand. Next, you shall stay here and cultivate properly. Comprehend the Tao of innate clear spirit contained within the 3 purities Tao formula and strive to comprehend the Tao formula that belongs to you as soon as possible. Within 10,000 years, I and your 2 uncles will not leave Mount Kunlun. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask us. As he spoke, Taoist Shangqing's figure gradually faded. By the time he finished speaking, his figure had completely disappeared. Facing the direction where Taoist Shangqing disappeared, Xianqing bowed before sitting down cross-legged and immersing himself in the comprehension of Great Tao. After coming out from the Thunder Lake, Feng Zichen felt that the restraints on his body had disappeared. The space was like a doll that he could manipulate freely without any hindrances. His prowess had greatly improved, and his mastery of the Tao of time and space had reached a new level. In the next moment, Feng Zichen's body merged with the void. In a flash of purple light, he passed through the layers of void and rushed towards the eastern sea. In just a few hundred years, he had returned to the human territory. Presumptuous! How dare the Xiangshan clan do this? As soon as he stepped into the human ancestral temple, Feng Zichen heard the angry voice of the Zhou clan. His heart thumped and he immediately understood the whole story. He quickly quickened his pace and ran towards the main hall. Chao Huang, please calm down. This is their own choice, why do you have to stop them? Feng Zichen came to the front of the Zhou clan and persuaded in a low voice. Zichen is back. Seeing Feng Zichen, a Zhou clan member said tiredly, it's all because of my incompetence. It's only been 1,000 years since I took over the human race, and the human race has become a pile of loose sand. So, it's not Chao Huang's fault. It's Zichen's fault that led to today's disaster. It's all Zichen's fault. Seeing that the Zhou clan member was dispirited, Feng Zichen quickly blamed himself. After dividing the human race into several tribes, it was indeed easier to manage. But not long after, all kinds of problems were exposed. Between two neighboring tribes, there would be disputes due to various problems. For example, this time, the Xiangshan clan and the Shi clan had a huge battle because of the competition for the prey. Because of this, the Zhou clan called the leaders of the two clans over and gave them a harsh scolding. The Xiangshan clan was so angry that they left the eastern sea with their clansmen overnight. They rushed towards the east of the wilderness, hoping to establish a foothold there. Suddenly, a golden immortal ran over and said to Chao Huang, reporting to Chao Huang after knowing that the Xiangshan clan has left, the Shi clan is also making a fuss about leaving. Should we stop them? What? Why do they want to leave? A Zhou clan member asked in shock. I don't know where the rumor came from, but it said that the Xiangshan clan was forced to leave by the Shi clan. In order to prove their innocence, the Shi clan has also decided to leave the ancestral land, that person replied. This. After a long while, a Zhou clan member was speechless. They are all spoiled, let them go. Also, other than those who have yet to become immortals, let those who want to leave as well. None of you are allowed to stop them. Seeing that the Zhou clan member was silent, Feng Zichen said coldly. Yes, understood. Feng Zichen's prestige in the human race was not inferior to the three ancestors of the human race. That person only hesitated for a moment before leaving to carry out the order. Zichen, you sigh. Looking at Feng Zichen, a Zhou clan member wanted to say something, but no words came out of his mouth. He could only sigh deeply and keep his mouth shut. When Feng Zichen's order was spread, there was an uproar in the outside world. Many Tai Jingxian came out of their seclusion and rushed towards the ancestral temple. Nonsense. This is nonsense. A group of Tai Jingxian stormed into the main hall angrily. Chapter 74. Zichen clan, do you know what you are doing? Do you know how much damage your order will bring to the human race? Do you know how many young men will die because of this? An elder came to Feng Zichen and questioned him sternly. I know. Feng Zichen nodded expressionlessly. You know? Then how dare you give such an order? Do you want to send them to their deaths? Hearing this, the anger in everyone's hearts completely erupted, and they angrily accused Feng Zichen. Enough, you don't have to say any more. This is not only Zichen's order, but also my order. Seeing that the crowd kept criticizing Feng Zichen, a member of the Zhou clan said unhappily. What? Why would Chao Huang give such an absurd order? The crowd was puzzled. Why would the benevolent Chao Huang send his own people to die? The humans on the coast of the East Sea have been too well protected by us. They have forgotten the dangers of the untainted land. They think that the world is big enough for them to roam freely. We should let them go out and experience the dangers of the untainted land. Only by letting them experience pain and fear will they understand how lucky it is to live on the coast of the East Sea. Feng Zichen explained to the crowd. Moreover, throughout the history of the untainted land, which big clan didn't rise by stepping on piles of corpses? Since the birth of the human race, we have never experienced a great war. We can take this opportunity to let our people go out and gain experience, to cultivate their courage and courage. Sigh. So be it. Seeing that Feng Zichen and the Chou clan were so resolute, the crowd couldn't say anything more. They could only leave helplessly. The next day, Feng Zichen took out a jade vein from Zichen's grotto heaven. After spending a few years, he refined tens of thousands of everlasting lamps and placed them in the ancestral temple. This was the life lamp. Feng Zichen created it based on the memories of the later generations. It was specially prepared for the people who went out. When the people went out, they only needed to drip a drop of blood essence into it to determine their location and whether they were dead or alive. At the foot of Ziwei Mountain, Feng Zichen sat on a high platform and preached the innate 8 trigrams Tao. The humans were all mesmerized by his words. 8 trigrams, 8 trigrams. Qian Kun Zhen Sun Kin Li Zhen Dui, Tian Di Feng Lei Water Volcano Zhe. Following his narration, a connate 8 trigrams diagram slowly unfurled, deducing the Tao of the universe and the principles behind the creation and destruction of all things. Back then, when Fuxi passed down the innate 8 trigrams to the human race, he said that he wanted Feng Zichen to pass down the innate 8 trigrams to the human race on his behalf. Now that the immortals of the human race were about to travel, Feng Zichen felt that the opportunity had arrived and took the opportunity to pass down the connate 8 trigrams Tao. It could strengthen the foundation of the human race and also increase the survival of the human race. Could be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Emperor Shi is indeed worthy of being a great diviner in the primordial world. I'm afraid he had already calculated the problem of the human race at that time and specially passed down the innate 8 trigrams Tao to deal with today's matter. Every move of this great divine ability expert had a deep meaning, which made Feng Zichen sigh in admiration. 100 years later, Feng Zichen finished his sermon. Without waiting for the crowd to thank him, his figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. It was his true spirit that was bursting, and the opportunity for a breakthrough had arrived. That day when his true spirit was perfected, he had signs of a breakthrough. However, at that time he had something important to do, so he forcefully suppressed the feeling of a breakthrough. Today, while he was preaching, he was also sorting out what he had gained. In a trance, he verified it with the world and once again attracted the opportunity for a breakthrough. This time he did not dare to suppress his cultivation. A purple auspicious cloud rose from the back of Feng Zichen's head, lifting up the chaos bead, Zichen sword and the Hongmeng Daozhong, making Feng Zichen light and agile. Then, a ray of purple Tao light appeared from his body and kept jumping. For a moment, it turned into Zhouxing, then into the universe and then into the Tao of heaven and earth. It was shapeless and without substance, but it was dazzling. With a boom, it was as if heaven and earth were resonating. This ray of purple Tao light pierced through layers of space and arrived at Feng Zichen's true spirit. The true spirit opened its mouth and sucked, swallowing the purple Tao light into its stomach. In an instant, a perfected aura was emitted from the true spirit, and the immortal Tao light shone in all directions. With a light step, the true spirit stepped into the space of the 27th heavenly Tao. A wave of pressure that belonged to the Tai Jingxian suddenly erupted from Feng Zichen's body. At this moment he had officially stepped into the realm of the Tai Jingxian. However, just as Feng Zichen broke through the Tai Jingxian, a huge suction force came and pulled him into the Ziwei divine embryo of the Ziwei star. What happened? Why am I feeling uneasy? In the Lingxiao Hall, Di Jun suddenly felt a sudden impulse. He could not help but frown as he muttered to himself. After pondering for a moment, Di Jun took out the He Tu and Luo Shu and started to calculate silently. Why can't I calculate it? Under the heavenly secrets, everything was normal. This time Di Jun was a little flustered. An expert like him would not be easily affected by a sudden impulse. Once it appeared, it meant that something big was about to happen. Now that he could not even calculate the He Tu and Luo Shu, it showed that this was not a normal matter. Someone come. Quickly go to heaven and ask Emperor Shi. Forget it, I'll go there personally. As he spoke, Di Jun's figure flashed and appeared outside the imperial palace of Shi. Feeling Di Jun's aura, Fuxi hurriedly walked out of the imperial palace of Shi and invited Di Jun in. Why did you suddenly come here? Fellow Taoist, poor Wei came here today to ask for a favor. Then Di Jun told Fuxi about what had just happened. Fuxi's achievements in the Tao of deduction were known to everyone in the untainted land. Even Di Jun had to admit that if he did not have the He Tu and Luo Shu, his achievements in the Tao of deduction would be far inferior. Is there such a thing? With your strength and the He Tu and Luo Shu, there are not many things in the untainted land that can be hidden from you. After listening to Di Jun's narration, Fuxi could not help but become serious. Precisely because of this, the poor Wei came to ask for your help. Otherwise, how could I disturb your cultivation? Di Jun smiled bitterly. Fellow Taoist, you're too serious. Fushi said politely and immediately sat down cross-legged, calculating in his heart. Strange. Why can't the poor Wei calculate it? After calculating for a while, Fushi also felt that the heavenly secrets were normal and nothing major had happened. After the Tree of World was resurrected, the Pangu's favor on Feng Zichen became stronger. With the Pangu's help, how many people in the untainted land could calculate his heavenly secrets? Fellow Taoist, how about we join forces? Fushi and Di Jun looked at each other and said in unison. Di Jun casually threw out the He Tu and Luo Shu, which evolved the Tao of the Khanate 9 palaces. Fushi stretched out a finger and the Khanate 8 trigrams appeared and fell into the He Tu and Luo Shu. Suddenly, a 9 palaces 8 trigrams appeared, deducing the truth of the world. It was as if the world was still and a long river slowly appeared, emitting the aura of time. The river of time and space? Seeing this long river, even with the cultivation of the late sage-to-be, the two could not help but be dazed for a moment. Chapter 75. I didn't expect that we would be able to draw out the river of time and space by joining forces. After coming back to their senses, the two of them knew that this was a rare opportunity. Without any hesitation, they immediately sank their minds into the river of time and looked at the future. Layers of fog surged in the river of time and space, making the future invisible and the past unknown. However, Fushi and Di Jun were not ordinary people. How could a mere fog stump them? The two of them waved their hands, and a 9 palaces 8 trigrams diagram appeared in the void. Wisps of great Tao Qi hung down and dispelled the layers of fog, causing the future to appear clearly in front of their eyes. This is. As if he had seen an unbelievable scene, Di Jun was a little shocked. Just as he was about to look down the timeline, the shadow of Mount Buzhou suddenly appeared in the river of time and space. It emitted an aura that suppressed everything and pressed down on Di Jun and Fushi. Faced with such a sudden attack, their reaction speed could not be described as slow. Their bodies shook with a loud bang and a majestic aura surged out. In an instant they formed hand seals at the same time, and sent out 2 dazzling rays of light to meet the suppressing Mount Buzhou. Although the two of them were strong, Mount Buzhou was obviously stronger. Under the awe-inspiring divine might, the 2 Tao lights disintegrated and dissipated in midair before they could touch Mount Buzhou. Then 2 muffled groans sounded. Di Jun and Fushi were sent out of the river of time and space by Mount Buzhou. Ahem. Mount Buzhou is really powerful. With it suppressing the river of time and space, who can attack time? I'm afraid even teacher can't do it, right? After coughing twice, Di Jun sighed and said to Fushi with a serious expression, Fellow Taoist, did you see it? Yes, I saw it. 10,000 years later, countless ferocious beasts will appear and wreak havoc in the primordial world. Fushi nodded with a heavy expression and then asked in confusion. When my younger sister became a saint, she felt the pain of the ferocious beasts attacking the living beings of the primordial world. She once cleaned up a group of ferocious beasts. According to this, the number of ferocious beasts in the primordial world should have decreased sharply. However, from the scene that the poor Wei saw from the river of time and space, the ferocious beasts were endless. It had only been 100,000 years since his younger sister became a saint. No matter how fast the ferocious beasts reproduced, there shouldn't be so many of them. This is really strange. Where did this group of ferocious beasts come from? In the end, Fushi silently calculated the origin of these ferocious beasts in his heart. He only felt that the mysteries of heaven were boundless, as if this group of ferocious beasts had appeared out of nowhere. The disaster of the beasts this time has spread far and wide, even the heaven realm is involved. No matter where those beasts came from, we have to be careful. As he spoke, Di Jun called out to Fushi. Fellow Taoist, please follow the poor Wei to the numinous sky hall and gather all the demons to discuss the plan to deal with the disaster of the ferocious beasts this time. Of course. Fushi replied and followed Di Jun to the numinous sky hall. As the two of them conversed, the mysteries of heaven suddenly became clear. The chaos of the ferocious beasts 10,000 years later was completely revealed in the long river of fate. In an instant, many mighty figures of the primordial world sensed it and hurriedly pinched their fingers to deduce. Berserk beast riot? How could this be? Previously, the 5-element sacred beasts appeared, and then there was the chaos of the ferocious beasts. None of them were shown by the heavenly Tao. What's going on in the primordial world? The waters of the primordial world are really getting deeper and deeper. I wonder how many innocent living beings will die in vain this time? Troubled times, really troubled times. From the long river of fate, many mighty figures had different thoughts when they saw the chaos of the ferocious beasts 10,000 years later. They silently retracted their spiritual senses and began to plot. Di Jun and Fuxi had entered the river of spacetime with the intention of investigating Feng Zichen, but they were stopped by Mount Buzhou. By chance, they had accidentally discovered the secrets of the ferocious beasts, causing the primordial world to tremble. The chaos of the ferocious beasts involved the entire primordial world. Di Jun sensed that matter. Under the influence of karma, he connected it to his whim, allowing Feng Zichen to escape. Coincidentally, the chaos of the ferocious beasts this time also had something to do with Feng Zichen. That day in the deepest part of Mount Buzhou, Feng Zichen had taken away the seed of the world tree, causing the countless years of effort of the chaos demon god to go down the drain. In an instant, the resentment of the chaos demon god rose, and the murderous aura became more and more intense. It was precisely because of this resentment and murderous aura that spread to the primordial world and gave birth to a large number of ferocious beasts, leading to the catastrophe 10,000 years later. If the chaos of the ferocious beasts had not attracted Di Jun's attention, Feng Zichen's true spirit would have entered the Ziwei star and would have been discovered by him. The cycle of karma was really interconnected. In the Ziwei star, Feng Zichen's true spirit fell into the star Tau fetus. It was as if it had returned to its mother's body, and there was no estrangement at all. This star Tau fetus was originally created by the Ziwei star specifically for Feng Zichen, and its aura was the same as his. How could there be any estrangement? After adapting to the star Tau fetus, Feng Zichen did not have time to check the changes in his body. He hurriedly lowered a strand of divine thought, crossing layers of space, and came to the Ziwei mountain. There, Feng Zichen's physical body sat quietly on the ground. His body was surrounded by dazzling Dao light, and the power of Tai Jingxian swept in all directions. Seeing that his physical body was intact, Feng Zichen breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly sent this strand of divine thought into his physical body. When he opened his eyes, a ray of divine light of the sun and the moon flashed, illuminating the dim belly of the mountain. Then Feng Zichen mobilized all the mana in his body and performed all the divine powers he had learned. Sure enough, it's still too difficult. After a while, Feng Zichen frowned. It was inconvenient to control the physical body with a strand of divine thought, and his strength had decreased too much. With a move of his mind, strands of incense qi gathered around him. Then he waved his hand and the Swerin lamp appeared. The Swerin lamp fell down and ignited the incense qi. After leaving the human race for so many years, the incense qi had gathered quite a lot. As the incense qi burned, strands of colorful smoke rose into the air. Those were the negative emotions of the living beings, the qi of 7 emotions and 6 desires. Even though Feng Zichen's strength had greatly improved, he still dared not let it get close to him. He took out the chaos bead and kept the qi of 7 emotions and 6 desires into it. Not long later, Jianghu completely refined the incense qi and flew back into the Swerin lamp, disappearing into the human race's fate. At the same place, a crystal that contained all the beauty in the world was floating in the air. Come. He reached out his hand and the chaos bead dropped down a strand of chaos origin qi. Hongmeng Daozhong dropped down a strand of Hongmeng origin qi. Innate star tree dropped down a strand of innate star origin qi. Even the world tree dropped down a strand of world origin qi. After the 4 strands of origin qi appeared, they turned into 4 balls of Dao fire and burned toward the incense crystal. At the same time, the Daos of heaven and earth rained down and endless innate qi swarmed toward the crystal. In the star Dao embryo, Feng Zichen was casting spells and channeling a strand of Ziwei star's origin qi into the incense crystal through the heavenly Dao dimension. In the Jiushao divine embryo, Leisure was also channeling the power of Leisure into the incense crystal through the heavenly Dao dimension. Chapter 76. Under the influence of various forces, the incense flame crystal underwent a wonderful change. A wisp of divine light flowed out of its body, emitting a supreme aura. When the Dao fire was completely extinguished, the incense flame crystal had turned into a dazzling divine light. It kept jumping in the air looking very lively. Looking at the divine light, Feng Zichen's mind moved. He cast a projection on the Emperor star and merged with it. In an instant, the projection turned from illusory to solid. It was no different from Feng Zichen's real spirit. Haha. With a loud laugh, Feng Zichen got up and walked out of the Emperor Star Mountain. This divine light was neither innate nor acquired. It was a wonderful product of heaven and earth. It did not have any offensive or defensive power. Its only ability was to turn illusory into solid. Whether it was innate or acquired, as long as it was illusory, this divine light could turn it into a real thing. It was very magical. Now, Feng Zichen was in the Emperor's star. He used the power of the divine light to condense the projection. It was as if his original body was controlling his physical body. It would not affect his own strength. With a step, Feng Zichen walked out of Zichen's cave and arrived in front of the ancestral temple. Sigh. Looking at the long line outside the ancestral temple, Feng Zichen let out a long sigh. That was the Hall of Eternal Brightness, where the Eternal Brightness lanterns were stored. They were lining up here to light the Eternal Brightness lanterns so that they could leave the territory of the human race and travel to the untainted land. I wonder how many of them can come back alive? Shaking his head, Feng Zichen did not show up. He turned and flew toward the East Sea. The human race walked out of the East Sea. It was irresistible. Feng Zichen was just pushing the boat with the current. If one wanted to become the protagonist of heaven and earth, blood was inevitable. Without experiencing many hardships, how could one enjoy the boundless luck? For example, Feng Zichen, as the first postnatal creature, could rely on his boundless luck to become the Daluo Jingxian when the Lich era ended. Even so, he was still working hard to cultivate. This was because Feng Zichen knew very well that the heavenly Tao would not allow him to easily live to the future. From the very beginning he was rejected by the Kane Qi, to the later limitation of his lifespan. They were all tribulations sent down by the heavenly Tao in an attempt to strangle him. Only by cultivating diligently and using formidable strength to pass through the numerous tribulations sent down by the heaven Tao would one be able to successfully live into the future and enjoy boundless karmic luck. Just think about it, Feng Zichen wanted to obtain the providence he deserved, and he had to go through endless trials and tribulations. It was easy to imagine the hardships that the human race would have to go through if they wanted to secure their position as the main character of the universe. Therefore, the human tribe had to leave the East Sea and go to the untainted land to fight, sharpen themselves, and accept the baptism of blood in order to deal with the future calamities. Primordial Unity Golden Immortals had become one with Tao and were detached from worldly affairs. They already had a basic understanding of the structure of the universe. It was equivalent to forming a small world of their own, where they could roam freely in the void. Therefore, after Feng Zichen broke through to Tai Jingxian, his strength improved greatly. In the past it would take him hundreds of years to reach Donghai. Now in just a few breaths he had crossed layers of void and arrived above Donghai. After flying above Donghai for several days, Feng Zichen stopped in front of a divine temple. In front of the divine temple, Water Dragon King saw Feng Zichen and immediately went up to him and said, "Fellow cultivator, His Majesty the Ancestral Dragon has been waiting for you for a long time. After parting in the heavenly court, we meet again today. Dragon Lord, you are even more elegant than before." Seeing an acquaintance, Feng Zichen could not help but feel happy. "Fellow cultivator, you must be joking. Compared to you, my little achievement is nothing." Water Dragon King shook his head with a wry smile. Thinking back to the day when he first met Feng Zichen, he was just an earth immortal and could not even be compared to a young dragon. If it weren't for his merits, the Water Dragon Monarch wouldn't even look at an ant like him. He did not expect that in less than 10,000 years, the other party had stepped into the Tai Jingxian realm and became an existence on par with him. This comparison made Water Dragon King, who was still in the Tai Jingxian realm, feel a little uncomfortable. "His Majesty the Ancestral Dragon is still waiting for you. If you want to catch up, there is plenty of time. Don't let His Majesty wait too long." Seeing that Feng Zichen still wanted to say something, Water Dragon King hurriedly pulled him into the divine temple. "His Majesty the Ancestral Dragon is just ahead. Hurry up and go in." After sending Feng Zichen to the front of the main hall, Water Dragon King left. Zichen clan of the human clan greets His Majesty the Ancestral Dragon. Stepping into the hall, Feng Zichen bowed to the statue in the middle of the hall. "Rise." A majestic voice was heard. Then endless incense smoke rolled endlessly. A majestic deity with the head of a dragon and the body of a human slowly walked out. "Zichen clan, your incense incarnation technique is really extraordinary. It can let me return to the untainted land." Speaking of this, Ancestral Dragon paused and said seriously, "Zichen clan, I want to ask you, are you willing to join the Dragon clan?" "This? Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. However, Zichen is a member of the human clan. How can I betray my clan and join other clans?" Alas, what a pity. Being rejected by Feng Zichen, Ancestral Dragon was not angry. He just sighed. I called you here because I have something to tell you. After 10,000 years, there will be endless ferocious beasts sweeping across the untainted land. You should be careful. Thank you for telling me, Your Majesty. Suddenly hearing this news, Feng Zichen was shocked and hurriedly thanked Ancestral Dragon. Alright. You can go now. As soon as he finished speaking, a gentle force came and sent Feng Zichen out of the temple. Inside the Emperor's Star, Feng Zichen had been reminded by Ancestral Dragon. He mobilized the power of the Emperor's Star and calculated with all his strength. In an instant, the fog that shrouded the heavenly secrets dispersed layer by layer, allowing him to see what was going on. The human clan has just entered the world and this is already happening. It's really... Feeling helpless, Feng Zichen did not stay any longer and hurried back to the human clan. What, the ferocious beast's calamity? Hearing the news brought back by Feng Zichen, a member of the Chou clan shouted in shock. Yes, this is what Ancestral Dragon said himself. It can be confirmed that it is true. Feng Zichen replied with certainty. This matter is very important. Zichen, go and gather everyone in the Ancestral Temple for a meeting. I will ask Big Brother to come out of seclusion. After thinking for a while, a member of the Chou clan ordered and turned to leave the Ancestral Temple. The Chou clan's Big Brother was referring to Swearin. He was the first human clan created by Nuwa, and he was also the oldest of the human clan. Thousands of years ago, Swearin showed signs of breaking through to Daluo Jingxian. Thus, he handed over the human clan to the Chou clan and went into seclusion to break through. However, with the ferocious beast's calamity, the human clan was facing a huge crisis. The Chou clan did not dare to make a decision on their own and had no choice but to ask the oldest of the human clan to come out. Greetings, Emperor Sui. In the Ancestral Temple, a group of human clan elders saw Swearin and hurriedly bowed. Why are you the only ones here? Where are the others? After looking around, Swearin noticed that there were much fewer human clan elders in the Ancestral Temple. He could not help but frown and ask. They have all gone out to travel. Seeing that no one answered, Feng Zichen stepped forward and said, Travel? Swearin was confused. Chapter 77. Swearin had been in seclusion for so many years that he had lost track of the changes in the human race. Therefore it was normal for him to have doubts. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen's mind flickered. He gathered the changes of the human tribe in recent years into a memory and sent it to Swearin. Zichen, you've done a good job. How can we really grow without experiencing some hardships? It's time for the human race to go out and see what great achievements they can achieve by staying in the East Sea. In the past, we didn't think it through and protected our people too well. We almost caused a disaster and turned our people into useless people. Fortunately, you found out in time and stopped things from developing to an irreversible stage. Otherwise, when our people got used to this kind of life, the human race would be useless. After reading the message sent by Feng Zichen, Swearin was scared and said. Swearin's cultivation was only one step away from Daluo Jingxian. After Feng Zichen's reminder, the future of the human race came to his mind and he could foresee the terrible consequences of the human race's development. The ferocious beast riot is a disaster and also an opportunity. From today onwards, the human race will enter a state of full preparation for war. When the ferocious beast riot breaks out, all the people above the heaven immortal realm will go out to hunt the ferocious beast. Every person must kill at least one ferocious beast of the same level. Otherwise they will not be allowed to return to the East Sea. Sensing the problem of the human race, Swearin immediately made a decision and ordered coldly. After hearing Swearin's order, the elders looked at each other and after a while they replied in unison, We will obey your order. They thought the Zichen clan was cruel enough to let the heaven immortals of the human race travel. They didn't expect Emperor Sui to be even more cruel. He directly ordered them to hunt the ferocious beasts and not to return if they couldn't complete the task. After the ferocious beast riot, how many immortals of the human race would be left? After setting the rules for the people who had stepped into the immortal realm, Swearin turned his attention to the ordinary people. After all, the human race had only been born for 100,000 years. How many immortal experts could there be? Most of the current human race were ordinary clansmen who had yet to ascend to the immortal Tao. They had no power to fight back in the face of ferocious beasts. Everyone, the East Sea is protected by the enchantment left by the Holy Mother. The people here will be safe for the time being. But what about the humans who have migrated out? Swearin asked with a serious face. That is indeed a problem. After the migration of the Yun, Yu and Lei families, another 9 Tai Jingxian from the human clan led some of their clansmen out of the East Sea. They took root in the outside world and opened up a path for the human clan. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen stood up and said, "It just so happens that some of our tribesmen are going out to travel. Why don't we let them go to the 12 tribes and bring back the tribesmen who have yet to become immortals?" Sigh. That's the only way. Swearin sighed and said helplessly. In the end, the human race was still too weak. If the human clan could be as strong as the demon clan and the sorcerer clan, they would not be afraid of the ferocious beasts. Second brother, the tribesmen of the 12 tribes will be back soon. Please go to the East Sea and find a piece of land for them to live in, Swearin said to a member of the Cho clan as he stood up. Yes. A member of the Cho clan nodded and turned to go to the ancestral temple to find a suitable place. Then, Swearin said to the human clan elders, "As for the human clan elders, please count the number of immortals in your territories and send them to the ancestral temple for future use. Is that okay?" Of course. The human clan elders replied in unison and left to count the number of immortals as per Swearin's order. "Emperor Sui, I want to go to the 12 tribes and see if I can help," Feng Zichen said when he saw that everyone had a mission and he was the only one who had nothing to do. "Whatever you want to do, just do it. There's no need to ask me. I'm very confident in your abilities." Swearin waved his hand tiredly, indicating that Feng Zichen should make his own decisions and not ask for his permission for everything. "Emperor Sui, I'll take my leave." Feng Zichen bowed and walked out. Swearin had just come out of seclusion and had a lot of things to deal with. Moreover, he had to understand the changes of the human clan in recent years and make a plan according to the situation. Therefore, after Feng Zichen left, Swearin walked out of the ancestral temple and looked around. After leaving the ancestral temple, Feng Zichen did not go to the 12 tribes immediately. Instead, he rushed back to Zichen's cave. On Ziwei Mountain, Feng Zichen waved his hand and the primordial star tree flew out of the chaos bead and landed in the center of Zichen's cave. Suddenly, the endless power of the stars poured in from the void and spread into Zichen's cave. At the same time, Zichen's cave was expanding rapidly. The stars in the sky were getting brighter and brighter, and Ziwei Mountain was getting taller and taller. A few years later, when the primordial star tree took root in Zichen's cave, the changes in Zichen's cave stopped. At this time, Zichen's cave expanded from 10 million miles to 50 million miles. The primordial star tree took root in the center and held up the whole sky. As the branches stretched out, they connected with the projection of the stars in the sky, making it seem as if they had a physical body. Even Ziwei Mountain was getting taller. Very good. This way, no matter how many people there are in the 12 tribes, this place can accommodate them. I don't have to worry about the population. Seeing the changes in Zichen's cave, Feng Zichen was very satisfied. Then, Feng Zichen pointed at the primordial star tree and a stream of primordial star origin chi fell. Clang. The Hongmeng Daozhong let out a soft cry and a stream of Hongmeng origin chi fell. With another point, the chaos bead suddenly dimmed and spat out a stream of primordial chaos origin chi. Looking at the dimmed chaos bead, Feng Zichen's heart ached. But time was not on his side and he could not care less. When the 3 streams of origin chi gathered, Feng Zichen took out a beast robe. The beast robe was simple and boundless, with Taoist rhymes like the sea. It gathered the fate of the human race and shone with the light of civilization. This was the black robe, the first piece of clothing of the human race. Its appearance made the human race understand shame and pushed the human race to progress. Therefore, it was a sacred item of the human race. He threw the black robe into the origin chi. Immediately, the 3 streams of origin chi burned fiercely, refining the Taos of the world and endless runes into the black robe. In the fire, the black robe gradually changed. The light of humanity flickered and voices of praise sounded. The fate of the human race automatically appeared and wrapped around the black robe. With a boom, as if a flood of humanity had descended, the black robe erupted with an unbelievable light that blinded Feng Zichen. When the light disappeared and Feng Zichen opened his eyes again, the black robe was no longer a beast robe. Instead, it had turned into a gorgeous robe that flowed with the radiance of humanity. Chapter 78. 46 Acquired divine taboos crisscrossed on the black robe, radiating dazzling light and reflecting the myriad spirits of the human Tao. An acquired treasure? As expected, with the blessing of the Khanate star tree, the human race's fortune has indeed increased by quite a bit. Feng Zichen couldn't help but smile at the sight of this. After Feng Zichen's refinement, the black robe had become a treasure of fortune on the same level as the Swearin lantern. It would grow stronger with the growth of the human race's fortune. As soon as the black robe was born, it was at the level of an acquired treasure, one level higher than the Swearin Lantern. It could be seen that the human race's fortune had indeed increased by quite a bit. With a thought, the Fuxing flame lit up and the Swearin Lantern emerged from the human race's fortune. The Swearin Lantern, which had been a supreme-grade acquired spirit treasure a few years ago, now had 46 acquired divine taboos looming on it, reflecting the brilliant light of civilization. The Khanate star tree possessed a trace of Zhouxing's fortune, and with its blessing the human race's fortune immediately soared. As the human race's treasure of fortune, the Swearin Lantern was naturally affected by this and was promoted to an acquired treasure. With a wave of his hand, Feng Zichen sent the black robe and Swearin Lantern into the human race's fortune and murmured excitedly to himself, "Excellent! With these two great acquired treasures, the human race's survival rate in the coming beast riot will greatly increase." One had to know that the power of an acquired treasure was no less than that of a Khanate spirit treasure. Even the projections of treasures summoned by the human immortals couldn't unleash their full power. However, having a spirit treasure in the hands of a capable person was always better than being unarmed. After all, the human race's foundation was shallow and there was no way to provide every immortal with an acquired treasure. Taking out the lair palace, Feng Zichen glanced at the Hongmeng Daozhong and the Chaos Bead, sighed helplessly and silently put them away. If he could refine the Chou clan's lair palace into a treasure of fortune, then the human race would have 3 acquired treasures. At that time, they would have a greater chance of dealing with the chaos of the beast. Unfortunately, the Hongmeng Daozhong and the Primal Chaos Pearl had already reached their limits after consecutively spitting out 2 strands of quintessence qi in the past 100 years. If they took out another strand of quintessence qi, their foundations would probably be damaged and their grades would drop. After doing all this, Feng Zichen's figure flashed as he walked out of Zichen's cave and rushed towards the Lei tribe. The 12 tribes were located outside the ancestral lands. They were the stepping stones of the human tribe to the untainted land. They could not afford to lose them. Within a few days, a huge city appeared in front of Feng Zichen. That was where the Lei family tribe was located. Speaking of which, this Thunder City was personally planned, selected, and built by Feng Zichen. Even after so many years of development by the Lei clan, Thunder City continued to expand outwards. However, one could still see the shadow of the past from its silhouette. In order to hasten their journey, Feng Zichen did not hide his Taijingxian aura at all. Therefore, before he could even get close to the Thunder City, his powerful aura had already pressed down. "Who's there?" Sensing Feng Zichen's aura, a majestic voice came from the Thunder City. Then a burly middle-aged man strode out. "Lei Ming, it's me." Feng Zichen quickly restrained his aura and came in front of Lei Ming. "You are from the Zichen clan. You have broken through to the Taijingxian. How can you be so fast?" Lei Ming asked in disbelief as he recognized Feng Zichen. In less than 10,000 years, Feng Zichen had broken through to the Taijingxian realm from the Shen immortal realm. This speed was simply unheard of. How could Lei Ming not be shocked? This is purely a coincidence. Let's not talk about it. As for you, the chaos of the ferocious beast is coming soon. What are your plans for the Thunder City? Feng Zichen avoided Lei Ming's question and asked. "Alas, what else can I do? If I can't, I will retreat to the coast of the East Sea and wait for the future. It's a pity that I have built my foundation for 10,000 years. Lei Ming could not help but smile bitterly at the mention of the chaos of the ferocious beasts. "You are quite open-minded. I thought you would defend the city and not retreat even if you die." Hearing this, Feng Zichen could not help but be surprised. Lei Ming's attitude was surprisingly good. He had been thinking about how to persuade Lei Ming to give up defending the city. Lei Ming did not expect Lei Ming to be so open-minded. Lei Ming scratched his head and chuckled, "Don't worry, I'm not a fool. Since I can't do anything about it, why would I stay here and wait for death?" "Good. Seeing that you are so open-minded, I am relieved." The harsh environment had changed Lei Ming a lot. He had become more tactful. Of course, this was a good thing. If he did not know how to be flexible, how could he establish a place to live in the cruel untainted land? "By the way, why did you come here?" After the two of them exchanged greetings, Lei Ming brought up the important matter. "In recent years, I have been traveling in the untainted land and have a deeper understanding of the Great Tao. I have comprehended a new array. I plan to modify the array that I left here in the past to help you defend Thunder City." Feng Zichen became serious when they talked about the important matter. "That's good. The array that you set up in the past has helped me a lot. Now that your strength has improved greatly, the array that you set up will be very powerful." Lei Ming quickly pulled Feng Zichen and walked towards Thunder City. Not long after Thunder City was built, a large number of ferocious beasts attacked. If it was not for the array that Feng Zichen set up, which attracted the chi of earth veins from all directions and blocked the ferocious beasts, Thunder City would have been destroyed. When Feng Zichen had just entered the Xian immortal realm, the array that he set up could block several Tai ferocious beasts. Now that he had stepped into the Tai Jingxian realm, the array that he set up should be extraordinary. Thinking of this, Lei Ming was slightly excited. He felt that he had a better chance of defending Thunder City. After all, Thunder City was the foundation that he had worked hard to build. Unless it was a last resort, he would not give it up easily. In the hinterland of Thunder City, the chi of dragon veins rose and roared. In the depths of the chi of dragon veins, there were wisps of purple chi that emitted supreme majesty. The purple chi was divine and holy. It was the Emperor's chi that Feng Zichen cultivated by gathering the dragon veins from all directions. It had the ability to destroy all kinds of dharma. After so many years, the Emperor's chi has grown stronger. This time, when the ferocious beasts attack, it will be the time for it to shine. Feng Zichen said as he made a series of incantations. Taoist rhymes lingered around. There was a loud boom. The chaotic bead flew out from Feng Zichen's body and released wisps of chaotic chi, which drowned the array in front of him. As the chaotic chi surged, the array was shattered. Only the Emperor's chi of dragon veins shone brightly and tried its best to resist the chaotic chi. When the array disappeared completely, Feng Zichen reached out his hand and pointed at the chaotic bead. The chaotic chi suddenly became docile and floated quietly in the void. Condense. As he whispered, it sounded like the sound of the heavens. The power of the heavenly way suddenly descended. It was the supreme skill that he had not used for a long time, the heavenly way. Chapter 79. Under the influence of the way of heaven, the chaotic chi in the void began to condense slowly. In the end, it turned into a pearl that represented the way of a yuan. Then, the chi of yin and yang was born and turned into a yin and yang diagram that surrounded the yuan pearl. After that, the chi of the 3 talents, the chi of the 4 symbols, the chi of the 5 elements, and the chi of the 10 directions appeared one after another. Each of them formed a Tao diagram that overlapped with each other to form a divine diagram of the great Tao that enveloped the entire Thunder City. In the blink of an eye, the color of heaven and earth changed within the Thunder City, and the void rumbled incessantly. All kinds of Xiantian Qi surged out one after another, surging in the sky above the Thunder City for 3 days without stopping. It frightened everyone in the Thunder City. When the diagram of the Great Path was completed, the chaos bead shook and a dim light flashed. It connected with the Yuan pearl in the center of the diagram. Suddenly, the Kanate Qi quieted down and disappeared into the void. It's done. Looking at the diagram of the Great Path that covered the entire Thunder City, Feng Zichen smiled. This formation was called the Chaos Formation. He got it from the Chaos Bead and it was mysterious and unpredictable. With the Chaos Bead as the foundation, it could produce endless Kanate Qi that could kill everything and make them return to chaos. After recovering to a supreme grade Kanate spiritual treasure, the power of the Chaos Bead is even more mysterious. Feng Zichen called the Chaos Bead in front of him and observed it carefully. The Chaos Bead was clearly in front of him, but when he looked at it, it seemed to be separated by countless time and space. It was independent of time and space. It seemed to be everywhere, but it also seemed to only exist in front of him. Feng Zichen flicked his finger and the Chaos Bead returned to his sea of consciousness. However, in the center of the diagram of the Great Path, there was another Chaos Bead that shone brightly and emitted the aura of the Great Path. This was the mystery of time and space. The Chaos Bead distorted layers of the void, causing the space where the diagram of the Great Path was located to overlap with a part of the space in Feng Zichen's sea of consciousness. Because the two were in the same space, the Chaos Bead could appear on the diagram of the Great Path even though it existed in Feng Zichen's sea of consciousness. Feng Zichen made a series of gestures with both hands. He drew in the chi of the earth from all directions and poured it into the Chaos Formation. This caused the Grand Formation to rumble and rumble. Numerous chaotic divine runes appeared and started to circulate slowly. Unfortunately, if it wasn't for the fact that the primal chaos grand formation was incomplete, it wouldn't have been able to be self-sufficient. Why do we have to go through so much trouble and rely on the earth vein energy to activate the formation? After activating the formation, Feng Zichen sighed discontentedly. As a supreme formation passed down from the primal chaos bead, how could it be easily set up by Feng Zichen? Only by finding the 9 corresponding numinous treasures and placing them in the array formation to correspond with the innate Tao diagram, could the true chaos array formation be set up. At that time, the 10 great spirit treasures would be linked together, causing the chaos grand formation to form a chaos world of its own. Boundless innate divine light shot out explosively while chaos energy surged, and it obliterated the surrounding space. If he could find the 9 upper-grade Xiantian spiritual treasures, he would be able to use them to suppress it. The might of the primal chaos formation was comparable to the 3 great ferocious formations of the great desolate world. It truly had the ability to destroy the world. At this thought, Feng Zichen sent his spiritual will into the primal chaos bead. 3 innate godly fetuses surrounded by runes of the great Tao appeared before him. They were the innate godly fetuses of 5 elements, the innate tripartite godly fetuses of 2 elements, and each of them nurtured a connate spiritual treasure. Among them, the innate godly fetuses of 5 elements shone the brightest, followed by the innate tripartite godly fetuses and the innate tripartite godly fetuses of 2 elements. Soon, the innate godly rings of 5 elements will be born in 3,000 years. By then, the power of the primal chaos formation will increase significantly. Looking at the dazzling innate godly fetuses of 5 elements, Feng Zichen was a little excited. When the 3 connate spiritual treasures were born, they would be able to fill in the gaps in the primal chaos formation. Even if they were far inferior to the 3 great ferocious formations, they would be more than enough to protect the human race. Now that this is done, it's time for me to head to Cloud City. After informing Lei Ming, Feng Zichen turned and flew towards Cloud City. After arriving at Cloud City and explaining his intentions to Yun, Feng Zichen began to set up the primal chaos formation. Then, without resting, he hurriedly flew towards Rain City. Just like that, after 1,000 years, Feng Zichen finally set up the primal chaos formation in the 12 cities of the human race. On this day, a 5-colored brilliance shot into the sky from Zichen's grotto heaven. Endless Taoist rhymes filled the air and Tao sounds rumbled continuously. Innate 5 elements chi swarmed in and fell in the form of spiritual rain. Boom! In a shocking explosion, the innate godly fetuses of 5 elements exploded. A ring flew out from within, surrounded by 5-colored brilliance and Tao of 5 elements. It was the superior grade connate godly ring of 5 elements. Ah! Just in time. With a long laugh, Feng Zichen took out the primal chaos bead and stored the innate godly ring of 5 elements inside. After entering the primal chaos bead, the godly ring of 5 elements flew straight into the primal chaos formation and merged with the 5 elements Tao diagram. In an instant, the Tao diagram materialized and erupted with beams of 5 elements divine light that swept out in all directions. Under the influence of this, the primal chaos formation became more stable and formed an invisible curtain of light that enveloped the 12 cities and protected them. While Feng Zichen was working hard for the human race, the powerful figures of the Eldritch Land took action. As the leader of the demon race, Di Jun was extremely domineering. Knowing that there would be a beast riot 10,000 years later, he would not sit still and wait for the beast to grow. Without waiting for the beast riot to break out, he gathered the demon gods of the heavenly court and took the initiative to attack. He searched for the beasts' nests in the starry sky and killed the beasts in an attempt to reduce their numbers. If the demon race was already like this, how could the sorcerer race, their archenemy, be willing to be behind them? One by one, the great sorcerers walked out of the Pangu Palace and revealed their true forms. They walked on the Eldritch Land and killed the beasts everywhere. In an instant, the Eldritch Land was filled with murderous intent. The beasts were the public enemy of the Eldritch Land. Killing the beasts would give 1 heavenly merit points. Therefore, after the sorcerer and demon race took action, the other powerful figures followed suit. In the Jade Palace, the 3 pure ones instructed Shen Qing and walked down Mount Kunlun. Each of them found a Daluo beast and fought with it. In the Fire Cloud Cave, Ancestor Hong Yun walked out leisurely. As he raised his hand, red clouds filled the air and many beasts turned into ashes. Above the East Sea, the Ancestor Dragon roared. The Daluo Jingxian of the Water Clan came out and killed their way into the deep sea abyss. In the boundless blood sea, Mingi sneered. The Yuan-Tu and Avicii innate killing swords vibrated and shot out 2 shocking murderous auras that engulfed the entire blood sea. In the 5 Villages Temple, Zhen Yuanzi held the Earth Book in his hands and connected it to the earth. He killed the beasts hiding underground one by one. In the west of the Eldritch Land, although Zhuanti and Jieyin looked merciful, they did not show any mercy. As the green lotus flag was waved, white gas floated in the air and thousands of golden rays swept in all directions. As the wonderful tree of 7 treasures was waved, the rainbow divine light shot through the sky and destroyed everything. The west is barren and can't withstand the attacks of the beasts. Thinking of this, the two of them attacked even harder. Chapter 80. With so many major powers taking action, the wild beasts of the wilderness were faced with a calamity. In just a short 1,000 years, the wild beasts that could be seen everywhere had completely vanished. They had either been slain by major powers or hidden in some unknown place. On Mount Iwei, Feng Zichen could sense the changes in the wilderness and couldn't help but frown in thought. Will the Chaos Fiend Celestial still be able to cause a wild beast rebellion? There were roughly 5,000 years until the wild beast rebellion. Feng Zichen felt that it was impossible to create a ferocious beast that could conquer the whole untainted land from scratch in such a short time. Alas! Whether or not the Chaos Fiend Celestial can do this will be known in 5,000 years. What's the point of thinking so much about it now? It's more important to strengthen the cities and train the human immortals. Regardless of whether or not the wild beast rebellion will erupt, the monster race will slaughter humans in the future. If I make a few more preparations now, I'll be able to buy myself some time in the future. With this thought in mind, Feng Zichen rose to his feet and headed to the ancestral shrine, where he would engrave his divine abilities so that the human immortals could train in them. Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, 5,000 years had passed. Crack. On this day, a massive shattering sound echoed throughout the wilderness. Then, under the incredulous gazes of all the major powers, an enormous fissure suddenly appeared in the skies above the wilderness, piercing through the entire void. On the other side of the fissure, boundless chaos energy roiled endlessly, emanating an aura that could devour all. It was a chilling sight. That fissure was actually connected to the primordial chaos. What? Taoist Three Purities was stunned on Mount Kunlun. How can this be? Di Jun cried out in shock within the Lingxiao Hall. It can't be. With the worldly barrier in place, who could possibly connect the primordial chaos to the wilderness? Di Jiang was somewhat dazed within the Pango Hall. The worldly barrier enveloped the entire wilderness, cutting off the connection between the wilderness and the primordial chaos, preventing it from corroding the primordial chaos. It was the wilderness' greatest line of defense. But now, someone had actually managed to bypass the worldly barrier and connect the wilderness to the primordial chaos. If the primordial chaos energy were to flow into the wilderness through the fissure, it would be a massive calamity. How could the major powers not be shocked? Ah! Creatures of the untainted land, enjoy the great gift that we, the chaos demonic gods, have prepared for you. When all the powerful figures were in shock, an arrogant voice came from the other side of the crack. The voice was ancient and deep, even harder to understand than the innate Tao language. When it entered the ears of the many experts, it was like a thunderclap. Moreover, as the voice fell, boundless black gas poured out from the crack and turned into ferocious beasts. As they roared, they wantonly destroyed everything around them. Stay here. On the Sun Star, Donghuang Tai spoke softly. The Donghuang bell appeared, suppressing the endless space and time, pressing towards the crack. Where do you think you're going? At the same time, on Kunlun Mountain, Taoist Tai Ching pointed at the crack and the Taiji diagram suddenly flew out with an aura that could destroy yin and yang and suppress the earth, water, fire, and wind. Taoist Yu Qing waved his sleeve and Pangu's banner appeared in his hand. He waved it at the crack and instantly the air of destruction swirled around. On the other hand, Taoist Shangqing took out 4 divine swords and slashed at the crack. As the sword chi shot out, a monstrous murderous aura soared into the sky. Billowing murderous intent reverberated in all directions, causing the sky and earth to change color. These changes might seem to take a long time to describe, but in truth, they all happened in the blink of an eye after the voice was spoken. Ha, small fry. On the other side of the crack, the ancient voice sounded again. The chaos demonic god did not seem to care about the 4 innate cardinal treasures. With a wave of his hand, a force that was different from the untainted land appeared and the 4 innate cardinal treasures retreated, causing the 4 to groan. Suddenly the mountains, rivers, sun and moon moved together. Everything on the earth trembled. In the rumbling, Taoist rhymes lingered. From Mount Buzhou, a majestic and ancient aura swept out and went straight to the crack in the sky. Ah, Pangu. Under Pangu's remaining power, the crack that penetrated the entire void slowly closed. Only the unwilling roars of the chaos demonic god reverberated in the void. Outside the barrier of heaven and earth, where the untainted land and the great chaos were connected, Tao ancestor Hongjun and Yuhua stood there silently, confronting several chaos demonic gods who were hiding in the dark. Seeing that Pangu had repaired the spatial crack, Dao Ancestor Hongjun looked at the chaotic void in front of him and said leisurely, "Fellow Taoist, do you still want to continue?" If Pangu had not intervened, how could that bunch of trash stop me? A figure surrounded by chaotic chi walked out from the great chaos and said coldly to the Dao Ancestor, "How about it? Do you still want to continue?" Dao Ancestor Hongjun did not refute the chaos demonic god's words but continued to ask. There was no doubt that the current three pure ones in Tai were no match for the chaos demonic god. Strength was the truth. Therefore, no matter what the chaos demonic god said, the Dao Ancestor would not refute. Alright, this matter ends here. However, you cannot intervene in the chaos of the ferocious beasts this time. The chaos demonic god looked at the untainted land with fear and said reluctantly after a long while, "Okay." Dao Ancestor Hongjun nodded in agreement. Let's go." Seeing that Dao Ancestor Hongjun had agreed, the chaos demonic god snorted and disappeared into the chaos. Phew. Master, why did you agree to the demonic god's request? After the chaos demonic god left, Nuwa let out a long sigh of relief and asked the Dao Ancestor in confusion. Even though she had become a sage, Nuwa was still a little nervous in the face of an ancient and powerful existence like the chaos demonic god. These chaos demonic gods have stepped into the chaotic essence realm countless years ago and their cultivation is unfathomable. If they were not afraid of Pangu's existence, they would have broken the barrier of heaven and earth and destroyed the untainted land. If I don't agree with their request, how can they retreat so easily? At that time it will be another trouble. Dao Ancestor Hongjun explained patiently to his youngest disciple. Then, Nuwa was about to continue asking when suddenly, Dao Ancestor Hongjun's slightly smiling face became expressionless. At the same time, his amiable aura disappeared completely and was replaced by a cold and ruthless momentum. After you go back, you are not allowed to step into the untainted land for 10,000 years. Then an emotionless voice came out of his mouth and into Nuwa's ears. Yes. She knew that the way of heaven had come and taken over her master's body. Goddess Nviwa answered casually, then turned and returned to Wahuang heaven. In the untainted land, the three pure ones in Tai were injured by the chaos demonic god, which made many powerful figures in the untainted land absent-minded. They were the top existences in the untainted land and all of them had primordial treasures. However, they could not even block one move from the chaos demonic god. How powerful was the chaos demonic god? Chapter 81. Roar. 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 Suddenly, a series of earth-shattering roars were heard, waking the mighty figures of the eldritch land from their daze. Sensing the aura that was not inferior to that of a sage-to-be, the mighty figures knew that it was not the time to think. They each chose a sage-to-be ferocious beast and dragged it into the heavens beyond to fight with it. At the same time, Daluo Jingxian walked out and dragged the Daluo Jingxian ferocious beasts into the depths of the void to fight with them. For a moment, the void above the eldritch land trembled, and the laws of heaven and earth rumbled. The powerful aura shook all directions and the sun and moon trembled. The billowing power spread out, causing the eldritch land to be terrified. Their bodies trembled and their eyes were filled with despair. How dare mere ferocious beasts be so presumptuous? Kill them. Suddenly 2 waves of shocking killing intent came, shaking the entire eldritch land and waking the eldritch land up. It was the shaman and demon tribe. Seeing the ferocious beasts wreaking havoc, they stepped forward bravely and attacked the endless ferocious beasts. Kill. The shaman and demon tribe's bravery inspired the eldritch land and the demon tribe. They all shouted and attacked the ferocious beasts. On the ground, the Chilan tribe and the White Tiger tribe, who had lived in seclusion for countless years, showed themselves and led thousands of beasts to attack the ferocious beasts on the eldritch land. In the sky, the chi of the 5 virtues filled the air. Phoenix with colorful light flew out from the southern eternal flame, leading hundreds of birds to fight the ferocious beasts in the sky. Dragon roars sounded above the 4 seas. Tens of thousands of dragons came out of the East Sea, leading the endless water tribe to fight the ferocious beasts on the sea. Trash. A bunch of trash. On the shore of the East Sea, Feng Zichen scolded angrily when he saw the human tribe immortals lying on the ground with fear on their faces. The human tribe elders at the side looked terrible when they saw the human tribe immortals' performance. Endless regret rose in their hearts. This human was about to turn into a cripple because of them. Get out of here. If you can't kill a ferocious beast of the same level, you don't have to come back. In anger, Feng Zichen activated all the Dharma power in his body, and a majestic aura swept out, sending all the human tribe immortals on the shore of the East Sea flying. Yes, so strong. Feeling Feng Zichen's terrifying aura, the human clan elders sucked in a breath of cold air. They were inexplicably shocked. Feng Zichen had just broken through to Tai Jingxian, but his aura was even stronger than theirs. He was almost as strong as the 3 leaders of the human race. Seniors, I wish to go to the 12 giant cities to take a look, so I will take my leave first. Also, whether these humans live or die depends on their own abilities. You must not interfere. After saying that, Feng Zichen bowed to them and flew towards Lei City. So, even if you didn't say it, we wouldn't have made a move. Seeing them like this, I don't even need to be a vicious beast to cripple them. After Feng Zichen left, a human elder sighed. The other elders also nodded in agreement. Boom. Feng Zichen casually sent out the 10,000 elephant divine thunder, turning a bird-type ferocious beast into ashes. Then he continued on his way. Ferocious beasts were everywhere in the untainted land. After traveling for tens of thousands of miles, he was attacked by 3 ferocious beasts. Moreover, these ferocious beasts were surrounded by strands of chaotic qi. They were much stronger than the ferocious beasts in the untainted land. A few days later, Feng Zichen killed another ferocious beast that flew towards him. He sighed and said, "If only I could cross the void." Many Daluo Jingxian in the untainted land were fighting fiercely with the Daluo-level ferocious beasts in the depths of the void. At this time, if he was not careful, he would be swept by the aftermath of their battle. That would be tragic. Kill them. Outside Lei City, under the leadership of Lei Ming, the human clan cultivators formed a formation and assisted each other to kill the ferocious beasts one by one. This is the future of the human clan. Compared with them, the clansmen in the ancestral land are just a bunch of rice worms. Feng Zichen, who was hiding in the dark, could not help praising the performance of the people in Lei City when he saw them. His depressed mood also eased a lot. After watching for a while, Feng Zichen saw that they were dealing with the ferocious beasts calmly and firmly guarding Qingqi. He left silently and flew to the next giant city. Although the ferocious beasts were ferocious, the liches and demons were more murderous. With the help of the 3 ancient clans, the backbone of the ferocious beasts was held back by the liches and demons. They fought fiercely in the eastern part of the untainted land. Although there were many ferocious beasts wandering in the untainted land, most of them were not powerful. Only a few ferocious beasts had reached the Tai Jingxian level. Therefore, although the 12 giant cities were in a difficult situation, they did not encounter any life-threatening crisis. Sure enough, the human clan in the 12 giant cities is much stronger than the human clan in the ancestral land of the human clan. After walking around the 12 giant cities silently, Feng Zichen compared the gap between the human clan and the human clan in his mind. He could not help but feel more annoyed. At the same time, he blamed himself in his heart. He should not have only focused on his own cultivation and neglected the development of the human clan. After the chaos of the ferocious beasts is over, I will seal off the coast of the East Sea. Except for the mortals who have not become immortals and the Tai Jingxian, no one can stay there for more than 100 years. Feng Zichen made up his mind. He was determined not to show any mercy. In the future, the human clan immortals would go to the untainted land to fight for their lives. Whether they lived or died depended on themselves. Yes, the 12 giant cities of the human clan are not in danger for the time being. Moreover, they have the chaotic formation as a trump card. I think that these ferocious beasts, whose strength is no higher than the Tai Jingxian level, should not be able to break the defense of the chaotic formation. In this case, I should go and do my own thing. With this thought, Feng Zichen turned into a purple light and flew to the east. There, in order to protect the untainted land, the 10,000 clans of the untainted land were engaged in bloody battles with the ferocious beasts. The human clan was also one of the 10,000 clans of the untainted land. How could no one participate in the battle? Today, Feng Zichen would represent the human clan and fight the ferocious beasts with the other clans of the untainted land to protect the untainted land. Boom, boom, boom. In the east of the untainted land, torrential evil tribulation chi soared into the sky. Billowing murderous intent spread in all directions. Many figures with dazzling spiritual light fought fiercely with the ferocious beasts. The scene was extremely tragic. Roar. Die. With a loud roar, a Tai Jingxian of the sorcerer clan suddenly revealed his true form and tore a ferocious beast apart. Beside him, a Tai Jingxian of the demon clan also revealed his true form. He was 10,000 feet tall and killed the ferocious beast in front of him. Another Qilin walked out, causing the earth to tremble and kill the ferocious beasts one after another. In the sky, the phoenix of the five virtues let out a long cry and spat out Nanmingli fire, burning a large number of ferocious beasts to death. There were various clans here. They temporarily put aside their hatred for each other and killed the ferocious beasts together. Haha, here I come. Influenced by the atmosphere here, Feng Zichen let out a long laugh and stepped into the battlefield. The 5 chis in his chest spurted out and formed the 5 emperors' great handprint, blasting a ferocious beast into pieces. Chapter 82. Roar. Feng Zichen's powerful entrance into the battlefield naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding ferocious beasts. With a loud roar, a mountain-like ferocious beast swooped down. You're courting death. With a cold snort, Feng Zichen's body shook. The furnace of heaven and earth suddenly flew out and collided with the ferocious beast that swooped down. Boom! The ferocious beast exploded on the spot, turning into a rain of blood that was refined by the furnace of heaven and earth. Since Feng Zichen stepped into the Taijingxian realm, he had not fought with anyone. Countless Taijingxian cultivators had gathered here, regardless of whether they were ferocious beasts or other races. It was a good opportunity for him to test his true strength. With a flip of his right hand, the Zichen sword appeared in his hand. With a flash of cold light, the sword chi swept in all directions, killing the ferocious beasts one by one. Who is this person? Those ferocious beasts can't even withstand one move from him. Moreover, judging from his aura, this person is only at the early stage of Taijingxian, the same realm as those ferocious beasts. How can he be so powerful? Seeing Feng Zichen's performance, the people on the battlefield were shocked and could not help but be curious about his origin. Unfortunately, although the mighty figures in the Untainted Land had heard of the human tribe, they were not well known in the Untainted Land. No matter how hard they racked their brains, they could not guess Feng Zichen's origin. Raising the Zichen sword, Feng Zichen gently flicked his index finger. With a melodious sword sound, boundless sword chi shot out and killed several ferocious beasts that were pouncing on him. Alas! Too weak. With a sigh, Feng Zichen turned into a purple sword light and flew to the center of the battlefield. The periphery of the battlefield was full of ferocious beasts at the early stage of Taijingxian. They were no match for him at all. The center of the battlefield was different. The ferocious beasts, there were even half-step Daluo beasts. Only there could he give Feng Zichen enough pressure and allow him to unleash his full strength. As soon as Feng Zichen entered the center of the battlefield, a late-stage Taijingxian beast opened its huge mouth and spat out a jet of black light at him. This jet black light was incomparably deep, and it was actually completely condensed from innate baleful chi. It charged straight towards Feng Zichen's forehead, intending to destroy his soul and true spirit. Go! On Feng Zichen's forehead, the innate yang divine light shot out and destroyed the innate murderous chi. Then the innate extreme yang divine light burned the beast to ashes without slowing down. As if they had sensed Feng Zichen's strength after he had killed the ferocious beast, the surrounding ferocious beasts all ran away, not daring to approach him. However, just because the dire beast did not dare to provoke Feng Zichen did not mean that he did not dare to provoke the dire beast. Die! With a roar, a 5-colored brilliance surged from his body and turned into the innate 5 elements divine light, sweeping across 1,000,000 miles. The innate 5 elements divine light was already extremely powerful, and after Feng Zichen entered the Taijingxian realm, its power had multiplied. When he used it, it could be said to be earth-shattering. Under the 5 elements divine light, the dire beasts were turned into innate murderous chi one after another. Instantly, the area within 1,000,000 miles was cleared. In the center of the battlefield, the liches and yaoists stood on the spot in shock. They did not know what kind of divine light was that it could be so powerful. Strange, where are the half-step Daluo-level dire beasts? No matter how surprised the liches and yaoists were, Feng Zichen frowned and muttered to himself. Logically speaking, he had killed so many dire beasts. Even if the half-step Daluo-level dire beasts did not have intelligence, they would still instinctively attack him. However, after such a long time, the half-step Daluo-level dire beasts did not even show up, let alone attack him. This was very abnormal. What a powerful divine light. With this divine light, you are almost invincible under the Daluo level. Just as Feng Zichen was puzzled, a loud voice rang in his ears. Then the world suddenly changed. A Kangming continent, exuding an ancient and savage aura, suddenly appeared in front of him. On that continent, numerous enormous figures were engaged in an intense battle with ferocious beasts shrouded in murderous auras. Every time they collided, the space trembled, the laws of nature roared, and a terrifying aura spread in all directions. They are half-step Daluo-level dire beasts. At this moment, Feng Zichen suddenly understood. No wonder they could not be found on the battlefield. It turned out that they had opened up another battlefield. This is a fragment of the ancient wilderness. Our friends from the Kirin clan specially brought it here for us to use in battles. After all, at our level of strength, if we go all out, it will inevitably cause a certain amount of damage to the ancient wilderness. The person who pulled Feng Zichen to this battlefield continued to explain in a loud voice, "If we fight here, we will not have such concerns. We can go all out to kill the dire beast." At the half-step Daluo Jingxian level, he had already glimpsed a trace of the true essence of the Great Tao. If he went all out, he could shake the Great Tao of the ancient wilderness. Although he could not destroy the ancient wilderness, it would not be difficult to destroy the surrounding earth veins. Therefore, they needed to open up another battlefield and isolate themselves from the ancient wilderness. "Yes, I understand. Thank you very much." Feng Zichen nodded and thanked the person. If he had not pulled him here, it would be troublesome to find this place by himself. "Haha, no need to be so polite. It's all for the sake of the ancient wilderness." The person laughed heartily. At this time, Feng Zichen followed the sound of the hearty laughter and found the trace of him. On the vast land there was a giant tens of thousands of feet tall. 2 yellow snakes were hanging from his ears and 2 yellow snakes were coiled around his arms. He held a wooden staff and was fighting with 3 ferocious dire beasts. Quafu. Seeing him like this, Feng Zichen immediately thought of a legendary figure in the legends of later generations. According to the classic of mountains and seas, a man had 2 yellow snakes and named them Quafu. Quafu was very similar to the giant in front of Feng Zichen. Is he Quafu? I didn't expect that he had not been promoted to the Daluo Jingxian level yet. However, looking at his power, it won't take long. I'm afraid that after this chaos, he will be promoted. After guessing the identity of Quafu, Feng Zichen thought to himself. Quafu was fighting 1 against 3, but he seemed to be at ease. He even had time to pull Feng Zichen here, which showed his strength. "My friend, don't be in a daze. Do you see the mass of chaotic air in the center of the continent? Quickly brush it with your innate 5-colored divine light and see if you can destroy it. That is the source of the dire beast. It can continuously create dire beasts. If it is not destroyed, it will be useless no matter how many dire beasts we kill." Quafu hurriedly shouted when he saw Feng Zichen was in a daze. Is there such a thing? Hearing Quafu's words, Feng Zichen's doubts disappeared. No wonder the number of dire beasts did not decrease after so many years of fighting with the dire beast. It turned out that this was the root of it. Chapter 83. Following Quafu's instructions, Feng Zichen activated his sun-moon divine eyes. Divine light flashed in his eyes as he looked towards the center of the continent. There, the chaotic chi and chaotic evil chi intertwined. As the chaotic chi circulated, it gave birth to many ferocious beasts that attacked in all directions. Void creation, what a terrifying divine power. Although he was shocked, Feng Zichen did not slow down. He immediately mobilized all the dermic power in his body and 5 rays of light shot into the sky. The 5 rays of light no longer spread outwards. Instead, they gathered around Feng Zichen's body and surged around him. Moments later, the 5 rays of light gradually converged and turned into a divine sword that was about 1,000 miles long. Go! The 5 elements divine sword took shape. Feng Zichen pointed at the chaotic chi. The void shattered silently and the 5 elements divine sword suddenly disappeared. When the 5 elements divine sword reappeared, it was already above the chaotic chi. As the 5 elements divine sword circulated, it slashed at the chaotic chi. Just as the 5 elements divine sword was about to hit the chaotic chi trembled and a terrifying aura spread out. A half-step Daluo-level ferocious beast leaped out. Roar! The ferocious beast looked like a tiger. It had horns on its head and bone spikes all over its body. After it was born, it roared at the sky and suddenly blocked the chaotic chi in front of the 5 elements divine sword. With a boom, the 5 elements divine sword shattered and the tiger-shaped ferocious beast was split in half. However, the chaotic chi flickered slightly and a chaotic chi accompanied by evil chi fell, causing the ferocious beast to return to normal. As it roared, it pounced at Feng Zichen. Damn it! I was so close. Not far away, Quafu saw this scene and was furious. He waved his wooden staff and used even more strength, smashing a ferocious beast's brain. Unfortunately, if he did not destroy the chaotic qi, these ferocious beasts would be immortal. A grayish-black light rose from the ferocious beast. In an instant, it returned to normal and continued to attack Quafu. Seeing the tiger-shaped ferocious beast charging at him, Feng Zichen's body flickered with the innate yang divine light and swept out towards the chaotic qi. At the same time, Feng Zichen picked up Zichen's sword and charged at the ferocious beast to hold it back so that it was unable to save the chaotic qi. The heavenly cycle sword qi swept out sword qi, slashing at the ferocious beast. However, due to the presence of the demon clan, Feng Zichen did not dare to summon the starlight. Otherwise, if the demonic beast saw the cosmic starlight following him when he made his move, they would immediately abandon the ferocious beasts and charge at him. Star starry Tian stars light starry heavens. Feng Feng his eyes, as that's yes him, he demon Feng demonic beast. If that wasn't the case, why would he spend so much effort to condense an avatar? Wasn't it all for the sole purpose of controlling Zhouxing? Without Zhouxing's augmentation, the sword qi slashed at the ferocious beast's body like metal clashing against stone. It failed to even break through the ferocious beast's skin. After all, Feng Zichen and the ferocious beast were separated by 3 minor realms. While the heavenly cycle sword qi was thwarted, the innate yang divine light was also obstructed. As the chaotic qi trembled again, another half-step Daluo level ferocious beast walked out and blocked the innate yang divine light. I refuse to believe that you can keep creating half-step Daluo level ferocious beasts. After suffering a series of setbacks, Feng Zichen was enraged. Just as he was about to conjure his chaos bead and blast out a chaotic divine light, the ferocious beast suddenly stopped in front of him. The tiger-shaped ferocious beast in front of him suddenly spat out a black light at him, forcing Feng Zichen to give up his spell and stand up to defend himself. A purple beam of light surged out of his body, transforming into a purple screen that protected him. It was the Hongmeng immortal light that could repel all dharma. Back when Shen Qing received the 3 Pure Dao Sutra, Feng Zichen naturally received a copy as his main body. Although the 3 Pure One's Dao path was different from his, the 3 Pure Ones had a high cultivation level. The cultivation techniques they summarized contained their insights into the Great Dao and their knowledge of the universe. Shen Qing gained insights into the 9 Heavens immortal light from it, while he gained insights into the Hongmeng immortal light. As the black light shimmered, it emitted an aura that could corrode everything. When it struck the Hongmeng immortal light, it caused the Hongmeng immortal light to tremble incessantly. But moments later, the Hongmeng immortal light adapted to its powers and devoured it. Umph! With a cold snort, the Swearin lantern appeared above Feng Zichen's head, sprinkling down a little bit of kindling flame to burn the tiger-shaped ferocious beast. On the other side, the newborn ferocious beast saw Feng Zichen fighting the tiger-shaped ferocious beast endlessly. It roared loudly and charged towards him. Feng Zichen was already struggling to deal with a half-step Daluo-level ferocious beast, let alone 2. After dozens of exchanges, his aura began to become chaotic. Bang! He turned around and dodged the tiger-shaped ferocious beast's huge claw, but the other ferocious beast's attack came one after another. Feng Zichen was caught off guard and was swept away by the huge claw, sending him flying. Fortunately, the human path radiance on his body flickered, and the black robe appeared, blocking the attack. Otherwise, it would not be as simple as being sent flying. If this continues, I'll be exhausted to death by these 2 ferocious beasts sooner or later. Feng Zichen thought to himself as he steadied himself. Then, he casually threw out the 10,000 elephant divine thunder to extinguish the black light spat out by the tiger-shaped ferocious beast. Then, the 5 qi in his chest rose, and he blasted out the 5 emperor's great handprint. Then, the heaven and earth furnace suddenly flew out and knocked away the other ferocious beast that was chasing after him. Unfortunately, with the mass of chaotic qi they were practically immortal. After taking 2 powerful attacks head-on, they shook their heads and continued to charge towards Feng Zichen. Bastards! Are you addicted to it? Surrounded by 2 ferocious beasts again, Feng Zichen cursed angrily. He held the Zichen sword and slashed at them fiercely. Clang! 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 The bodies of these 2 ferocious beasts were extremely hard, much stronger than heaven's spiritual treasures. However, under Feng Zichen's full power, the Zichen sword shone with starlight and thunder, and its power suddenly soared. Huge wounds appeared on the bodies of the 2 ferocious beasts. Roar! The 2 ferocious beasts were in pain and became even more ferocious. Streams of connate murderous qi swept out and rushed towards Feng Zichen. As the man and the two ferocious beasts fought, tribulation chi, and ferocious chi all gathered here, making the place even more terrifying. With a rumble, the aftermath of the battle between the three of them spread out and shook the surroundings. Open for me. Seeing an opportunity, Feng Zichen sank his will into his sea of consciousness and awakened Pengu's memory of splitting the sky. Surrounded by the heaven-splitting Taoist rhyme, he suddenly swung his sword. This is the aura of Father God. On the other side, Quafu, who was fighting with the ferocious beasts, sensed the aura that triggered his bloodline and could not help but look at Feng Zichen in shock. Under the powerful power of the heaven-splitting Taoist rhyme, the tiger-shaped ferocious beast was split into two. There was a supreme Taoist rhyme around the wound. Under the influence of this Taoist rhyme, no matter how many streams of chaotic chi rushed over, the tiger-shaped ferocious beast could not be restored. With a wail, the tiger-shaped ferocious beast shattered and turned into a cloud of chaotic chi floating in the air. Chapter 84. Just as Feng Zichen was about to slash at another beast with the Zichen sword in his hand, something strange happened. Inside the chaos bead, the tree of world shook violently and waved its roots wildly, causing the chaos chi to become agitated and form chaos tides. Sensing the change in the tree of world, Feng Zichen released the connection between the tree of world and the outside world to see what it was doing. After reconnecting with the outside world, the tree of world extended a root that crossed layers of the void and took root in the chaos chi that the giant tiger had turned into after its death, absorbing it madly. I forgot that the chaos chi is the tree of world's favorite tonic. After knowing the tree of world's purpose, Feng Zichen ignored it and attacked the other ferocious beast. You've been suppressing me for so long. It's time for you to pay the price. With a cold smile, Feng Zichen activated the power of the 5 elements in his body and turned it into a glorious emperor's throne. Shadows of the 5 emperors appeared on it and pressed down on the ferocious beast, immobilizing it. Raising the Zichen sword, Feng Zichen slashed down. A light that seemed to split heaven and earth flashed, and the ferocious beast shattered silently, turning into a cloud of chaos chi. Rumble. After absorbing the 2 clouds of chaos chi that were half a step away from Daluo-level ferocious beasts, the tree of world continued to grow taller until it reached a height of 2 million feet. Go! Seeing that the tree of world was still unsatisfied, Feng Zichen had an idea. He pointed at the mass of chaotic air and ordered the tree of world. Buzz buzz buzz. Amid the vibrations, the tree of world quietly retreated, revealing its fear. At the same time, a desire flowed out of the tree of world and was transmitted to Feng Zichen's heart, as if urging him to quickly take the cloud of chaos chi for it to absorb. Trash. The tree of world's pathetic performance made Feng Zichen furious. He cursed and cut off its connection with the outside world again. Phew. This cloud of chaos chi is really troublesome. Looking at the cloud of chaos chi, Feng Zichen panted slightly. With his current strength, using the heaven-splitting Dao rhyme twice in a row was still too much for him. That's the aura of Ancestor God Pangu. Who is he? He has the opportunity to gain the Ancestor God's Dao rhyme. On the Kangmeng continent, many experts gasped when they sensed the sacred and lofty aura. They hurriedly diverted a little of their attention to Feng Zichen. However, Feng Zichen's body was shrouded in the primordial celestial light. When the crowd looked at him, they could only see a hazy purple light that seemed real and illusory at the same time. Just as Feng Zichen was recuperating in a corner, a strange voice was heard. Fellow Taoist, you're really lucky to have a trace of heaven-splitting Taoist rhyme. I'm really envious of you. Who is it? Feng Zichen frowned. His mighty divine sense surged out and swept in all directions to find traces of the speaker. In the void, an illusory figure appeared in front of Feng Zichen and explained, Dao friend, please don't misunderstand. Poor Wei is Zhu Jian of the demon race. He has something important to discuss with you. He has no evil intentions. So it's Dao friend Zhu Jian, a disciple of Emperor Nvuo's palace. Feng Zichen greets you. Feng Zichen said indifferently after knowing the identity of the person. Emperor Nvuo's palace. Dao friend is a disciple of a saint. No wonder you're so extraordinary. Zhu Jian's heart was in turmoil, and his tone unconsciously became more polite. As a member of the demon race, how could he not know where Emperor Nvuo's palace was? It was the residence of Saint Nuwa. Since this person was personally taught by a saint, it was reasonable for him to have such remarkable abilities. Zhu Jian did not doubt Feng Zichen's words. Pretending to be a disciple of a saint in the untainted land was not the way to court death. No, Dao friend, you've misunderstood. Poor Wei is only taught by Her Majesty. He is not Her Majesty's disciple. Seeing that Zhu Jian had given him the title of a sage's disciple, Feng Zichen panicked and hurriedly explained himself. When he was young, he was favored by Nuwa and was given the 36 Heavenly Dipper transformation and the congenital pearl. Therefore, it was not a problem for him to call himself a disciple of Nuwa. Even if Nuwa knew about it, she would not care. However, a disciple was different. He was the successor of her orthodoxy, and his fate was connected with hers. Feng Zichen had not even met Nuwa. How could he call himself a disciple of her? Isn't that courting death? Even so, poor Wei and the others are envious of you. Although Zhu Jian said that, he did not look down on Suemo. Since Her Majesty Nuwa became a saint for so many years, there was only one person who could be taught by her. This person must be related to the saint. Dao friend, why are you looking for poor Wei? Since he had achieved his goal of intimidating Zhu Jian, Feng Zichen did not want to talk about the saint with Zhu Jian. He took the initiative to change the topic back to business. Poor Wei and the others noticed that you have the Taoist rhyme of heaven opening and can destroy the mass of chaotic qi. Therefore they are here to ask you to destroy it. Zhu Jian became serious when they talked about business. It's not difficult to destroy the mass of chaotic qi. However, there are countless ferocious beasts. They have blocked all of poor Wei's skills. In this case, how can I destroy it? If he could hit it, Feng Zichen would have done it long ago. He would not have waited until now. Dao friend, you don't have to worry about this. When you have finished recuperating, you only need to inform us. Poor Wei and the others will attack together to stop the ferocious beasts for you. Zhu Jian smiled. He had already planned this out. That's great. After saying that, Feng Zichen sat down with his legs crossed. A congenital 8 trigrams diagram appeared around him. As it rotated, it absorbed the vital qi from all directions and restored his body. This is Emperor Shi's congenital 8 trigrams. Zhu Jian, who was about to leave, saw this scene and his pupils shrank. He was extremely shocked that this man could be related to Emperor Shi. Scary, this is really scary. A few days later, Feng Zichen stood up and sent a message to everyone. Dao friends, what are you waiting for? Okay. Zhu Jian responded and turned into a giant beast with a human face, a leopard's body, cow's ears, one eye, and a long tail. He knocked away the ferocious beasts beside him and charged towards the mass of chaotic qi. On the other side, Quafu threw out his wooden staff. A green light shone and turned into a peach forest. It trapped the ferocious beasts fighting with him and also charged towards the mass of chaotic qi. At the same time, a person stomped the ground and turned into a beast. Its head was like a dragon, its body was like a horse, its body was like a deer, and its tail was like an ox's tail. There were 5 colored fur patterns on its back and yellow fur on its abdomen. It was the auspicious beast Kylan. It charged towards the mass of chaotic qi. Someone roared at the sky. Boundless murderous aura swept out and turned into an ape-like giant beast with a white head and bare feet. It was the divine beast Juyan. He held a killing sword in his hand and forced the ferocious beasts around him to retreat. He then charged towards the mass of chaotic qi. On the Kangming continent, primitive experts burst into action. Their auras were earth-shattering and caused the continent to tremble as if it was about to break apart. The mass of chaotic qi seemed to have sensed danger. It trembled violently and half-step Daluo-level ferocious beasts walked out and faced the numerous experts. Chapter 85. Now's the time. Feng Zichen seized the opportunity while the ferocious beasts were being held back by the prehistoric experts. He suddenly swung his sword at the ball of chaotic qi. Boundless sword light lit up on Zichen's sword, giving birth to endless mysteries of the great Tao. It slashed out with an earth-shattering momentum. Although the ball of chaotic qi could create ferocious beasts, it did not possess any offensive power. Without the protection of the ferocious beasts, how could it block the sword light that swept over? The sword light slashed the ball of chaotic qi with a loud boom, splitting it into 2. After the ball of chaotic qi was split apart, it gave birth to clear and turbid qi. The clear qi was light and agile and slowly rose up, while the turbid qi was heavy and gradually sank, showing signs of turning into heaven and earth. Rumble. The great Tao rumbled, reverberating in all directions. The new heaven and earth suddenly collapsed, and the clear and turbid qi gathered at the center of heaven and earth, wanting to turn back into a ball of chaotic qi. At the same time, The countless ferocious beasts on the Kangmang continent immediately went berserk when they saw the ball of chaotic qi being attacked. As they bared their fangs and brandished their claws, tyrannical qi rolled out, and their aura more than doubled. In a normal battle, the prehistoric experts would be able to exhaust the ferocious beasts to death even if they were twice as strong. But now, the ferocious beasts only wanted to defend against the ball of chaotic qi, and did not fight the prehistoric experts at all. They allowed the countless attacks to land on their bodies, and desperately rushed towards the center of the continent. His fearless aura deeply shocked the many great Desolatian experts. The pressure on everyone suddenly multiplied. Fellow cultivator, quickly attack. We can't hold on for long. Zhujian roared at Feng Zichen after forcing a ferocious beast to retreat with difficulty. Seeing the crisis, Feng Zichen did not care too much. He took out a ball of Fortune Yuan liquid from the chaos bead and swallowed it. In an instant, boundless Fortune Yuan qi exploded in his body, spreading to his limbs and bones, causing his body to be filled with the white light of fortune. Ah! Feng Zichen felt as if his body was about to explode under the pressure of the creation qi. He could not help but roar. While he could still maintain his clarity, he gathered his mind and sank into the depths of his memories. The scenes of Pangu fighting against the 3,000 chaos demon gods during the chaos era flashed before his eyes one by one, causing him to be engrossed in them. Following the feeling in his heart, Feng Zichen raised the Zichen sword in his hand and swung it 9 times at the mass of chaotic air. With every swing of the sword, the light of creation on Feng Zichen's body dimmed a little. After 7 strikes, the creation qi in his body was completely depleted. Feng Zichen panted heavily after all 9 swords had been unleashed. His face was pale and his forehead was covered with bean-sized beads of sweat. He fell from the sky powerlessly and crashed heavily onto the ground. On the other hand, the 9 rays of sword light were vast and boundless while suffused with a simple aura of the Tao. It seemed as if boundless grand Taos were being derived from them as they successively blasted onto the ball of chaotic qi. Crack! The ball of chaotic qi shattered, giving birth to clear and turbid qi. Then 2 elements were born. Earth, fire, water, and wind intertwined. The qi of the 5 elements cycled back and forth, deducing a magnificent world. In the world, thousands of Taos of heaven and earth appeared one after another, giving birth to divine chains of laws. Endless great Tao runes danced in the air, constructing the order of heaven and earth. The laws of heaven and earth were fully manifested, and the mysteries of the great Tao were contained within. However, the world was just born and was extremely unstable. It also lacked something to suppress it. Therefore, the world collapsed and headed towards destruction shortly after its birth. The destruction of a world, how great was the power contained within it? The void shattered layer by layer, and the laws of heaven and earth clanged as they broke apart. The qi of earth, fire, water, and wind surged, and the qi of the 5 elements danced chaotically. Rays of destructive qi shot out, wantonly destroying everything around them. In the end, the world exploded with a loud bang. With the center of the Kangmang continent as the origin, a boundless force swept in all directions. The void immediately ceased to exist, and the continent was instantly destroyed. Not good. Retreat quickly. Seeing this scene, many experts of the wilderness were so horrified that their faces turned pale. They abandoned their opponents and fled into the wilderness. Even the ferocious beasts could not help but show fear in the face of the power generated when the world was destroyed. They howled and fled into the wilderness. While everyone was frantically fleeing, the world tree quietly extended a root from the chaos bead, avoiding everyone's perception. It took root in the center of the world and carefully absorbed the remaining power of the world. Fellow cultivator, quickly follow me and leave. Quafu, who was passing by, was shocked to see Feng Zichen lying on the ground. He hurriedly pulled him up and rushed out. Boom! When everyone and the ferocious beasts returned to the wilderness, the Kangmang continent shattered, and a destructive storm swept out. Everything in its path was destroyed. I didn't expect the chaotic qi ball to contain so much power. Fortunately, we ran quickly. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Everyone still had some lingering fear after escaping the Kangmang continent. Thank you, fellow cultivator. After adjusting his breathing, Feng Zichen's face was much rosier. He could already walk normally. He got up and thanked Quafu. Fellow cultivator, you don't need to thank us. If you hadn't broken the chaotic qi ball, we would still be fighting with the ferocious beasts. We should be the ones thanking you. How can we let you thank us? Quafu waved his hand at Feng Zichen and smiled embarrassedly. Fellow cultivator Kwafu is right. Without your help, who knows how long we would have to wait to break the chaotic chi ball. Yes, we have to thank you for breaking the chaotic chi ball. Otherwise, when the Taoist priest returned, we wouldn't have been able to quell the chaos of the ferocious beasts. We would have been doomed. After recovering from the aftermath of the apocalypse, everyone thanked Feng Zichen one after another. You're too kind, fellow cultivators. The ferocious beasts are the public enemy of the wilderness. As a member of the wilderness, it is my duty to exterminate the ferocious beasts. Feng Zichen smiled and didn't take their praise to heart. Everyone present was either an ancestor or an overlord in the future. They were all people like Daluo. Feng Zichen didn't believe that they didn't have the means to break the chaotic chi ball. It was just that they didn't want to reveal their trump cards because they had many enemies here. It should be said that after so many years, the shaman and demon race had already accumulated a blood feud that couldn't be resolved. As soon as they met, they would fight to the death. Although the two races had temporarily put aside their hatred because of the ferocious beasts, Feng Zichen felt that it was impossible for them to work together wholeheartedly against the enemy. Fellow cultivators, now that the chaotic chi ball has been destroyed, these ferocious beasts can no longer come back to life. We'd better get rid of them as soon as possible. Feng Zichen changed the topic and said to the others. The ferocious beasts came to the wilderness. Driven by their instincts, they destroyed everything in front of them. In the blink of an eye, they destroyed several earth veins. These ferocious beasts deserve to die. Cursing, Zhu Jian said to Feng Zichen, Fellow cultivator Zichen, please rest for a while. Leave these ferocious beasts to us. As they spoke, they rushed toward the ferocious beasts. Chapter 86. Many Daluo Jingxian half-step Daluo Jingxian fought in an earth-shattering battle, causing the world to lose its color and the mountains to shake. Although it was a chaotic battle, everyone had their own groups. The demon clan joined forces and formed a star formation. They activated the power of Zhouxing and stabilized the boundless void. Then they attacked the ferocious beast. The wizard clan revealed their huge wizard true forms. As they moved, boundless turbid air gushed out, stabilizing the vast land and attacking the ferocious beasts. Under the effect of these two formations, the void became more stable and the earth became heavier. When everyone was fighting, they could no longer shake the world and destroy the untainted land. Without any scruples, the rest of the people attacked without holding back. In the roar, a majestic aura rose into the sky and hit the firmament. Connate spiritual treasures appeared in everyone's hands, filled with Taoist rhymes and overflowing with spiritual light. Die. In the roar, everyone took out their connate spiritual treasures. Dazzling divine light burst out and swept towards the countless ferocious beasts. One side was barehanded while the other side was armed with spiritual treasures. The ferocious beasts, who were already inferior to the people of the untainted land, were no match for them. Roar, roar, roar. Wherever the divine light reached, cries of agony could be heard. The ferocious beasts were crushed by the divine light and turned into clouds of chaotic chi. They scattered into the untainted land and strengthened the origin of the world. Just as the people of the untainted land were fighting with the ferocious beasts, the Tree of World finally absorbed the remaining power of the world and underwent a shocking change. In the rumbling, the Tree of World continued to grow taller. Runes of the Great Tao emerged from its body, emitting dazzling divine light. The light was incredible and indescribable. It was the light of the Great Tao, mysterious and unpredictable. The patterns on its body were constantly changing, describing the changes of the Great Tao. The branches and leaves swayed and rustled. It was like the sound of Tao attracting people to enter the Tao. As the roots floated, the connection with the endless dimension became closer. Connate chi rolled over and fell down in the form of spiritual rain, forming a lake under its body that was dazzling with spiritual light. On the branches, hazy shadows of worlds appeared. They were lifted in the void by the Tree of World, as if they were about to become real. Strands of origin of heaven and earth flowed down from the Tree of World and into Feng Zichen's body. They constantly washed over his body, causing all sorts of wondrous changes to his body. There was the rise and fall of yin and yang, the appearance of black rabbits, the arrival and departure of tides, the bright and dark of the wind and rain, the rumbling of thunder and lightning, the puffing of clouds, the standing of mountains and rivers, the flourishing and withering of plants and trees, the silence of movement and silence, the opening and closing of the changes, all of which were similar to the sky. Ah! With a long roar, Feng Zichen's innate Tao patterns intertwined in his body and released a dazzling divine light. A vast aura erupted and shook the surrounding void. With the assistance of the quintessence of the heavens and the earth this time, even though his cultivation hadn't broken through, his quintessence had strengthened greatly. Every single move he made conformed with the heavens and the earth, and the aura of the Tao coiled around it. Come. Standing up, Feng Zichen's face was filled with excitement. He suddenly took out the Zichen sword and jumped into the battlefield, killing the group of beasts. Chi. Amidst the sound of the air being torn apart, a dazzling sword light shot out and pierced through a ferocious beast. After that, the ferocious beast split apart in midair, giving birth to Clear and Turbid, and then it transformed into the Tao and left. What's the origin of this sword light? It's actually able to transform one into the Tao? Terrifying, truly terrifying to the extreme. Under the sword light, everyone felt a wave of fear and trepidation as if they were about to transform into the Tao, and a wisp of fear couldn't help but arise in their hearts. I never expected that this battle would actually allow me to comprehend a trace of the Tao aura of heaven splitting. Even Feng Zichen himself was shocked by the might of this sword strike. For the sake of destroying the mass of chaotic chi, he'd forcefully drawn upon the memory of splitting open the heavens and barely managed to slash out 9 sword lights that contained the Tao aura of heaven splitting. Even though it caused his body to be injured, he'd comprehended a trace of the Tao aura of heaven splitting because of it. The Tao aura of heaven splitting was Pangu's highest achievement, and it was the essence of his grand Tao. Even if Feng Zichen had only comprehended a little bit of it, it still possessed inconceivable might. Haha. Feng Zichen was delighted in his heart, and he roared with laughter while his attacks became even more ferocious. He intended to seize this opportunity to deepen his understanding of the Tao aura of heaven splitting. 8,000 years later, as the last half-step Daluo-level ferocious beast fell, the sky was filled with auspicious clouds, golden light, and propitious chi. Boundless chi of heaven and earth gathered in the sky. Slaying the ferocious beasts was an act of protecting the eldritch world, and the heavenly way was never stingy with its rewards for meritorious people. As the Tao sound reverberated, the chi of heaven and earth merit suddenly dispersed and turned into balls of golden light that entered everyone's bodies. Among them, the most chi of heaven and earth merit entered Feng Zichen's body. After all, he was the one who'd shattered the mass of chaotic chi. Sigh. Realizing this, everyone present couldn't help but sigh in regret. Feng Zichen, who was watching from the side, couldn't stop laughing. In order to hide their strength, these people were unwilling to destroy the mass of chaotic chi, and so they tricked him, a newcomer, into doing it. Now they're dumbfounded. They allowed him to gain so much merit for no reason. As the battle here came to an end, the quasi-sage battle in the heavens beyond heaven also came to an end. Di Jun wielded the sun god sword and suddenly slashed out a majestic sword ray, splitting a late-stage quasi-sage ferocious beast in half. Then, without giving the ferocious beast a chance to recover, the He Tu and Luo Shu flew out and turned into a Khanate 9 palace diagram, sucking the ferocious beast into it. Accompanied by a series of howls, the Khanate 9 palace diagram refined the ferocious beast into a mass of chaotic origin, which was then taken by Di Jun. On the other side, Fushi sat cross-legged in the chaos, his hands constantly strumming the Fushi zither. In the melodious sound of the zither, lines of Khanate Tao patterns appeared and bound a quasi-sage ferocious beast. Clang. Suddenly, the sound of the zither changed and turned into an unparalleled killing sound. Wherever the sound waves reached, layers of the void were destroyed and everything was killed. Roar. With a painful howl, the ferocious beast was shredded into pieces by the sound waves. At the same time, the Khanate Tao patterns that bound the ferocious beast suddenly moved and turned into a Khanate 8 trigrams diagram, which started to spin on its own. Before the ferocious beast could reform its body, it was refined into a mass of chaotic origin by the 8 trigrams power that surged over. Die. Di Jiang roared. Under the ferocious beast's incredulous gaze, the concept of space was erased. In an instant, the void no longer existed and everything returned to the void. Only the ferocious beast's origin was left after it died. On the other side, the candle dragon suddenly exploded. The aura of time spread, and the timeline of the ferocious beast that was fighting against him started to rewind. In the end, it returned to the state before it was born, the origin of chaos. Seeing that Di Jun and the others killed their opponents first, Taoist Kundi felt that he had lost face and was furious. You're courting death. As the wonderful tree of 7 treasures waved, it triggered the laws of heaven and earth and killed a ferocious beast on the spot. Junior brother, you're too focused. Taoist Jianghu sighed, but he did not show any mercy. He suddenly waved the green lotus flag in his hand, and white qi floated in the air and thousands of rays of golden light, crushing the ferocious beast in front of him. Chapter 87. In outer heavens, dozens of pre-saint mighty figures burst forth at the same time, charging at the beasts. Their powerful aura shook the world, causing the chaotic qi to surge, the sun, moon and stars to tremble and the heavenly court to shake. How dare you! On the sun, Dong Huang Tai, who was recovering in seclusion, was awakened by the majestic aura. He couldn't help but open his eyes. In an instant, time and space stopped and all was silent. The heavenly court stopped shaking and the sun, moon and stars stopped trembling. The chaotic qi returned to its calmness, and the surging majestic aura also disappeared silently. This Tai is even stronger. In outer heavens, many mighty figures noticed the changes below, and were deeply shocked by Tai's strength. The demons were naturally excited, their faces filled with excitement. The stronger Tai was, the stronger the demons would be. How could they not be happy? The Wu tribe, on the other hand, looked very uncomfortable. Every time Tai improved, he could activate the Bell of Chaos to a greater extent, which was a great threat to the Wu tribe. The other mighty figures all had different thoughts. Some saw hope in Tai's breakthrough, and were naturally delighted. Some saw that the demons were getting stronger and couldn't help but frown. Tai deserves to be called the #1 expert in the untainted land. He actually took advantage of the opportunity of fighting with the chaos demonic god to go one step further and reach the great completeness of sage to be. Inside the palace of Empress Nviwa, Nuwa praised. One had to know that before becoming a saint, he was only a mid-stage pre-saint. Haha, my path is complete. Taoist Mingi smiled proudly. He took out the two Khanate killing swords Yuan-Tu and Avici. Cold killing intent suddenly flew out and killed a beast. Is this Taoist Mingi crazy? The mighty figures couldn't help but feel disgusted when they saw Mingi laughing for no reason. Taoist Mingi was a Khanate god born in the blood sea of the netherworld. When he was born, he stood on the 12th grade red lotus of karmic fire and held the two swords, Yuan-Tu and Avici. These three were all supreme grade Khanate spiritual treasures. The 12th grade red lotus of karmic fire was formed from the lotus seed of the green lotus of creation. The Yuan-Tu and Avici twin swords were the embodiment of killing weapons between heaven and earth. They would not be tainted by karma when killing people. They were true treasures of killing. With three supreme grade primordial spiritual treasures as his accompanying spiritual treasures, it could be said that in the entire untainted land, no one could compare to Mingi except the Eastern Emperor Tai, who was born with the Bell of Chaos. Even the three pure ones could not compare to him. Logically speaking, Taoist Mingi was born with great luck and was a top great divine ability in the untainted land. He should be a distinguished guest of many mighty figures. Unfortunately, the netherworld sea of blood was formed from Pangu's stomach, causing waves of blood to surge within it, causing fish and prawns to be unable to move about, birds and insects to be absent. All the evil qi in the heavens and the earth had gathered here, and there were even countless incomplete spirits gathered here, causing it to be a great filthy place in the heavens and the earth. Taoist Mingi was born among them. In addition, he was a loner and had a strong murderous nature. Naturally, many powerful figures did not like him. As a result, he did not have any friends in the primordial world and was faintly excluded from the mainstream. Sensing the disgust on everyone's faces, Taoist Mingi snorted coldly and flicked his sleeves to collect the origin of chaos. His figure flashed and he returned to the blood sea. Seeing Taoist Mingi leave, everyone's eyebrows twitched. They felt that something big was about to happen, so they quickly left and returned to the untainted land. In the depths of the blood sea, Taoist Mingi stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at the origin of chaos floating in the air and could not hide his excitement. With this item, today is the day I, Mingi, attain Tao. Taoist Mingi's excitement made him look crazy. He made a series of incantations, causing the blood sea to surge continuously. Boundless blood evil qi gathered and surged into the origin of chaos. In just a moment, the appearance of the origin of chaos had changed greatly, turning into a blood-colored placenta. Good. Give it to the poor way. The change of the origin of chaos boosted Taoist Mingi's confidence. In his extreme excitement, even a touch of redness appeared on his face. As he spoke, Taoist Mingi suddenly raised his right hand and grabbed at the blood sea. With this grab, the blood sea surged, the sky trembled, the void distorted, and a large area of space collapsed. In the sound of whining, the remnant spirits wandering in the blood sea seemed to have been summoned. Under Taoist Mingi's grab, they all rushed toward the blood-colored placenta, causing it to jump continuously as if it had a life of its own. Although the poor way is not proficient in the path of creation, with this origin of chaos, it can make up for the shortcomings of the poor way and replace the existence of the path of creation. Taoist Mingi was satisfied with the vitality born on the blood-colored placenta. It turned out that Taoist Mingi had the same idea when he saw Nuwa become a saint by creating a human. Nuwa was only in the middle stage of sage to be, but she could become a saint with the virtue of creating a human. Taoist Mingi was an expert in the late stage of sage to be. If he could create a race that was more powerful than the human race, it might be possible for him to become a saint. However, in terms of killing people, Taoist Mingi was in charge of the path of slaughter, and no one in the untainted land could surpass him. However, to create a new race, one needed to be extremely proficient in the path of creation, which was not suitable at all. In this way he did not know where to start. Therefore, although Taoist Mingi had the idea, he had never put it into action because the path of slaughter and the path of creation restrained each other. However, the appearance of the ferocious beasts made him see hope again. Those ferocious beasts were created by the chaos demonic god with the origin of chaos, and the origin of chaos was the source of heaven and earth and the foundation of all things. It could completely replace the path of creation and it could even do better. With the origin of chaos as the placenta, the evil blood chi as the body, and the remnant souls of all living beings as the true spirit, the race created by the poor way must be extremely powerful, and it will be an innate race. The human race created by the Nuwa is born weak, and it is no longer an innate race. How can it be compared with the innate race created by the poor way? Nuwa can become a saint with an innate race, and the poor way can also create an innate race. When this new innate race is born, it will be the time for the poor way to become a saint. In the laughter, Taoist Mingi's expression became crazier. With a light step, the 12th grade red lotus of hellfire appeared and took root in the nether blood sea, holding up the blood-colored placenta. Suddenly, a red light flashed, and the red lotus of hellfire became even more enchanting. As its roots floated, it kept extracting the origin of the blood sea and poured it into the blood-colored placenta to accelerate its growth. Bus. Under the infusion of the origin of the blood sea, the blood-colored placenta trembled crazily, and the light of creation flowed continuously. It could be seen that a vague figure was gradually taking shape inside, emitting a strong vitality. At this moment, Taoist Mingi had calmed down, and the craziness in his eyes was replaced by a dignified look. Just one more step and this race will be born for real. Taoist Mingi's eyes shone with a strange light. As he spoke, he suddenly hammered his chest and spat a mouthful of essence blood at the blood-colored placenta. The last step was to brand the new race with the mark of the untainted land so that it would be recognized by the untainted land. Chapter 88. There was a trace of the chaos demon god's aura in the origin of chaos. The new Khanate race was born from the origin of chaos, so it was inevitable that it would be affected by the aura. Therefore, Taoist Mingi injected his essence blood into the blood-colored placenta and used his own sacred aura to dilute the aura of the chaos demon god. This allowed the new Khanate race to be recognized by the heaven and earth and be born with the Khanate fate. After absorbing Taoist Mingi's essence blood, the trembling blood-colored placenta slowly calmed down. The holy light of creation around it also started to shrink. Only the Taoist rhyme filled the air, and a trace of consciousness was born. Rumble. As if sensing the birth of a new life, the entire nether blood sea was cheering. Waves of blood surged and rose to the sky to express their excitement. Soon. Taoist Mingi was excited. His eyes were resolute. He made a series of gestures with both hands, and a supreme killing intent burst out, drawing out blood-colored runes and sinking them into the blood-colored placenta. Those were runes formed by the Khanate killing path, which was Taoist Mingi's highest achievement so far. Now he was sending all his understanding of the great path into the blood-colored placenta, striving to create a more perfect Khanate race. Following Taoist Mingi's actions, endless Taoist rhymes surged from the nether blood sea. A supreme killing intent spread out and swept across the untainted land. The sound of waves shook the sky for thousands of miles. Such a big movement from the blood sea immediately alarmed the entire untainted land. The powerful figures who had just returned from the heavens beyond heaven sensed the movement. Their expressions changed and they all looked at the nether blood sea in surprise. Hiss, what happened to the blood sea? Why is there such a shocking change? I wonder, what is Mingi doing? Could he be like Tai, comprehending something in this battle and breaking through to the next realm? Or is he cultivating some kind of great magic? Thinking of what Mingi said before he left and the twitching of his eyebrows after he left, the powerful figures couldn't help but feel gloomy. Subconsciously they increased the output of their Dharma power. As the divine light flowed, they looked through the layers of blood waves to the depths of the blood sea, where Mingi was. That's the light of creation. The chi of creation in the blood sea is so dense. Doesn't Mingi walk the Tao of slaughter? Why do you have such an understanding of the Tao of creation? Although the Tao of slaughter and the Tao of creation are both supreme great Taos, these two Taos naturally counter each other. If he cultivates two Taos at the same time, isn't he afraid that the great Taos will conflict and harm his origin? When the mighty figures saw the light of creation flickering in the blood sea, they thought that Mingi Taoist wanted to cultivate two paths at the same time. They felt that he was extremely bold. Although after becoming the Daluo Jingxian, he would no longer have to worry about the problem of his realm falling. However, if his foundation was damaged, it would still affect his ability to display his strength. Moreover, it would be extremely difficult to recover. By doing this, Taoist Mingi was betting on his future with his strength. He was ruthless to himself. How dare you? Have you asked Yuan Tu and Avicii in my hands before peeping at the sea of blood without any scruples? Mingi's face darkened. Yuan Tu's sword and Abi's sword were suddenly unsheathed. Two blood-red sword rays swept out and shattered the eyes of the mighty figures. Now the new innate races had not been truly born. They had not been recognized by the heavens and earth. Accidents could happen at any time. If those mighty figures were jealous and secretly destroyed the blood-red placenta, Mingi would have nowhere to cry. It would be better for everyone to chase them away before they discovered the blood-red placenta. This was related to the opportunity to attain Tao. Mingi had to be careful. Regardless of whether he would offend the mighty figures or not, he had to put an end to all accidents. Mingi. Knowing that they were in the wrong, the mighty figures were angry. However, they did not have the face to say anything. If others spied on their dojo like this, they would be even more ruthless. These people are really a hindrance. Knowing that he could not hide it from them for long, Taoist Mingi clenched his teeth and pointed at the blood sea. As the blood waves rolled, a blood-red figure slowly appeared. Its appearance was exactly the same as Mingi's. This was Mingi's clone, formed by his blood god's illusions. Among his 480 million blood god's illusions, there were only 3 Daluo Jingxian. Taoist Mingi was the master of the blood sea. When he had become a Daluo Jingxian, he had refined the entire blood sea. It was said that as long as the blood sea did not dry up, Mingi would not die. After that, he had condensed 480 million blood god's illusions from the blood sea and refined them into clones. Each of them had the cultivation of a golden immortal. After a long period of growth, the blood god's illusions had improved greatly. They had advanced to the Tai Jingxian realm. 3 of the blood god's illusions had been cultivated by Taoist Mingi and stepped into the Daluo realm. Break. Enduring the pain in his heart, Mingi pointed at the clone. The clone shattered and turned into the chi of origin and fell into the blood-red placenta. In order to cultivate these 3 blood gods' illusions to the Daluo Jingxian, Taoist Mingi had paid a great price. But today, in order to give birth to the blood-red placenta, he did not hesitate to destroy one of them. This showed his determination to let a new race be born. Becoming a saint had almost become his obsession. Thump, thump, thump. After the blood god's illusions merged with the blood-red placenta, a violent heartbeat came from the placenta, and a majestic vitality gushed out. Then the blood-red placenta twisted, and a murderous god-fiend was born. At that moment, the nether blood sea rumbled. Endless Taoist rhymes poured out. A supreme murderous aura swept across the untainted land, and the light of creation shone through the heavens and the earth. When the first living creature created by Mingi appeared in the untainted land, the heavenly Tao immediately reacted. Tens of thousands of Taos in the world suddenly fell. The sound of the great Tao resounded in the untainted land. Tens of thousands of rays of golden light, thousands of auspicious chi, and endless auspicious clouds gathered. In an instant, brilliant golden light appeared in the vast universe and filled the sky above the blood sea. That was the Xinhuang Qi of merit. It was the heavenly Tao's reward for the creation of Mingi's race. Merit aura. So much merit aura. What did the Nether River do? Many mighty figures who had retreated looked over again when they saw the merit aura. Well, no, that's not the chi of creation derived from the path of creation. It's the chi of creation derived from the origin of chaos. Mingi didn't comprehend the path of creation. He was misleading Poor Wei and others. What's the matter with that living creature? Besides Mingi, there are other living creatures in the Blood Sea. How could it be? His aura is not of the demon tribe, nor the wizard tribe. It doesn't belong to any race in the untainted land. It's a living creature that has never appeared before. I see. Poor Wei understands now. Mingi Taoist, with the help of the origin of chaos, wants to imitate Nuwa and create another race. In this way he can obtain supreme merit and become a saint. Mingi is so ambitious. But without the Hongmeng purple chi, can he really become a saint with only merit? For a moment, everyone stared at Mingi wanting to see if he could succeed. Chapter 89. If Taoist Mingi could use this merit to step into the sage realm, wouldn't it mean that this path was feasible? They could also use this to step into the sage realm. Although it was a little difficult to create a race, there was no reason that they couldn't do what Taoist Mingi could do with the origin of chaos. Merit from the heavens means that this matter has been recognized by the heavenly Tao. It's an act of obedience to the heavens. Poor Wei and the rest can't come out to stop it, or they will be punished by the heavens. Now let's see if Mingi, who doesn't have the Hongmeng purple gas, can use this to prove his Tao and open up another path for Poor Wei and the rest. In the sky above the Nether Blood Sea, countless powerful figures gathered and communicated with each other, waiting for the result of this matter. The first new creature that was created was surrounded by a strong murderous aura, as if it wanted to kill everything, and its eyes were full of arrogance. Greetings, Ancestor. Thank you for your kindness of creation. Ancestor, please give me a name. When the creature saw Taoist Mingi, the murderous aura disappeared, and the arrogance in its eyes disappeared. It was filled with gratitude and immediately bowed to him. Good child. There's no hurry to name you. You can leave first. When I create your brother and sister, I'll give you a name together. Taoist Mingi glanced at him and was very satisfied. When the other party was born, he had the cultivation of Tai Jingxian and was born with a natural Tao body. He was a real innate divine demon. Other than his ugly appearance, he was perfect in all other aspects. He was born with the origin of chaos, the chi of blood as his body, and the remnant spirits of all living beings as his spirit. He had also obtained the origin of Blood Sea, Taoist Mingi's essence blood, and the entire origin of a Daluo Jingxian. All these were treasures that were hard to find in the world. A race that was born with this kind of creation was innate. How could it not be strong? Moreover, the feeling of being connected by blood made Taoist Mingi's solitary heart waver a little, and a warm smile appeared on his face. Yes, that new creature is actually an innate divine demon, and it's one of the upper-class innate divine demons. This race created by Mingi is not simple. If the people born in the future are also innate gods, even if they can't grow into a force like the shamans and demons, they will be a headache for the shamans and demons. When the time comes, there will be a good show to watch. Many almighties who were staring at this place saw the creature created by the Nether River appear. They all pointed at him and thought of the future. They couldn't help but gloat. Don't bother about them. If you're still angry, wait until you've succeeded in your cultivation in the future. Then you can go and get back at them yourself. Mingi said coldly as he shielded the other party behind him. Now that the new race had been born and was protected by the heavenly axiom, those powerful people would not dare to act recklessly. Mingi Taoist no longer had any scruples and openly displayed everything in front of everyone. Rumble. As the blood-colored placenta twisted, the essence of the Nether Blood Sea surged over. The Tao rhymes that spread out became even more grand and ethereal. Child pays his respects to the ancestor. Thank you for your kindness. Please bestow a name upon this child. As the blood-colored light surged, the figures of a man and two women were born from the blood-colored placenta. They came before Mingi Taoist and bowed to him. Very good. Let me think, what name should I give you? Among the three, the man was ugly and the woman was beautiful. They were all born as innate gods and had the cultivation of Tai Jingxian. Your name is Bo Sun, your name is Shiva, your name is Brahma, and your name is Wuma. After thinking for a while, Mingi Taoist named the four of them according to the order of their birth. Bo Sun, Shiva, Brahma, Wuma, thank you for your names, ancestor. After receiving their names, the four of them were excited and thanked Mingi in unison. Instantly, the heavenly axiom sensed it and sent 4 Khanate spiritual treasures into the hands of the 4 of them. Bo Sun received a long black saber that emitted a strong murderous aura. It was a superior grade Khanate spiritual treasure. Shiva received a conch, Brahma received a wheel, and Wumo received a 3-pronged trident. As they were born later, their origins were not as strong as Bo Sun's. Therefore their opportunities were not as good as Bo Sun's. The Khanate spiritual treasures they obtained were only middle grade. After giving birth to 4 innate gods in succession, all of whom were in the Tai-Jingxian realm, the light on the blood-colored placenta dimmed significantly. It had lost a lot of its origins. When Mingi saw this, he understood that the blood-colored placenta had reached its limit and could no longer give birth to innate gods. He suddenly waved his hand and the blood-colored placenta exploded, turning into tens of thousands of rays of blood light that scattered into the sea of blood. The blood light fell into the sea of blood and crazily devoured the surrounding blood water, giving birth to embryos and giving birth to new lives. Seeing the embryos in the sea of blood, Mingi Taoist's heart skipped a beat. He felt that the opportunity had arrived and hurriedly announced to the world, "The heavenly axiom is above." Poor Wei, the master of the netherworld's blood sea, Mingi, has sensed that in the sea of blood, fish and prawns are not active, birds and insects do not come, and the world's evil aura has gathered, resulting in the extinction of living beings. Today, I specially created a race called the Sun Azura to fill the gap in the sea of blood and make up for the insufficiency of the world. His voice was so loud that it echoed throughout the entire wilderness, clearly entering the ears of all living beings and shaking their hearts. Impossible. Without the violet aura of Hongmeng, there's no way Mingi could have succeeded. Even Taoist 3 Purities, who had been in secluded meditation on Mount Kunlun, was startled awake by this voice. He suddenly rose to his feet and stared nervously at Mingi as he cried out in disbelief. Nuwa being the first to become a saint was already enough to make them feel aggrieved. If Mingi Taoist was one step ahead of them, they would lose all face as the 3 Purities. How would they have the face to call themselves the head disciples of the Taoist school of wonders? As Mingi's voice rang out, the might of the heavenly axiom suddenly descended and filled the sea of blood. It gathered the aura of creation from all directions and poured into the embryos, hastening the birth of the Azura race. Azura, Azura. An ineffable voice rang out, calling out the name of the Azura race and echoing throughout the world. This was the sound of the world's blessings for the birth of a new race. Bzzz, bzzz, bzzz. The blood embryos trembled violently, emanating a resplendent blood-red light that rippled outwards in all directions. Amidst the rumbling, one Azura after another was born. They roared towards the heavens, announcing their birth. The newborn Azura race came in all shapes and sizes. Some had 3 heads and 6 arms, some were completely black, some had 9 heads and 1,000 eyes, some breathed fire from their mouths. The males were ugly while the females were beautiful. Although their forms were different, the auras they emanated were the same. This was the baleful aura of the blood that had accumulated over countless years within the sea of blood, as well as the boundless killing intent of Taoist Mingi. Even the weakest of them had the cultivation of a celestial immortal when they were born. They were a true Xiantian race. In the air above the sea of blood, as the number of Azura race increased, the laws of the Grand Tao became clearer and clearer. The aura of the Tao became thicker and thicker, and the sounds of the Tao were like the rumbling of thunder. More and more aura of virtue gathered, illuminating the entire sea of blood. Strands of indescribable light appeared, illuminating the fates of all living beings. This was the light of destiny. Chapter 90. Under the illumination of the light of destiny, a dreamlike river flickered with specks of light and carried a blurry color as it slowly flowed through the sea of blood. At this moment, the river of destiny quietly descended. As the river of destiny flowed, strands of light appeared on the bodies of the newly born Azuras. The light was blurry and similar to the light of destiny. As soon as it was born, it flew toward the river of destiny. Tens of thousands of strands of light gathered above the river of destiny, forming a demon god Dharma idol. The demon god was greenish-black in color and had 3 heads and 6 arms. It had vertical eyes on its brows and spat fire from its mouth. It looked furious. The 2 hands above it held up the sun and moon, and the 4 hands below it each held a knife, fork, wheel and conch. Looking at its appearance, it was formed from the characteristics of all the Azuras. This demon god Dharma idol was the most perfect image of the Azuras. It was the manifestation of their providence on the river of destiny. Its appearance represented that the Asuras had officially stepped onto the stage of the primordial world and performed their own legend. Rumble. The moment the demon god Dharma idol that represented the providence of the Asuras appeared in the river of destiny, boundless merit suddenly descended from the sky above the sea of blood and surged into Taoist Mingi's body. Ah! My Tao is complete. As the merit entered his body, Taoist Mingi felt his spiritual platform become clear and endless mystery surged out. All kinds of great Tao laws could be seen clearly. What he did not understand before, he suddenly understood with the help of the merit aura. It was as if the great Tao was within reach. At this moment, the creation of the Asuras and the enlightenment of the creation laws were all integrated by Taoist Mingi and merged into the Tao of slaughter. This made his comprehension of the Tao of slaughter even more profound. As his killing intent spread, it seemed to want to destroy the vitality of all things. In addition to his identity as the ancestor of the Asuras, Taoist Mingi's cultivation soared with the blessing of the primordial world. His physical body was transforming, his realm was rising, and the surging dharmic powers in his body were increasing layer by layer. All of this pushed Mingi toward a higher realm. So powerful. Mingi's aura is no weaker than Tai Yi's and it's still strengthening. Is he about to break through? The Shenhuang Qi of virtue is so rich. With its help, even without the Hongmeng purple Qi, Styx might really succeed. At this moment, all the mighty figures were staring at Mingi who was breaking through. They were extremely nervous and wished that they could be in his place. As long as Mingi successfully broke through, it meant that this method was feasible. They would immediately take action. With the origin of chaos as the foundation, they would create the creation clan and use it to peer into the Supreme Saint realm. Along with Mingi's breakthrough, a powerful aura suddenly erupted, sweeping across the heavens and earth. The heaven and the earth and the universe were all shrouded in cold killing intent. As countless runes danced in the air, a blood-red divine chain of the great path rose from Taoist Mingi's body and ran through the entire world. This was Mingi's comprehension of the great path, which was transformed from his Tao fruits. After the blood-colored divine chains appeared, in the depths of the world, where the essence of all Taoists resided, the Tao of slaughter, rumbled as if it wanted to leave this place and appear in the sea of blood. As long as Mingi's comprehension of the Tao of slaughter merged perfectly with the Tao of slaughter in the world, he would be able to prove his Tao and become the primordial Daoyuo Jingxian who was comparable to a saint. Unfortunately, the Tao of slaughter only moved a few times before calming down again. In the outside world, just as Mingi saw the dawn of a breakthrough, the boundless Qi of virtue suddenly stopped, causing Mingi's momentum to stagnate. Without the support of the Qi of virtue, the power of the blood-red divine chains suddenly weakened. They could no longer touch the origin of the world and retreated into Taoist Mingi's body. No. Taoist Mingi roared unwillingly. His aura stopped growing and gradually calmed down, stabilizing at the level of demi-saint great perfection. Did he fail? This time Mingi created the Ashura tribe. Although he didn't get as much merit as Nuwa created humans, it's not that far off. Plus, Taoist Mingi is more powerful than Nuwa back then. Even so, he still failed. It seems that the problem doesn't lie with his merit. Could it be, damn it? Could it be that without the Hongmeng purple Qi, Poor Wei and the others really can't become saints? When the powerful figures saw that Taoist Mingi failed to prove his Tao, they didn't laugh at him even though they didn't have a good relationship with him. Instead, they sympathized with him. That day, the Tao ancestor once said that under the heavenly way, there were 8 saint positions. Under him there would be 6 saints born. Therefore, the Tao ancestor accepted the 3 pristines, Nuwa as his true disciple, and Jane and Zhuanti as his nominal disciples. He bestowed the 6 Hongmeng Qi and said that when the time came they could become saints with it. To everyone he just said that all the 3,000 great paths could become saints, and they had their own destinies. Then he dismissed them. Everyone was dissatisfied, but since the Tao ancestor didn't want to say more, they didn't dare to ask more. They could only hide their dissatisfaction in their hearts. Now, Nuwa had done the same thing and gained the same amount of merit. Due to the primordial violet Qi in her body, she had become a saint. As for Mingi, he was only one step closer and reached the realm of sage to be. It seemed like a difference of one realm, but it was actually a world of difference. Such an unfair act made the powerful figures feel even more indignant. Shaking their heads, the powerful figures dispersed. So what if they were indignant? They couldn't change anything. Sigh. On the sun, Dong Huang Tai sighed and put down the Dong Huang bell in his hand. He was both happy and disappointed. If Taoist Mingi showed any signs of becoming a saint, Dong Huang Tai wouldn't hesitate to use the Dong Huang bell in his hand and kill Taoist Mingi the moment he was about to succeed. It wasn't that Tai was narrow-minded and couldn't tolerate Taoist Mingi, but the situation forced him to do so for the demon race. It was fine if Mingi didn't become a saint, but if he did, the Ashura race he created would instantly become a major force in the untainted land. How could the demon race deal with a race with a saint? If he wanted to fight for hegemony, the demon race would undoubtedly be the first to bear the brunt. In order to prevent this from happening, Tai could only kill and nip everything in the bud. With the help of external forces, even if he succeeds, how much combat power can he have? Closing his eyes, Tai fell into enlightenment. He wanted to use his own strength to break the limit of sage to be. Humph! Such a bloodthirsty person dares to dream of becoming a saint? Do you have any respect for Poor Wei and the others? On Mount Kunlun, seeing that Mingi failed to prove his path, Taoist Yu Qing's ugly face eased and said with hatred. This voice. Its ancestor Mingi? Did he create the Ashura race in the Blood Sea? Now has the untainted land come to an end? Then it won't be long before the three pure ones become saints. On the ferocious beast battlefield, Feng Zichen was chatting with Kuafu and the others. Hearing Mingi's voice, he couldn't help but be stunned. Chapter 91. Oh no! Hearing this voice, Kuafu and the rest changed their expressions. They quickly said goodbye to Feng Zichen. My friend, there are changes in untainted land. We need to go back to our clan. Please excuse us. Without waiting for Feng Zichen's reply, the sorcerer tribe people showed their true forms and rushed to Pangu Palace under Kuafu's lead. My friend, this is a serious matter. Poor Wei and the rest also need to return to Heavenly Court to understand the situation. As soon as the sorcerer tribe people left, Zhu Jin and the rest showed their demon forms and flew to Heavenly Court. Soon all the experts left. Only Feng Zichen and a few ferocious beasts were left in the huge ferocious beasts battlefield. The war is over. I should leave too. With a thought, a purple cloud appeared under Feng Zichen's feet and lifted him to the sky, rushing toward the East Sea. The Ashura tribe created by Mingi Taoist seemed to be powerful, but in fact, it did not affect the whole untainted land. In untainted land, the demon tribe ruled the starry sky realm, the sorcerer tribe ruled the untainted land, and the dragon tribe occupied the four seas. There was no space for the Ashura tribe to live. The sorcerer tribe and the demon tribe ruled untainted land. Even many powerful figures did not dare to provoke them. Mingi alone could not compete with the two tribes. After the Ashura tribe appeared, they could only protect themselves by hiding in the Blood Sea. Otherwise, the sorcerer tribe and the demon tribe would not mind exterminating them to establish their power and deter the powerful figures. Old ancestor Mingi was also a top almighty of his generation. Looking at his life, it was simply tragic. Feng Zichen couldn't help but sigh for Taoist Mingi when he thought of the legends from later generations. Seeing that Nuwa became a saint, Mingi Taoist followed and created the Ashura tribe. Seeing that the three pure ones, Zhuanti and Jane, became saints, Mingi Taoist followed and created the Ashura sect. It was a pity that he did not have Hongmeng's purple qi. Although Mingi Taoist's strength had increased, he was still separated from the sage realm by a layer of fog. He could not see through it and could not touch it. Later on, Taoist Mingi was invited by ancestor Kuanping to ambush ancestor Hong Yun in order to seize his Hongmeng purple qi. However, who would have thought that this time, not only did he fail to snatch the Hongmeng purple aura, but he also incurred a lot of karma and was attacked into the depths of the Blood Sea by the Dong Huang Tai, completely losing face. Later on, Hudu entered the cycle of reincarnation in the Blood Sea. Mingi, as the Lord of the Blood Sea, occupied the destiny of an area and became the Lord of the Ashura realm. Initially he thought that this was a good thing. However, the Buddhist sect had their eyes on the netherworld and wanted to occupy this place to spread their teachings. Naturally, this Taoist Mingi became a stumbling block. After the incident with Red Cloud, Patriarch Nether River learned a lesson and stayed in the Sea of Blood. He focused on managing his own land and no longer cared about the disputes in the primordial world. Unexpectedly, disaster came from the sky while he was at home. Taoist Mingi would never have thought that he would be attacked by the Buddhist sect while he was staying in the Sea of Blood. Under the attack of the two sages, Mingi and the Sea of Blood were directly suppressed and sealed. They completely faded out of the primordial world and never appeared again. Taoist Mingyi's experience made Feng Zichen understand that if one wanted to survive in the primordial world, one could not hide blindly. If one did not look for trouble, trouble would come looking for one. If one wanted to live forever, one had to take the initiative to face the tribulation and find a chance of survival in the endless tribulations. Only then could one be free and unfettered. This time, the chaos of the ferocious beasts came from the chaos. It was beyond the expectations of many powerful figures and caught the primordial world off guard. Therefore, although the primordial world's clans suppressed the chaos of the ferocious beasts at the fastest speed, the destructive power of the ferocious beasts was too shocking. In just a few thousand years, it caused a lot of damage to the primordial world. The ferocious beasts are really a great enemy of the primordial world. It's a pity that no one can exterminate the ferocious beasts. On the purple cloud, Feng Zichen looked at the devastated land and was speechless for a moment. The purpose of the ferocious beast's existence was to destroy the primordial world and return it to the chaos. Most of the living beings in the primordial world knew about this, but they could not do anything to the ferocious beasts. As long as the primordial world was not destroyed, the ferocious beasts would not disappear. As long as the resentment in the world did not stop, the ferocious beasts would appear continuously and be killed endlessly. Therefore, every once in a while, a powerful figure would kill a group of ferocious beasts to prevent them from forming a large scale and creating chaos in the primordial world. However, they did not expect the ferocious beasts to come from the chaos this time, which disrupted the plans of the powerful figures. As he walked, Feng Zichen's heart skipped a beat. He thought of the clansmen he had chased out of the East Sea. Well, I wonder how the human immortals who are training outside are doing now. In order to prevent himself from being soft-hearted, Feng Zichen had blocked his perception of them after he had chased them out. He did not want to see their miserable state and could not help but help them. Now that the ferocious beasts had been quelled, Feng Zichen naturally thought of them. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen calmed his mind and followed the connection in the unseen world. He let his consciousness descend on the body of the divine Tao incarnation in Zichen's cave abode. In the next moment, the figure of the divine Tao incarnation flashed and arrived outside the Hall of Eternal Brightness. He strode in. Inside the Hall of Eternal Brightness, there were rows of lamp racks filled with eternal brightness lamps. However, compared to the usual brightly lit Hall of Eternal Brightness, the current Hall of Eternal Brightness was slightly dim. Most of the eternal brightness lamps on the lamp racks had been broken. There were also some eternal brightness lamps that only had a trace of flame left. They swayed with the wind and could be extinguished at any time. Only a few eternal brightness lamps were blooming and shining in all directions. When the eternal brightness lamp was broken, it meant that the corresponding person had unfortunately died. When the eternal brightness lamp dimmed, it meant that the corresponding person was seriously injured. When the eternal brightness lamp was unscathed, it meant that the corresponding person had safely survived this calamity. Sweeping his gaze across the Hall of Eternal Brightness, there were not even 100 eternal brightness lamps that were still burning. This meant that the human immortals had suffered heavy casualties in this ferocious beast riot. Not even 100 of them had survived. Understanding this in his heart, Feng Zichen felt both heartache and anger. Those human immortals were born with the destiny of the human race. They had amazing talent and were the future of the human race. Now they had died one after another in the ferocious beast riot. Although Feng Zichen had expected this, he still felt heartache when it came to it. At the same time, not even 100 of them had survived. In the entire history of the primordial world, apart from the human race, no other race had been able to achieve this. It was simply too embarrassing. How could Feng Zichen not be angry? Suppressing the various emotions in his heart and regaining his calm, Feng Zichen strode into the depths of the hall. As expected, in the center of the hall, Swerin sat there paralyzed with tears on his face. His entire body exuded a moving sadness. Emperor Sui, when he came in front of Swerin and saw that he was so sad, Feng Zichen could not say the words that he had originally wanted to say to persuade him. Zichen, you're here. You don't have to persuade me. When I gave that order, I had expected today's matter. I understand. Just let me be quiet. In the Hall of Eternal Brightness, Swerin saw that Feng Zichen wanted to say something but stopped. Chapter 92. The humanity of the ancestors' land has long been wiped out. All of them are immersed in peace and happiness. They don't know about sorrow or the dangers of the untainted land. This is my fault. Since the mistake has been made, the only way to make up for it is to be ruthless and rebuild the universe. These children's sacrifice was not in vain. Their deaths have reawakened the humanity of the untainted land. Because of this, the price paid by the untainted land will be worth it. Suerin's hoarse voice resounded within the dim hall, and it reverberated within the hall. It seemed that he was talking to Feng Zichen, but also to the broken almost everlasting lamps. Alas, it's a pity for these children. They were so young and had a long way to go in the future. But because of my order they died prematurely. In the end, Suerin let out a long sigh. The sadness in his body became more intense. Emperor Sui, what's that? Feng Zichen was worried about Suerin's reaction. He was afraid that Suerin's mind would be hurt by the excessive sadness. When he was about to persuade Suerin, he saw that Suerin's body suddenly lit up. He could not help but exclaim in shock. The light was extremely bright but not dazzling. Instead, it was unusually gentle, as if it could warm people's hearts. With the rise of the light, Suerin seemed to have become a part of the universe and emitted the aura of the origin. Suerin waved his hand at the broken almost everlasting lamps. The power of the Great Way suddenly descended and distorted the void. Spots of light rose from the almost everlasting lamps and fell into his hands. Those were the untainted spirits of the dead clansmen. Suerin used the almost everlasting lamps and the blood of his clansmen as a guide to search the untainted land and forcibly capture the untainted spirits of his clansmen. With these untainted spirits, they may be able to come back one day in the future. Suerin put away the untainted spirits and muttered to himself expectantly. This power of the Great Way, it's Daluo Jingxian Emperor Sui. As he entered the Daluo realm, Feng Zichen was pleasantly surprised when he felt the aura of transcendence. Tai Jingxian would never be able to manipulate the void as Suerin did. Only Daluo Jingxian, who regarded time and space as a toy, could do that. Zichen, I wish to go into seclusion in the ancestral temple and complete the realm of Daluo Jingxian. Second younger brother, third younger sister, please protect me. While I'm in seclusion, I'll leave the human race to you. As he spoke, the light on Suerin's body became even brighter. Precepts of heaven and earth manifested around him. The aura of the great path permeated the air, and a vast pressure enveloped the surroundings. Under this power, Feng Zichen's divine incarnation began to distort. It was unable to withstand the power from Suerin's body and was about to collapse. All right. Feng Zichen nodded with difficulty. The divine incarnation of Feng Zichen suddenly shattered, turning into wisps of incense and dissipating into the void. Ha! With a chuckle, Suerin's figure flashed and he entered the ancestral temple. In the distance, wisps of incense emerged from the void and reformed Feng Zichen's appearance. The divine incarnation was intangible. Even if it was shattered, it could reform at any time as long as the incense were not extinguished. He's already so powerful before becoming a real Daluo. How powerful will the real Daluo Jingxian be? Feng Zichen took a deep look at the ancestral temple, then turned and left to deal with the affairs of the human race. In the east of Untainted Land, Feng Zichen learned about the situation of the human race from the divine incarnation. He no longer traveled leisurely. He immediately put away the purple cloud, escaped into the void and hurried toward the East Sea. However, halfway there the chaos bead suddenly changed. It trembled violently and a gray light shone around it. It evolved into a divine diagram of the Great Tao and sealed off the surrounding space. This is the chaos formation. What's going on? It's been several years since the Dire Beast riot. Why would someone use the chaos formation? Surprised, Feng Zichen hurriedly looked into the chaos bead. The void inside the chaos bead shook for a moment, and an image appeared. Wild beasts. Hundreds of primordial wild beasts were madly attacking a huge city. The giant city was enveloped by a curtain of chaotic light, keeping the dire beasts outside the city. However, under the frenzied attacks of the dire beasts, the curtain of chaotic light kept trembling, as if it was about to shatter. Hundreds of human golden immortals stood on the city walls. They were constantly using their divine abilities to attack the dire beasts below, trying to force them to retreat. There were also 3 Tai Jingxian of the human race who summoned the Suerin lantern. Towering waves of fire swept across the sky, burning a group of dire beasts. That's the city? But how can this be? Weren't the Tai Jingxian level dire beasts all wiped out? Moreover, even if there were some left out, there shouldn't be so many Tai dire beasts. What's going on? Although he was very puzzled, Feng Zichen's hands did not slow down. A vast amount of magic power surged out and poured into the chaos bead. In an instant, the 5 elements divine diagram appeared. As the 5 elements chi filled the air, the power of the chaos formation skyrocketed. The trembling curtain of chaotic light immediately stabilized. Let's go. With a loud shout, a passage suddenly appeared in the void, leading directly to E-City. Seeing that the passage was formed, Feng Zichen did not dare to delay. His figure flashed and entered. Then the passage slowly closed. What happened? Why did the power of the formation suddenly increase? At E-City, the sudden change in the chaos formation immediately attracted the attention of the 3 Tai Jingxian. It's the Zichen clan. This formation was set up by him. Only he can increase the power of the formation from a distance. In a flash, Yang figured out the reason why the formation became stronger. Since the Zichen clan increased the power of the formation, they must have noticed the change. Thinking of this, Yang was excited and quickly shouted to the crowd. Everyone hold on for a while longer. The Zichen clan has already noticed the change in the formation. It won't be long before the clan's reinforcements arrive. We will be saved. Sure enough, as soon as Yang's voice fell, the morale of the crowd was boosted. The power of their divine powers increased. However, these humans were only golden immortals. Their divine powers could only tickle the Tai-level dire beast. Primal chaos formation transform. Sitting cross-legged in the center of the formation, Yang formed a seal with his hands and injected a vast amount of dermic powers into the formation. Rumbling, countless Dao runes appeared in the void around them. Streams of Kanate chi gushed out from the runes and flowed rapidly in a chaotic manner. Go. Yang ordered. The Kanate chi stopped flowing and merged into the bodies of the crowd to strengthen them. In the next moment, although the cultivation level of the crowd did not increase, the power of their divine powers increased sharply. When they hit the dire beast's flesh was torn open and they howled in pain. It shouldn't be a problem to last for more than a month. By then the Zichen clan should be here. Yang thought as he activated the formation. Chapter 93. Alas, I'm so unlucky. After the ferocious beast riot, the Yang clan was planning to reward everyone to celebrate their success in surviving the disaster. However, as soon as the battlefield was cleared, a Tai Jingxian-level ferocious beast roared and rushed towards them. Although the Tai-level ferocious beast was strong, the Tai-level ferocious beast was not weak, and they had many people. The Tai-level ferocious beast was killed before it could cause any trouble. After the ferocious beast riot, it did not mean that there were no more ferocious beasts in the untainted land. It was just that most of the ferocious beasts were killed by the untainted land experts. Therefore, the Yang clan did not pay much attention to the appearance of the ferocious beast in E-City. They just thought that it was passing by. After killing the ferocious beast, they returned to the city and continued to prepare for the celebration. However, what happened next was completely out of the Yang clan's expectation. Roar, roar, roar. In a series of shocking roars, ferocious beasts rushed from afar one after another. There were no less than 10,000 of them, and their leaders were hundreds of Tai-level ferocious beasts. These ferocious beasts first surrounded E-City, not giving the people a chance to escape, and then attacked wildly. Just like that, a great battle broke out without any warning. With the foundation of E-City, if there were no Tai-level ferocious beasts, they could kill these ferocious beasts without using the chaos formation. However, under the attack of hundreds of Tai-level ferocious beasts, even with the protection of the chaos formation, E-City seemed to be in danger. Before Feng Zichen discovered the change in E-City, E-City had been fighting with the ferocious beasts outside the city for several years. The reason why there were only hundreds of Tai-level ferocious beasts outside the city was that the rest of the ferocious beasts had been killed by the people of E-City. Therefore, the people of E-City were exhausted and could not hold on any longer. If it were not for Feng Zichen's sudden attack to strengthen the power of the chaos formation, E-City would have been breached by the ferocious beasts just now. Boom. With a massive boom, the entire primal chaos array began to violently shake. With a series of cracking sounds, a massive crack appeared on the primal chaos light screen. Yang, who was at the center of the formation, grunted and coughed up a mouthful of blood. He was clearly injured. What? Half-step Daluo. This aura can't be wrong. It's definitely a half-step Daluo level beast. But weren't ferocious beasts of this level killed? Ignoring his injuries, Yang quickly looked forward and saw a beast covered in scales and spikes. It raised its huge claw and slammed at the chaotic light screen. The giant claws were filled with a murderous aura. They were like sharp blades that cut through the void and shattered the great path. They slammed into the screen of light. Even the screen of light could not withstand this force. As it shook violently, cracks appeared on it. Why? Why are they here? Are the heavens trying to destroy our clan? Yang looked at the ferocious beast and felt that it was impossible to defeat. A sense of helplessness rose in his heart as he lowered his head in dejection. No, I cannot give up. I have so many people to protect. Even if I die, I will drag it down with me. I will fight for a way out for my people. Looking down, he saw the ordinary people hiding in the city. Seeing their expectant faces, Yang felt a strong sense of unwillingness in his heart. That unwillingness was like a ball of raging fire that burned fiercely, igniting his entire being. Primal Chaos Array rise. With a roar, Yang channeled all of his spiritual energy into the Primal Chaos Array. In an instant, the Primal Chaos Array shook violently. Endless Tao runes intertwined, and 9 Khanate Tao diagrams appeared one by one. They layered on top of each other to form a divine diagram of the Great Path. At the same time, various colors of Khanate Chi gushed out and entered Yang's body. His aura skyrocketed as he stepped into the half-step Daluo level. Die, you filthy beast. Knowing that he couldn't stay in this state for long, Yang decided to end the battle quickly. He grabbed the diagram of the Great Path and charged at the half-step Daluo beast. The diagram of the Great Path trembled, and tens of thousands of strands of Khanate Chi gushed out, turning into a long river that swept towards the ferocious beast. Brr. The ferocious beast roared, and black light appeared around its body. Khanate baleful Chi spread out and covered its entire body, entangling with the river of Chi. Yang wasn't angered by this. He shook the diagram of the Great Path again, and one of the Khanate 5 Elemental Tao diagrams shone brightly. The Khanate 5 Elemental Tao diagram was strengthened by the Khanate 5 Elemental Ring. It was the most powerful of the 9 diagrams that made up the diagram of the Great Path. As its power exploded, the 5 elemental Chi that flowed in the Yuanqi River immediately changed. It turned into rays of innate divine light that hit the ferocious beast's body, creating a hole in the innate killing intent that enveloped its body. The river of Chi flowed through the hole to the ferocious beast's body, eroding its flesh. Wherever the river passed, the ferocious beast's flesh was melted away, revealing deep white bones. Brr. The ferocious beast howled in pain and struggled madly. More Khanate baleful Chi emerged, causing the black light on its body to darken even more. In the sizzling sound, the Khanate baleful Chi and the river of Chi clashed on the ferocious beast's body, canceling each other out. The power generated by the entanglement of the two acted on the ferocious beast's body, causing its pain to intensify. Yang didn't let it go. He made a series of hand seals, and as Taoist rhymes swirled around, dark clouds gathered above the ferocious beast, and the 5 elemental thunder flashed among them. This was the 5 elemental thunder of the heavenly 36 transformations. The 5 elemental thunder was the divine thunder of the 5 thunders, and it specialized in killing. Rumble. In the dark clouds, bolts of 5 elemental thunder struck the ferocious beast's body with murderous intent, charring it black all over. The ferocious beast's injuries stimulated the ferocious beast's bloodline. Red light flashed in its eyes and its aura surged. A dark yellow halo slowly rose from its body, expelling the river of Chi and destroying the 5 elemental thunder. This ferocious beast can control the power of the earth? The dark yellow halo was a mixture of Khanate Chi and Khanate baleful Chi. Apart from controlling Khanate baleful Chi, this ferocious beast could also control Khanate Chi. With such a heavy injury, it's useless no matter how much power it uses. Yang snorted coldly. He raised the Great Tao Divine picture and slammed it towards the ferocious beast. Kill it while it's weak. Now that the ferocious beast was injured and its strength had dropped, it was the best opportunity to kill it. Yang wouldn't miss it. But just as the Great Tao Divine picture was about to hit the ferocious beast, something happened. Chapter 94. Boom, boom, boom. Outside of City, a few Tai-level beasts suddenly exploded, turning into balls of innate baleful Chi that merged into the giant beast's body. With the help, the giant beast's weakened aura surged again. Dense innate baleful Chi surged, and the dark light on its body became even brighter. As the dark light flowed, the giant beast's flesh and blood were regenerated. In the blink of an eye, the giant beast's injuries were all healed. Under the cover of the dark yellow light, the giant beast waved its giant claws and clashed with the divine picture of Tao. Hung Long Long, the innate baleful chi exploded and sent the divine picture of Tao flying away. Pooh! After knocking away the divine diagram of the Great Path, the giant beast suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a large patch of dark yellow light that went straight for Yang. Countless mountains emerged from the dark yellow light and formed an endless mountain range. The mountains were huge and they surrounded Yang clan and E-City behind him. They pressed down and tried to destroy the entire E-City. Oh no! Yang was shocked. The series of changes happened so fast that he couldn't even react. He had the upper hand a moment ago, but the next moment he was at a disadvantage. Swearin Lantern rise? Seeing the mountains pressing down, Yang's eyes were filled with determination. He summoned the Swearin Lantern from the fate of the human race. In an instant, golden rays appeared, red flames appeared, and the light of civilization spread out. Lights flew out from the Swearin Lantern and connected in the sky above E-City, blocking the mountains that pressed down. Xianhua, incinerating everything. In the sizzling sound, the mountains formed by the innate baleful chi were melted by Xianhua before they could explode. They turned into plumes of dark smoke and dispersed into the void. Po, po. The giant beast was annoyed by the failure of the innate baleful chi. Its baleful chi rolled and it spat out 2 rays of dark light. The dark light was formed by the purest innate baleful chi. Its power was terrifying, destroying the space and destroying the order. It flooded towards E-City. Yang pointed at himself, and the light of the human Tao flashed. Yang appeared and waved his hand, the divine picture of Tao flew back to his hand. As it shook, the innate chi fell, and the 5 elements divine light was hidden in it, clashing with the innate baleful chi. Kill? Knowing that the longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him, Yang mustered all of his arcane energy and used the divine diagram of the Great Tao as a weapon. He cast the sword skill of Heavenly Cycle and charged towards the giant beast. With a sweep of the divine picture of the Great Path, the Kane Chi suddenly changed and formed several sword formations, trapping the giant beast firmly. Vast sword chi shot out and cut open wounds on the giant beast's body, causing blood and flesh to splatter everywhere. Roar! The giant beast was in great pain and went berserk. Its eyes turned blood red and innate baleful chi gushed out from its body. The wounds on its body healed and its strength increased by a few notches. Chaotic runes appeared on the beast's scales, greatly increasing its defensive power. The Xiantian sword chi hit its body, but it could no longer cause any damage to it. Bang! 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 The bone spikes on the giant beast's body suddenly emitted a black light, and a sharp aura soared into the sky, shattering the oncoming Xiantian sword chi. Brr! With a roar, chaotic runes danced on the giant beast's body. Innate baleful chi spread out and rammed around the sword formation. Wherever it passed, large patches of Xiantian sword chi were shattered. Under the giant beast's ramming, the sword formation could not withstand the force. It shook violently and huge cracks appeared. No matter how hard Yang tried to repair it, he could not stop the sword formation from shattering. In the end, the sword formation of the Heavenly Cycle shattered with a loud roar. Pft! With the sword formation destroyed, Yang, who was connected to it, immediately suffered a backlash. His face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, his mind was injured and his aura had dropped significantly. After the giant beast shattered the sword formation, its blood-red eyes stared at Yang. Murderous intent filled the air and its heart was filled with hatred. With a gasp, it pounced towards Yang. Even though his mind was injured and his strength dropped, Yang was still fearless in the face of the giant beast's attack. With the Swearin Lantern above his head, he wore a black robe and held the Great Tao Divine Diagram in his hand. He leaped forward and fought with the beast. The giant beast roared and its Xiantian baleful chi surged, turning into a huge wave that swept out in all directions. There was also Xiantian chi that spewed out, turning into endless mountains that suppressed the void. Yang shook the Great Tao Divine Diagram and the Xiantian chi fell down, turning into a flood of creatures that crashed into the endless mountains. The Swearin Lantern glowed and sprinkled down, turning into a monstrous flame that burned towards the Xiantian baleful chi. The two fought back and forth using all kinds of skills. It was an intense battle. As they clashed, the shockwaves spread out, collapsing layers of the void and shattering the earth. The surrounding beasts fled in all directions. However, Yang was injured after all. Such an intense battle made things worse for him. It didn't take long before he couldn't hold on any longer and gradually fell into a disadvantage. Not good. Swearin Lantern rise. Seeing that Yang was losing, the people on the city walls were anxious. They quickly summoned their swearing lanterns and attacked the giant beast. Boom! The void shuddered and hundreds of swearing lanterns appeared, resonating with the swearing lantern above Yang's head. As the lanterns flickered, the human Tao light merged together and shone brightly. The hundreds of swearing lanterns were activated at the same time and the Xanhua grew stronger. The Xiantian baleful qi that could resist the Xiantian baleful qi was ignited by the Xanhua and the fire spread to the giant beast. City Lord, we are here to help you. Swearing lantern, rise. When the ordinary people in the city saw the swearing lanterns being summoned, they were shocked. They shouted and summoned the swearing lanterns as well, wanting to help the Yang clan. Light dots rose from their hearts and merged with the human race's fate. In the sky above City, they turned into thousands of swearing lanterns. They were bright and dark in different sizes, but they all shone with the light of civilization and lit up the void. With the swearing lanterns activated, the Xanhua's power grew stronger and stronger, burning the giant beast until it howled in pain. Roar! Yang had the help of the people and the giant beast had the help of the beast. The beasts roared and the Tai beasts exploded one after another, turning into Xiantian baleful qi that surged into the giant beast's body to help it resist the Xanhua. Victory for the humans. Seeing this, the people roared and Wan Zhiqing activated the swearing lantern with all his might. He wanted to kill the giant beast before it recovered. With the unity of the people, the faith of the human Tao gushed out and triggered an unknown power. Under this power, the swearing lanterns trembled and finally, they merged together and turned into a huge swearing lantern. The swearing lantern was as bright as the sun, illuminating the great thousand worlds with the light of civilization and the light of the human Tao. Chapter 95. Specks of torch flame flew out from the swearing lamp, carrying an undying will. They ignited the void, ignited the great Tao, and ignited everything they encountered. Even the innate baleful qi was ignited by the kindling lock. As the innate baleful qi burned, the beast's body became smaller and smaller. Once the innate baleful qi was burned out, the beast would die. The innate baleful qi was ignited by the kindling fire before it could even touch the beast's body. It became fuel for the burning beast, hastening its death. How can this be? Yang didn't feel relieved at all after suppressing the beast. Instead it became heavier. An ominous feeling rose in his heart, making him feel uneasy. A cultivator's spiritual sense wouldn't appear for no reason. It was a kind of enhancement for the future. Once it appeared, it would indicate something. Now the ominous feeling shrouded his heart. It was definitely not a good thing. Everyone be careful. As time passed, the uneasiness in Yang's heart grew stronger and stronger. He couldn't help but warn them. As soon as his voice fell, two huge auras rose in the distance. They were moving quickly towards City. In the blink of an eye they were in front of them. Thick limbs, huge bodies, scaled armor, and barbed spikes. Their appearance and aura were exactly the same as the half-step Daluo-level beasts in the kindling lock. Two half-step Daluo-level beasts. Yang's pupils shrank when he saw the two beasts. He couldn't help but feel despair. What happened? The beast riot is over, why are there still such strong beasts coming out? Does the heavens really want our clan to die? A single half-step golden immortal realm ferocious beast had already caused everyone in City to go all out before they were barely able to resist it. Now that another two had arrived, they didn't have any extra strength to resist these two ferocious beasts. The two beasts came in front of the chaos light screen, raised their huge claws and slammed it down. In order to deal with the previous beast, the Eon clan had taken away most of the chaos array's power, causing the chaos light screen's power to drop drastically. With a cracking sound, the two half-step Daluo-level vicious beasts continued to attack. The curtain of light was greatly weakened, and after shaking for a moment, it shattered, exposing the people of City to the vicious beasts. Under the enormous pressure of the ferocious beasts, those humans at the heavenly immortal realm and mysterious immortal realm were utterly unable to endure it, and they felt terror that came from the bottom of their hearts. All of them collapsed on the ground while their bodies trembled without end. Whoosh! As the giant beast breathed, it spat out two streams of air. Like a violent gale, it blew everyone away. Houses collapsed and City was in a mess. The two ferocious beasts opened their mouths and roared. Their bodies glowed with black light and innate baleful qi billowed out in all directions, forming a black ocean that surged towards E-City, wanting to drown everyone. Bastard. No. Yang, who was watching from afar, was enraged. However, he was held back by the giant beast and couldn't rush back to help. He could only watch as the innate baleful chi attacked the crowd. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The innate baleful chi was powerful and extremely vicious. Those below the Daluo Jingxian could not touch it easily. Most of the people in E-City were heavenly immortals and mysterious immortals. How could they resist the innate baleful chi? If they were touched by it, death would be the only outcome. Bastard, how dare you! Just as the innate baleful chi was about to touch the people, Feng Zichen suddenly appeared in the void. Without hesitation, Feng Zichen immediately mobilized all of his dermic powers and took out the chaos bead. In an instant, a gray light flashed and the chaos bead floated in mid-air, freezing the space within 1,000,000 miles. In E-City, despair appeared on the faces of the people. They stood there motionless. Not far in front of them, the innate baleful chi turned into a black ocean and froze there. Suiren Deng, the Eong clan, the burning Xan Hua, and the 3 half-step Daluo-level ferocious beasts were also frozen in place. Under the effect of the chaos bead, time within 1,000,000 miles stopped and everything fell into a standstill. Other than Feng Zichen and the chaos bead, everything else was frozen in place, motionless. As a former chaos treasure, even if it was broken, it still had supreme power. In the chaos, it could suppress a part of the chaos. In the untainted land, it could suppress endless space. Fortunately, I'm not too late. Looking at what was happening in front of him, Feng Zichen was terrified. If he had come a little later, the whole E-City would have been destroyed. These bastards, they really deserve to die. Glancing at the ferocious beasts, Feng Zichen's eyes were full of murderous intent. He suddenly reached out and grabbed at the void. Furious, Feng Zichen did not show any mercy. He grabbed at the void and the innate chi within 1,000 miles was all grabbed by him and poured into the chaos bead. Buzz. With a slight tremble, the chaos bead emitted a black light. The chaos Dao patterns intertwined and formed a scene of the great Dao. In the next moment, the void within 1,000 miles was shattered. The earth, fire, water, and wind came out together. The chaos chi surged and shrouded the void. Not long after, the chaos chi receded and the earth, fire, water, and wind disappeared. The void returned to normal and time began to flow again. Everything returned to normal except for the 3 ferocious beasts. After time and space returned to normal, the Eong clan's memory was still stuck at the moment when the ferocious beasts attacked the people of E-City. He did not know anything about Feng Zichen killing the ferocious beast. Therefore he was worried about the people and decided to fight to the death. You will all die with me. With a roar, the Eong clan used a secret method to burn his profound chi. Suddenly his aura skyrocketed. But he was still not satisfied. He made a gesture and the divine picture of the great Tao shattered and turned into innate chi that flowed into the Eong clan's body. Rumble. The Eong clan's aura soared to the sky and reached the limit of Tai Jingxian. But he was only in the middle stage of Tai Jingxian. How could he withstand such power? With a cracking sound, his body was covered with cracks like porcelain. It was as if he would break at any time. Oh no, he's going to self-destruct. The Eong clan's action was too fast. He completed all the steps in a flash. When Feng Zichen noticed the movement, it was too late to stop him. Damn it, fall. Feng Zichen made a gesture with his hands and cast the stellar transposition. An invisible rhythm spread in all directions. In an instant, time and space reversed, heaven and earth were turned upside down, and all things were reversed. The Eong clan's aura kept falling and the cracks on his body disappeared. The innate chi flew out of his body and turned into the divine picture of the great Tao again. Everything returned to what it was a moment ago. Chapter 96. Arg. All of you die with me. Eong roared as he burned all of his chi essence in an attempt to perish together with the beasts. The reason why Feng Zichen cast the shifting stars technique was to save Eong. How could he let Eong self-destruct and sacrifice himself for nothing? Tut. He pointed at the divine picture of Tao and the picture trembled as it flew out from Eong's hand and turned into a divine chain that suppressed him. Eong, please calm down. Coming to Eong, Feng Zichen channeled the innate Yi-Wood Chi to calm the agitated arcane energy in Eong's body. Zichen clan, thank you. When the agitated arcane energy in his body calmed down, Eong immediately knew that E-City's crisis was over. He forced himself to stay awake and thanked Feng Zichen. Then he closed his eyes and fell into a coma. Yang was relieved when he heard that the crisis was over. The injuries he accumulated from the battle with the beasts exploded at the same time. Strands of qi of death rose from his body, indicating that he was not far from death. Feng Zichen waved his sleeves and endless green light filled the air, turning into the shape of the green dragon. It was clear and unruffled. It was neither near nor far, and it was full of hidden changes, exuding a vast vitality. Go! Pointing his finger, the azure dragon roared and rushed into Yang's body. In an instant, the qi of death in Yang's body was replaced by vitality. Bright green light rose from his body and formed into a green light cocoon that wrapped around him. Seeing that the Yang tribe was out of danger and was developing in a good direction, Feng Zichen let out a sigh of relief. He turned around and walked into Yi City to comfort the confused people who didn't know what had happened. In the city lord's mansion, Feng Zichen was puzzled. He asked Yang, who had just recovered, "Yang, what happened? Why are there so many beasts around Yi City?" Yang sighed and said with a wry smile, "I don't know either. These beasts seem to have appeared out of nowhere. They suddenly appeared near Yi City and attacked us crazily. If it wasn't for your chaos array formation, Yi City would have been destroyed by them." That's strange. During the beast riot, there weren't so many beasts attacking Yi City. On the other hand, 3 half-step great heavenly realm ferocious beasts came out to attack Yi City after the ferocious beast rampage ended. You guys are really unlucky. Feng Zichen shook his head in confusion. That's right. Compared to the damage caused by the beasts, the beast riot is nothing. Yang nodded to express his bad luck after hearing Feng Zichen's. They thought that the beast riot would be dangerous, but it didn't even stir up the slightest wave. Yang didn't even use the trump cards they had prepared. But they didn't expect that when they were celebrating, a group of fierce beasts would suddenly appear and almost wipe them out even when they had used all their cards. The Yang clan only felt that they were extremely unlucky. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Fortunately, Zichen, you came in time. Although Yi City was damaged, no one was hurt too much. It's a blessing and a misfortune. Yang stood up and solemnly bowed to Feng Zichen. On behalf of everyone, Yang thanks Zichen for saving our lives. Feng Zichen came in front of Yang and stopped him from bowing. Yang, you and I have known each other for many years. You don't have to be so formal. You're right. I can't thank you enough. If you need anything in the future, just say the word and I will help you. Yang smiled and promised. Oh no. Just as he was about to say something, Feng Zichen's face suddenly changed. With a roar, he took a step forward and came to the sky above Yi City. The next moment, Yang, who was still wondering what had happened, suddenly felt several terrifying auras in the distance. His face changed drastically and he hurriedly followed Feng Zichen's footsteps. Millions of miles away, monstrous evil qi rose into the sky, forming a black cloud that covered the sky. Faint roars of beasts could be heard coming from within. They were rushing towards Yi City. 1, 2, 3. 9. Hiss. 9 half-step Daluo-level dire beasts. Yang, tell me the truth. Did you dig out the nest of the dire beasts? Otherwise, how could there be so many dire beasts? Even on the main battlefield, when the dire beasts and the experts of all races fought each other crazily, I did not see 9 half-step Daluo-level dire beasts attacking one place. Today, my horizons have been broadened by your presence. In the sky above Yi City, Feng Zichen looked at the 9 black pillars in the distance and was speechless. He could not help but tease Yang beside him. You're still joking at a time like this. With that, Yang hurriedly turned around and walked towards the city. With their speed, it will take the time to brew a cup of tea to reach Yi City. We can take advantage of this time to leave this place and escape to the East Sea. There is a barrier set up by the Holy Mother. As long as we get there, these dire beasts are nothing to be afraid of. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Watch me. With a laugh, Feng Zichen pulled Yang back and walked out of the city. Walking toward the 9 ferocious beasts alone, Feng Zichen felt a sense of pride. He waved his sleeve and with a rumble, the earth veins in all directions surged. The matrix of chaos suddenly opened and turned into a divine picture of the Great Path, falling into his hand. As the owner of the Chaos Bead, Feng Zichen personally controlled the Chaos Array. Its power was several times stronger than when Yang was controlling it. He suddenly pulled open the divine picture of the Great Tao. A hazy gray light flashed and the Chaos Tao runes rushed into the sky. Suddenly the Chaos Chi swept in all directions. The void shattered and time and space no longer existed. Everything within 100,000 miles returned to chaos. Roar! With a loud roar, the 9 dire beasts were not afraid of the chaos chi. They rushed into the chaos domain and went straight for Feng Zichen. Humph, you're courting death. With a cold snort, Feng Zichen shook his hand. The Kane chi within a radius of 10,000 miles was instantly emptied and poured into the divine picture of the Great Tao. Buzz buzz buzz. In the violent vibrations, the divine picture of the Great Tao suddenly changed. Rays of divine light bloomed, and the Kane Tao pictures flew out and fell into the chaos domain. Rumble. It was as if heaven and earth were splitting open. A ray of Khanate light cut open the chaos domain, separating the clear from the turbid, and creating the two elements. Endless Khanate chi surged out and evolved into a vast world. Although the 9 dire beasts were strong, the power to split open heaven and earth was mighty. How vast was it? The momentum of splitting open the heavens rolled forward. Who could stop it? Under the scouring of the Khanate chi, the 9 dire beasts were turned into balls of origin chi in just a moment, becoming nutrients for the world. Return. Seeing this, Feng Zichen shook the divine picture of the Great Tao again. The vast world shattered into 9 Khanate Tao pictures and returned to his hand. Chapter 97. This, so powerful. Yang looked at Feng Zichen in horror. Any one of the 9 ominous beasts could easily destroy Yi City, not to mention all of them. However, such powerful ominous beasts could not resist Feng Zichen at all. How terrifying was his strength. Zichen, you deserve to be called the first genius of the human tribe. How long have you been promoted to the Taijingxian? You have such terrifying strength. I'm afraid that even the geniuses of the shaman and demon tribe are far inferior to you. Yang could not help but praise him. You flatter me. The shaman and demon tribe are born with great fortune and are naturally powerful. I can't compare with them. Feng Zichen smiled and said modestly, Zichen, we can't stay in East City anymore. I plan to take my people back to the East Sea. After a rest we will find a new place and rebuild the city. Seeing Feng Zichen being so modest, Yang did not praise him anymore. Instead, she changed the topic and told him her plan. The appearance of the 9 ominous beasts completely frightened Yang. This place was so strange. If a few more ominous beasts appeared after Feng Zichen left, everyone in East City would be doomed. It was better to leave as soon as possible. You are the lord of East City. As long as you are willing to leave, I have no objection. Feng Zichen nodded and understood Yang. From time to time, a few half-step Daluo-level ominous beasts would appear. No one would be able to sleep peacefully here. Yang wanted to leave, but it was also in the process of cleaning up. Good. I will immediately gather my people and leave. With a decision in her heart, Yang immediately took action. She summoned everyone to the Lord's mansion to discuss the migration. Everyone in East City was a cultivator, so they packed quickly. If they wanted to take something, they could just stuff it into their storage magic treasures. It was really convenient and fast. Therefore, in less than half a day, everyone packed their bags and walked out of East City in a grandiose manner, intending to migrate back to the East Sea. Zichen, do you want to leave with us? Outside of East City, Yang asked Feng Zichen. Feng Zichen shook his head and refused. No, I'm very curious about the origin of these vicious beasts. I plan to investigate and see where they came from. When he thought of the origin of the ferocious beasts, his heart throbbed as if there was something waiting for him there. There must be a reason for the sudden impulse. Feng Zichen naturally had to investigate. Alright, then be careful. Yang took one last look at Yi Cheng before turning around and walking away. The reluctance in her eyes was completely replaced by determination. Looking at Yi Yang's back, Feng Zichen had an idea. With a wave of his sleeve, the chaos array flew out and landed in Yi Yang's hand. It's a long journey from here to the East Sea. I don't know how dangerous it will be. With the chaos array, it can protect your safety along the way. I can rest assured. Moreover, when you rebuild East City in the future, you will need the array to protect it. Giving you the chaos array now saves me the trouble of making a trip in the future. Seeing Yi Yang's puzzled expression, Feng Zichen explained to her. Thank you. Yi Yang put away the chaos array, bowed with a fist salute, and left with the others on a cloud. A moment later, after watching Yi Yang and the others leave, Feng Zichen's figure flashed and rushed to the place where the 9 vicious beasts appeared. It's not here. Appearing from the void, Feng Zichen scanned the surroundings with his divine sense. Except for the residual evil chi in the air, there was nothing unusual. It was really strange. The vicious beasts clearly came from here, but there's nothing unusual here. It's really puzzling. After scanning again with his divine sense, Feng Zichen still found nothing unusual. He could not help but frown. No. As he muttered to himself, Feng Zichen rose to the sky. His eyes flashed, and everything within a radius of 1,000,000 miles was reflected in his eyes. This was the Heavenly Spirit 36 transformations, which allowed one to see through the 3 realms. One could see the life and death of all living beings in the world as well as all kinds of things in the world. It could observe fate and even see through all illusions. It could also shoot out divine light to hurt the enemy. It's not here, it's not there. Why are there so many? How many vicious beasts were born around here? In Feng Zichen's eyes, there were no less than a dozen places within 1,000,000 miles that were filled with evil qi. Unfortunately, these areas were completely empty. The ferocious beasts inside had long since run off to God knows where. What is that? Feng Zichen exclaimed softly. His heart skipped a beat as he came to a place filled with baleful qi. This place was different from other places. The innate evil qi was not thin, but extremely dense, which shocked Feng Zichen. And in the middle of the evil qi there was innate turbid qi. As the two intertwined, a mysterious change occurred, and it created a chance of creation, causing the innate turbid qi to faintly emit fluctuations of life. A vague beast shadow gradually took shape, and its appearance was the same as the vicious beast that attacked the city. Is this how the ferocious beasts that attacked the city were born? Seeing this, Feng Zichen understood the use of the connate murderous qi. However, after his old doubts were solved, a new doubt surfaced in his mind. Where did this mass of innate murderous qi come from? After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen mobilized his mana, and a purple light rose from his body. The Hongmeng celestial light shot out and penetrated the innate turbid qi. Vaguely, a vague beast roar was heard, and the innate turbid qi rumbled and attacked Feng Zichen. Stretching out his index finger, Feng Zichen used his finger as a pen, the Hongmeng qi as ink, and the void as paper. He kept writing. As he moved, runes appeared in the void, carrying the aura of the Great Way. They met the innate turbid qi and suppressed it. Those were Taoist runes which were created by Feng Zichen himself. They contained the power of the Great Way, mysterious and unpredictable, and had all kinds of incredible abilities. Buzz. At first, under the suppression of the Taoist runes, the innate turbid qi struggled and almost broke out. But as the number of Taoist runes increased, the suppression power continued to increase, and the innate turbid qi gradually became obedient, turning into a dark yellow light ball and remaining motionless. Come. With a gentle wave of his hand, the Taoist runes wrapped in the innate turbid qi flew into Feng Zichen's hand. Today I'd like to see who on earth is playing tricks and creating vicious beasts everywhere. As he spoke, Feng Zichen suddenly performed a Dharma incantation. His Taoist rhymes swirled around him and the Taoist runes shook with a loud rumble. A tyrannical refining power suddenly surged toward the primordial evil qi. In the sizzling sound, the origin of the innate turbid qi was constantly refined by the Taoist runes, turning into wisps of essence qi, and scattered into the untainted land. Chapter 98. The loss of the origin caused the connate murderous qi to gradually shrink. In the end, the connate murderous qi completely disappeared, leaving only a trace of an inexplicable aura that emitted a terrifying aura. This aura is so familiar. I think I've seen it somewhere before. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen separated a wisp of his divine sense and probed towards the aura, intending to trace its origin. Rumble. A vast and boundless earth appeared. In Feng Zichen's divine sense, the tiny aura suddenly became huge. The earthy yellow aura rolled endlessly, as if it was a world of earthy yellow. That was the origin of earth, the origin of the earth. That inexplicable aura was connected to the origin of earth, allowing Feng Zichen to see a trace of the true meaning of the great Tao of earth. In the deepest part of the origin of earth, there was a ball of brilliant light. The light was gentle and illuminated all things, emitting an aura that carried all things. The aura of creation circulated as if it could breed all things. The aura of the great Tao on its body was incomparably dense, describing all kinds of great Tao mysteries. It was the beginning and the end of the great Tao of earth. Everything about the great Tao of earth could be answered from it. This is the aura of the chaos demon god. The aura of the great Tao of earth was more powerful, noble, and profound than the aura of Hutu that Feng Zichen felt in the depths of his bloodline. There was also a tyrannical aura mixed in it. Hutu was formed by Pangu's blood essence, nurtured by the Khanate murderous Qi, born with the great Tao of Earth, and born with the ability to control the laws of Earth. In the untainted land, only the Chaos Demon God, born with the will of the great Tao, could be nobler and more powerful than such an existence. Oh no, retreat quickly. Knowing that the Chaos Demon God was not to be trifled with, Feng Zichen extinguished the aura with his divine sense and flew away, not daring to pursue it any further. However, before Feng Zichen could leave, a sudden change occurred. With a rumble, the earth shook violently like waves on the surface of water, up and down. Thick, turbid chi of the earth that was mixed with Khanate killing intent gushed out of the ground and spread in all directions towards him. At the same time, a mighty and majestic aura descended, causing the surrounding void to instantly freeze and the great path to stop operating. Just as Feng Zichen took half a step forward, he felt that the void was like a swamp, and he was sinking deeper and deeper into it. A great terror struck his heart, and all the hair on his body stood on end. Immediately, the aura of the great Tao emanated from his body, forming all kinds of strange phenomena. 5 Khanate 5 elements divine light, Khanate Supreme Yang divine light, Hongmeng immortal light. All the divine powers he possessed were released at the same time. Then Feng Zichen gathered all the mana in his body and poured it into Hongmeng Daozhong. With a clang, the Hongmeng Daozhong flew out from his sea of consciousness and hovered above his head. Countless great Daos were reflected, and strands of Hongmeng Qi hung down, covering him and protecting him. Almost at the same time, the turbid Qi that gushed out from the ground suddenly condensed into a giant claw that covered the sky, grabbing towards Feng Zichen. The giant claw slammed onto Hongmeng Daozhong, creating an earth-shattering sound. Hongmeng Daozhong trembled and invisible bell waves spread out, turning the void into dust. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. This claw contained an incomparably shocking power, and the Khanate killing intent exploded in a large area, crushing mountains and rivers, destroying the sky and making people tremble. Even the powerful Hongmeng Daozhong, under the infusion of Feng Zichen's mana, faced the attack of the giant claw and trembled violently. Countless runes were destroyed and the Hongmeng Qi collapsed in waves. One could imagine how terrifying this giant claw was. If Feng Zichen had not reacted in time and used all his strength to cast dozens of great spells to protect himself, he would have been shattered into pieces by the aftermath of the collision. Taking advantage of the moment when the giant claw was repelled by the rebound force, Feng Zichen cast the dozens of great spells that wrapped around his body at the same time, shattering the Khanate killing intent that covered the sky and earth. Without any obstacles, he quickly moved horizontally and escaped from the range of the giant claw. The remnant consciousness of the Chaos Demon God. Turning around, Feng Zichen stared at the giant claw, and his heart was filled with anger. If he had reacted a little slower, this body would have died under the claw, and even the incense light would not be spared. Moreover, he had already planned to leave, but the remnant consciousness of the Chaos Demon God was still so ruthless. What was the meaning of this? Was it looking down on him and treating him as an ant? Since stepping into the Ziwei Star, Feng Zichen's personality had inevitably changed under the influence of the Ziwei Star. He had become more and more arrogant. As the Lord of the Stars, the King of the Myriad Sect, and a Khanate divine being, he was naturally supreme. How could he not be angry after being humiliated like this? The remnant consciousness of the Chaos Demon God was really audacious and reckless to humiliate him like this. Although the giant claw had failed in its attack, it did not give up. With a whistling sound, its body continued to grow taller and its 5 claws opened. With a rumble, the Khanate killing intent filled the air and covered the universe and once again pressed down on Feng Zichen. You're courting death. A mere remnant consciousness dares to attack me? Do you really think you're the reincarnation of the Chaos Demon God? With a roar, the power of the heavenly Tao rolled out from Feng Zichen's body and swept in all directions. In his rage, he had used the innate ability of the Ziwei Emperor, the incantation of the heavenly Tao. One should know that this was the Eldritch World, the graveyard of the Chaos Demon God. The remnant consciousness of the Chaos Demon God did not hide properly, but dared to come out and stir up trouble. Was the heavenly Tao really a vegetarian? Heavenly punishment, Feng Zichen said coldly. The wind and clouds changed color, and lightning suddenly appeared. The power of the heavenly Tao turned into the demon-punishing thunder and struck the giant claw. At the same time as Feng Zichen used the heavenly Tao Great Mystique, the heavenly Tao in the unseen world had a slight reaction and saw everything here. In an instant the world changed color and the laws of nature roared. The power of the demon-punishing thunder increased exponentially and turned into the destructive thunder, ruthlessly striking the giant claw and shattering it into pieces. Just as the destructive thunder was about to strike the ground, a vague roar was heard in a trance, and it shocked all directions. Then, the Khanate spiritual light shone brightly and covered a radius of 1,000,000 miles. An aura that belonged to the eldritch world spread out. Under the cover of this aura, the heavenly Tao seemed to be blindfolded and could no longer sense the aura of the chaos demon god. In the blink of an eye, the mighty power of the heavenly Tao retreated, and the destructive thunder turned back into the demon-punishing thunder. A Khanate spiritual treasure? Using the aura of a Khanate spiritual treasure to conceal his own demon god aura and achieve the goal of deceiving the heavenly Tao. Good technique. The remnant consciousness of the chaos demon god is very intelligent. In a flash, Feng Zichen understood the purpose of the remnant consciousness of the chaos demon god and could not help but praise. The heavenly Tao did not have intelligence, so it could be impartial. But also because of this, the heavenly Tao did not have intelligence and could not think, so it was easy to be deceived. The remnant consciousness of the chaos demon god took advantage of this loophole in the heavenly Tao and used the Khanate spiritual treasure to deceive the heavenly Tao and avoid the attack of the heavenly Tao. Chapter 99. After the power of the Way of Heaven disappeared, the Khanate evil chi that had scattered into the void gathered again. The divine light of creation flickered and turned into fierce beasts that charged at Feng Zichen. However, after the bombardment of the divine thunder of destruction, the power of the Khanate evil chi was undoubtedly weakened and could no longer pose a threat to Feng Zichen. Feng Zichen waved his sleeve and the Zichen sword appeared in his hand. The sun, moon, and stars appeared on one side and the universe on the other. It was incomparably sharp and chilling. Die. Without much words, the word die represented his determination. Feng Zichen waved the Zichen sword in his hand and charged forward. Light surged like a sea of stars and millions of thunderbolts. Everything in the world appeared and slashed forward with his movements. Buff, 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 buff. Blood splattered as the fierce beasts were killed by Feng Zichen. They disintegrated in the air and exploded, turning into balls of Khanate evil chi. In just a moment, the fierce beasts formed by the Khanate evil chi were all killed by him. I'd like to see what kind of ability you have to provoke me again and again. Without any hesitation, Feng Zichen turned into a purple light and rushed into the depths of the ground. He wanted to find out more about the remnant consciousness of the chaos demon god. This time, Feng Zichen was really angry. The remnant consciousness of the chaos demon god had gone too far and didn't take him seriously at all. If he didn't teach it a lesson, how could he let it go? Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After passing through the rocks and the underground river, Feng Zichen went all the way down. Soon, his eyes lit up and he came to a mysterious space. Boom, boom, boom. Looking around, the Khanate evil chi was boundless like a vast ocean. It released a dark yellow light that illuminated the surrounding void and brought a trace of light to the underground that was always dark. Brr, brr, brr. As if it had sensed the aura of a stranger, the Khanate evil chi became restless. The chi of creation of the earth appeared and gave birth to half-Daluo-level fierce beasts that roared at Feng Zichen. With a cold snort, Feng Zichen took out the Hongmeng Daozhong and tapped it lightly. Dang! The Hongmeng Daozhong trembled slightly, and layers of ripples appeared in the void. Wherever it passed, nothing existed. The newly born vicious beast was swept by the ripples, and it was silently destroyed, turning into nothingness. Nothing was left behind. However, as soon as the ferocious beasts were destroyed, new ferocious beasts were born amidst the tumbling innate murderous chi, blocking Feng Zichen's advance. Clang, clang, clang. A series of hurry chimes rang out. It was Feng Zichen with an impatient expression, continuously ringing Hongmeng Daozhong. With the support of the Hongmeng Daozhong, more and more ripples appeared in the void, spreading faster and faster. One after another they crushed the Khanate evil chi. Those ferocious beasts that had just been born, those that were still in the process of being nurtured, as well as the innate fiendish chi, were completely unable to resist the primordial chaos Dao Bell's unparalleled power. They were all turned into nothingness one after another. When the chimes stopped, Feng Zichen's eyes were empty. The sea of Khanate evil chi had been completely destroyed by the Hongmeng Daozhong. Haha! With a chuckle, Feng Zichen's body bloomed with a brilliant golden light of merit, which turned into a great sun, illuminating the surroundings as bright as day. After that, he stepped into the depths of the earth. This was an acquired merit treasure, the light of merit. It was Feng Zichen's strongest defensive means. No one below the Daluo could break it. Even Daluo Jingxian could resist it for a while. Although he was angry, he did not lose his mind. The depths of the earth were the enemy's territory. Now that he had rushed in, he could not be too careful. Even if Feng Zichen died here now, he would only lose an incarnation. It would not have much impact on his original body on the Ziwei star. However, this physical body was his original body, which had witnessed his transformation. From the beginning of the acquired body to the Khanate body, and now to the Khanate Taoism aptitude, he had worked hard to achieve it. It contained all his efforts and was of great significance to him. He could not die here. With the great sun of merit above his head, Feng Zichen did not encounter any more trouble. He smoothly arrived at the depths of the earth, where the remnant consciousness of the Chaos Demon God was. Compared to the previous place, the depths of the earth were like another world. As soon as Feng Zichen stepped in, he felt a change in the laws of heaven and earth. The air was filled with the aura of chaos. In front of him, the origin of the earth gathered. It was a vast expanse of yellow, exuding a noble aura that made people want to worship it. As he walked forward, wisps of black gas appeared. They were extremely deep and did not emit any shocking aura. They just surged toward him calmly and inconspicuously. This is chaotic evil aura. However, when he saw this wisp of black gas, Feng Zichen's pupils suddenly shrank. His face was full of horror. He quickly dodged to the side, not daring to let the black gas get close to him. That was the evil aura emitted by the Chaos Demon God. It was the source of the Khanate evil aura. It was extremely magical. It seemed ordinary and inconspicuous. However, if it fell on a person, he would be directly transformed into a ferocious beast under the influence of the Daluo. If the Daluo Jingxian touched it, it would not be good for him. His origin would be damaged, his spiritual altar would be covered in dust, and his strength would be greatly reduced. It would take tens of thousands of years for him to recover. Moreover, the chaotic evil aura had another ability. It could deceive a cultivator's spiritual sense. One must know that a cultivator's spiritual sense was extremely powerful. It could predict danger in advance. It was one of the most powerful means that cultivators relied on to survive. However, the chaotic evil aura could deceive it directly, making it impossible for people to sense its danger. In addition, its ordinary appearance was simply impossible to guard against. If not for the fact that Feng Zichen often comprehended the memory of opening the sky and was extremely sensitive to the things on the Chaos Demon God, he would have recognized it at a glance. Otherwise, with its inconspicuous appearance, he would not care about the evil aura and would casually hit it. If that happened, it would be troublesome. Carefully avoiding the chaotic evil aura, Feng Zichen continued to walk in, looking for the remnant consciousness of the Chaos Demon God. That remnant consciousness is quite good at hiding. It hasn't shown any trace until now. After wandering in the depths of the underground for half a day, Feng Zichen found nothing except the earth origin and the chaotic evil aura, let alone the remnant consciousness of the Chaos Demon God. Ah, now you know how to be afraid. Why didn't you come out earlier? If you don't come out, I will force you out. Seeing that the remnant consciousness of the Chaos Demon God could not hide, Feng Zichen smirked and said to the void with a mocking smile. Clang, 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 clang. Behind Feng Zichen, 5 divine lights shot into the sky. That was the evolution of the innate 5 elements divine light. After advancing to the Tai Jingxian stage, the power of the 5 elements divine light had become stronger. As the 5 divine lights rotated, they were like 5 celestial swords unsheathed, strangling everything and sweeping through the universe. Whoosh. As the 5 elements divine light brushed past, large patches of earth origin disappeared and turned into pure 5 elements origin, strengthening the 5 elements realm. Chapter 100. Stop. An ancient Tao sound resounded, resonating with heaven and earth and resonating with all Taos. Supreme majesty spread in all directions, and the Khanate 5 elements divine light disintegrated inch by inch. Oh, finally willing to come out, I thought you would continue to endure. Feng Zichen said leisurely as he stared at a certain void. Judging from the heavenly Tao's loathing of the Chaos Demon God, the rich earth origin here was definitely not condensed by him. Since it was not the work of the heavenly Tao, then the Earth origin could not have appeared out of thin air. Obviously, this was the origin emitted by the Chaos Demon God. The Khanate 5 Elements divine light rampaged, wantonly plundering the Earth origin here. Seeing this, the remnant consciousness of the Chaos Demon God, who was its master, could not sit still. He did not care about hiding his tracks and immediately showed himself. Rumble. A khaki-colored ball of light, surrounded by the chi of chaos, slowly rose from the Earth origin with the aura of the great Tao spreading around it. No wonder you did not dare to show yourself, so that's why. You are not the remnant consciousness of the Chaos Demon God, but a living creature formed by the remnants of the Chaos Demon God's body. Feng Zichen frowned and was deeply surprised to find that things were a little different from what he had imagined. In the khaki-colored ball of light, there was vitality everywhere, and a vague figure could be vaguely seen. Obviously, there was a life being born in it. You dare to be so arrogant before you are born. If you are born, you will be terrible. Maybe you will be another demon who will cause chaos in the untainted land. With this thought, Feng Zichen raised his sword and swung it. Mighty sword chi surged out and slashed at the khaki-colored ball of light. In an instant, it was as if the Milky Way had fallen and the sea of stars had exploded. A vast expanse of purple, dazzling sword light emerged, and the sun, the moon, and the stars appeared. With the momentum to cut through the universe, it slashed down with a loud bang. Almost at the same time, the khaki-colored ball of light in the sky trembled violently. Runes blazed and golden splendor sprinkled down. Rays of khaki-colored light intertwined and turned into a Kangmang continent, which collided with the sea of stars. With a loud bang, the continent and the sea of stars collided violently and shattered one after another, turning into spots of light and slowly dissipating. As expected, this devil's fetus is still in the realm of Tai. He has yet to become Daluo Jingxian. After a round of probing, Feng Zichen determined the other party's cultivation level. Although it was a few levels higher than his, they were still in the same cultivation level. Human, you've gone too far. After the shock waves subsided, the devil's fetus suddenly spoke. Past? Am I wrong? Ah, what a joke. Hearing Devil's Fetus's words, Feng Zichen first doubtfully muttered to himself before laughing out loud. His laughter revealed a bone-chilling intent. This Devil's Fetus had not only ordered the ferocious beasts to besiege Yi City, but he had also ruthlessly attacked him. Now he was saying that he had gone overboard. Feng Zichen was so angry that he laughed. His face instantly turned cold. Feng Zichen held the sword in one hand and formed a seal with the other. As the rhythm of the Tao lingered, the order of heaven and earth was disrupted, and yin and yang were reversed. An unparalleled mighty force descended and directly attacked the Devil's Fetus. This was a great divine ability, the reversal of yin and yang. It could reverse the order of heaven and earth, cause the sun and moon to lose their order and confuse right and wrong. It could be seen that under the effect of this power, the laws were distorted and everything was reversed. The vitality on the Devil's Fetus was constantly transforming into the aura of death. Life and death were intertwined. Facing this attack, the Devil's Fetus did not panic at all. He coldly spat out a word, break. In an instant, time and space stagnated. The domineering will that belonged to the Chaos Demon God suddenly burst out and turned into a giant hand covered in yellow scales. It quietly floated above the Devil's Fetus without any movement. Even so, the power that could reverse everything suddenly disappeared after the giant hand appeared. In the blink of an eye, the aura of death on the Devil's Fetus disappeared and vitality was restored. Everything returned to normal. Clang. A melodious bell rang. After the giant hand appeared, the Hongmeng Daozhong trembled slightly for a moment. The shadow of a Chaos Demon God appeared on the bell, as if it was the origin of the great Tao of Earth. The shadow of the Chaos Demon God and the giant hand above the Devil's Fetus gave off the same aura. The shape of the arm could be compared to the giant hand. That is, the arm of the Earth Demon God. That day in the deepest part of Mount Buzhou, Feng Zichen used the special ability of the Hongmeng Daozhong to imprint the images of 3,000 Chaos Demon Gods on the bell, so that he could comprehend them in the future. He did not expect that when he came to look for the remnant consciousness of the Chaos Demon God in a fit of anger, he would encounter a living creature born from the remnant body of the Chaos Demon God. Under the guidance of the aura, the shadow of the Chaos Demon God automatically appeared on the Hongmeng Daozhong. The aura of the great Tao of Earth on the Chaos Demon God was so strong that Feng Zichen understood the origin of the giant hand. It was a living creature born from the arm of the Earth Demon God. The imprint of the Chaos Demon God. that was indeed not my illusion. You really have the inheritance of the Chaos Demon God. It was not in vain that I tried so hard to lure you here. The appearance of the shadow of the Earth Demon God immediately attracted the attention of the devil's fetus. He was so excited that he could not help but shout. When Feng Zichen was massacring the ferocious beasts in E-City, the devil's fetus had noticed him. He vaguely felt that there was a familiar aura on him that inexplicably attracted the devil's fetus's mind. For this reason, the devil's fetus sent ferocious beasts one after another to attack E-City, with the intention of exploring Feng Zichen's secrets. Later, when the devil's fetus discovered the aura of the demon god on Feng Zichen, it did not hesitate to provoke him, infuriating him and luring him here. It was all for the inheritance of the demon god on him. The arm of the earth demon god was cut off by Pangu. It was a miracle that it remained intact. The various great Tao rules contained in it naturally could not be preserved, and they were all destroyed by Pangu's axe light. Therefore, although the devil's fetus was formed from the remains of the earth demon god's body, he did not obtain the inheritance of the earth demon god other than the aura of the arm that gave birth to him. It could be said that the imprint of the earth demon god imprinted on Hongmeng Daozhong contained more inheritance than the devil's fetus. And you will pay the price for your arrogance in the end. Saying this, the devil's fetus's body rippled with divine light, and the origin of the earth instantly boiled. With a rumble, the boundless origin of the earth madly converged toward the devil's fetus, turning into a giant that was 1,000,000 feet tall. It was surrounded by runes, dazzling divine light, and a powerful aura that intimidated the surroundings. As for the devil's fetus itself, it sank into the giant's body and disappeared. As a living being formed from the remains of the Chaos Demon God, it did not obtain the inheritance of the Chaos Demon God. How humiliating was that? Hand over the inheritance of the Chaos Demon God. With a roar, the devil's fetus controlled the giant and charged toward Feng Zichen. Scoundrel, hiding in the origin of the earth, what kind of ability is that? If you have the guts, break open the devil's fetus and have a real fight with me. Only then can you live up to the name of your father, the Chaos Demon God. Chapter 101. Although Feng Zichen mocked him, he didn't slow down either. As his merit's spiritual aura flowed, he raised the Zichen sword and faced the attack. Although the giant formed by the earth origin was extremely powerful and was infinitely close to Daluo Jinshan's level, it was still a hair's breadth away and was still in the Tai realm. A hair's breadth was like a chasm. As long as the giant was still in the Tai Jingxian realm and had the protection of the merit's spiritual aura, Feng Zichen had nothing to fear. Kill. As the purple imperial sword danced, the heaven-opening Taoist rhymes shot out endless beams of world-destroying light. It was as if the heavens and earth were splitting apart as it slashed towards the yellow giant. You're courting death. Being mocked by Feng Zichen like this, the devil's fetus was furious. When he attacked, he actually increased his strength. The earth origin rolled out and suppressed Feng Zichen with an aura that could crush the heavens. Even the Chaos Demon God himself wasn't a match for Pangu, let alone the Chaos Demon God's inheritance that the devil's fetus had only scratched the surface. So, how could he block the heaven-splitting sword aura? With a boom, the earth origin was no match for the heaven-splitting sword aura and was shattered into pieces. Then, the sword aura didn't slow down and suddenly slashed the giant's body, cutting off his left arm. This, Pangu's aura? You actually have Pangu's inheritance, haha. You're really bringing me more and more surprises. Sensing the majestic power, the fear that came from the depths of the devil's fetus bloodline made him tremble uncontrollably. But when he thought about how he could obtain everything about Feng Zichen and master this majestic power after devouring him, the devil's fetus felt excited. Waves of earth origin surged toward the giant, trying to reform the giant's left arm. But the heaven-splitting sword aura was indestructible and the Taoist rhymes were everlasting. The blurry purple light flickered, and no matter what the devil's fetus did, he couldn't restore it. Good. This is the power I'm looking forward to. The giant was unable to recover, but the devil's fetus wasn't angry. Instead he was delighted. With a loud laugh, the giant exploded, and a huge shockwave swept out in all directions. Bus. The self-destruction of a doppelganger that was equivalent to the ultimate state of Tai Jingxian was so powerful that it caused the virtuous spiritual light to tremble. Boom, 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 the origin of the earth began to change again. It was like a yellow ocean with boundless waves. One giant after another walked out of the ocean, stepping on the waves as they charged toward Feng Zichen. Hand over the inheritance of the chaos demonic god. Hundreds of giants roared in unison. Their roars reverberated for thousands of miles, causing ripples to form in the void and spread out. Zichen's sword was placed in front of his chest. Feng Zichen's eyes were calm as he lightly flicked the blade of the sword. A clear and melodious sword chime leisurely sounded out, shattering the surging ripples. Then his body moved and he rushed into the giant crowd. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streaks of sharp sword light flew out of Feng Zichen's hand and slashed at the giants that were coming from all directions. Wherever the sword radiance passed, the heaven-splitting Taoist rhymes filled the air. The giants couldn't resist at all. They were either slashed horizontally or cut vertically. In an instant, flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and severed limbs flew everywhere. Unfortunately, every time Feng Zichen killed a giant, the origin of the earth would form another giant and continue to charge toward him. It was simply impossible to kill all of them. Ah! The heaven-splitting sword radiance is so powerful. It must consume a lot of energy. How long can you last if you keep using the heaven-splitting sword radiance like this? But I'm different. The origin of the earth here is endless. I can squander it however I want. Sooner or later, I'll exhaust you to death. You have the inheritance of the god fiend and Pangu. You have a lot of opportunities. Your future will be incomparably bright. There's no need to fight to the death with me here. Moreover, if you accidentally die here, wouldn't it be a waste of your great opportunity? Why don't you make a copy of the inheritance of the god fiend and Pangu and leave it here? Then I'll let you go. How about that? In the battle, the giants spoke one after another. They tried to persuade Feng Zichen to hand over the inheritance. Are you so sure that I'll lose? I don't think so. I think that the person who will die today will definitely be you. After hearing the devil's fetus's words, Feng Zichen didn't respond immediately. Instead, he crushed the giant in front of him and took the time to speak to the void leisurely. Stop trying. You won't be able to find where I am. As soon as Feng Zichen finished speaking, the giants around him had strange looks on their faces. They spoke to him in the same tone. As the saying goes, to catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. As long as he killed the devil's fetus hiding in the dark, these giants would lose their medium and become rootless duckweeds. At that time, Feng Zichen wouldn't have to do it himself. These giants would collapse on their own. However, he didn't expect the devil's fetus to be so alert. He had been hiding in the dark and didn't give himself away at all. Feng Zichen couldn't do anything about it. This devil's fetus is already so difficult to deal with even before he's born. If he's born, I'm afraid he can kill me with a flip of his hand. Fortunately, this devil's fetus was transformed from the remains of the chaos god fiend. If he were to take a human form, he would definitely be punished by the heavens. There would be no escape until he died. This devil's fetus hasn't taken a human form yet. I'm afraid he's not sure if he can escape the attack of the way of heaven. Therefore, he doesn't dare to take a human form. In this way, Feng Zichen fought with the giants while thinking of a way to defeat the enemy. Imagine, with the strength of the chaos god fiend, even the impurities expelled from his body could be called a treasure in the untainted land, not to mention the devil's fetus transformed from his arm. The devil's fetus's power of origin was extremely strong. It was not inferior to that of Daluo Jingxian. If he were to be born, he could save hundreds of millions of years of bitter cultivation and directly become Daluo Jingxian. But success and failure depended on this matter. As a creature completely transformed from the remains of the chaos god fiend, his destiny was not in the long river of destiny. Therefore, once he came to the untainted land with the appearance of Daluo Jingxian, the aura of the chaos god fiend on his body could no longer be concealed. It was equivalent to exposing himself to the way of heaven. The consequences could be imagined. In order to hide from the sight of the way of heaven and avoid the attack of the way of heaven, the devil's fetus expelled most of his power of origin from his body, causing his power to fall from that of Daluo Jingxian to that of Tai Jingxian. It was precisely because of this that Feng Zichen could fight with him in full swing. If he had come a few yuan hui earlier, the devil's fetus could still be compared to Daluo Jingxian. He could kill him with a flip of his palm. And the power of the earth here was the power of the devil's fetus that was expelled from his body. Therefore, the devil's fetus could control it so smoothly. Forget it, I won't fight anymore. You're good. Let's end it here today. Let me go back and rest. I'll visit you another day. Seeing that the giants were endless, Feng Zichen gradually became annoyed. Moreover, as time passed, he felt more and more tired when he waved the Zichen sword. He simply put away the sword, shouted at the void and flew into the air. Chapter 102. You want to leave? Do you think you can? Seeing that Feng Zichen was about to leave, the devil's fetus snorted coldly. How could he let him do as he wished? Lock me. As the chaotic ancient words fell, heaven and earth suddenly throbbed inexplicably. A strange aura filled the air, and a strange force descended. Feng Zichen felt as if he had fallen into a quagmire and was sinking continuously, unable to move. At the same time, the giant on the origin of earth roared and turned into divine chains of the great path. It rushed into the sky and wrapped around Feng Zichen, trying to pull him into the origin of earth. Knowing that the situation was critical, Feng Zichen's mind moved. In an instant, he mobilized all the mana in his body and fiercely rang the Hongmeng Daozhong. Clang. The grand sound of the bell rang. It was like the sound of the great path, but also like the roar of heaven and earth. The strange force suddenly disappeared, and the void returned to normal. Whoosh. After the bell wave broke the seal of the void, it did not disappear. Instead, it continued to spread and crush the divine chains of the great path, attacking Feng Zichen. If I want to leave, you can't stop me. Looking at the origin of earth below, Feng Zichen's face turned cold. He waved his sleeve and threw out several bolts of 10,000 godly thunder. Rumble. Thunder suddenly sounded. The 10,000 godly thunder first turned into a sea of thunder and struck down. When it came close to the origin of earth, it suddenly evolved into the sun, moon, stars, and the universe, forming a vast world and smashing down with a loud bang. In an instant, lightning splashed everywhere, and heaven and earth were covered in white. Let's go. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Feng Zichen stretched out his hand and tore open the space, revealing a space tunnel. He flashed and walked into it. You want to leave? It's not that easy. Don't you know whose territory this is? The devil's fetus, who was hiding in the dark, noticed Feng Zichen's movement and sneered. He did not stop him and quietly watched him walk into the space tunnel. Walking out of the spatial tunnel, Feng Zichen looked around and couldn't help but be shocked. The great earth origin source in front of him was rolling endlessly, boundless and boundless. Releasing his divine sense, Feng Zichen was surprised to find that he was only 100 steps away from his previous position. In other words, he had only teleported a distance of 100 steps across space. It was not even as far as he could go with a single leap. Haha, this is a space of its own. It's easy to enter but difficult to leave. Without my permission, no one can leave. A mass of earth origin rose and turned into a burly figure. It walked in front of Feng Zichen and said to him, "Tell me, what are your conditions? What do I have to do for you to let me go?" Seeing the devil's fetus appear, Feng Zichen seemed to admit defeat. Glancing at Hongmeng Daozhong with fear, the devil's fetus promised, "If you want to leave this place, you can. As long as you leave behind the inheritance of the Chaos Demon God and Pangu, I will allow you to leave. I will not stop you." How can I trust you? How can you guarantee that after you get the inheritance, you will not turn against me ruthlessly? Hearing the devil's fetus's guarantee, Feng Zichen just smiled. Although he didn't care in his heart, it was another way of saying it. Do you have a choice? You can only trust me. Either you hand over the inheritance and I will let you go, or you fight to the death with the great earth origin. After you die of exhaustion, I will devour your true spirit and still get the inheritance. Sensing a trace of fear in Feng Zichen's words, the devil's fetus became more and more aggressive. His words were full of dominance, as if victory was in his hands. Then there's no room for negotiation. Nodding, Feng Zichen suddenly raised Hongmeng Daozhong and smashed it at the devil's fetus's doppelganger in front of him. The doppelganger's brain was smashed, and he died tragically on the spot. Bastard. If you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. In the distance, another doppelganger of the devil's fetus appeared and cursed at Feng Zichen in a flustered and exasperated manner. As soon as the devil's fetus finished speaking, Feng Zichen suddenly felt his heart palpitate. All the hair on his body stood on end, and the back of his head felt like it was being pricked by needles. His true spirit trembled violently. Without much time to think, his body erupted with resplendent divine light. Innate Tao patterns flickered, and all kinds of divine abilities were unleashed. His blood energy surged. With a swoosh, Feng Zichen instantly moved horizontally like a ray of light and hid in the distance. Almost at the same time, just as Feng Zichen's foot left, A jet-black arrow with a hint of blood shot over and hit the place where he was just standing. With a boom, the void exploded and the place was completely boiling. This arrow carried an incomparably astonishing power. When it hit the void, it exploded with a boom. Chaotic evil chi erupted in all directions, and a violent aura spread in all directions as if it could destroy the world and shock the world. That is, the blood of the Chaos Demon God? Feng Zichen trembled a little. The blood on the arrow was the bloodstain left behind by the Chaos Demon God. It could destroy the Tao and destroy one's true spirit. Not to mention being hit by it, even if he was grazed by it, his physical body would be destroyed. Nothing would be left except for his physical body. Fortunately, he had obtained many opportunities and cultivated the 3 pure Taoist scriptures, which made his spiritual sense extremely powerful. It was far superior to other cultivators of the same level. Otherwise he would have been dead. Good, very good. At this moment, Feng Zichen suddenly turned around and stared at the origin of the earth. Killing intent surged in his heart as he gritted his teeth and said, "What? What a sharp spiritual sense. You actually dodged it?" On the other side of the origin of the earth, another clone of the devil's fetus appeared. He was shocked by Feng Zichen's spiritual sense. He held a large black bow in his hand. It was the arrow that he had shot just now. However, even if you can dodge it the first time, can you dodge it the second time or the third time? There will definitely be an arrow that will hit you. After recovering from his shock, he aimed at Feng Zichen again and shot 3 arrows in a row. Danger, extreme danger. Before the arrows even got close, Feng Zichen felt a chill run down his spine. The shadow of death loomed over his heart, and his body could not help but tremble. Facing the 3 arrows, the light of merit could not block them. After all these years of understanding, Feng Zichen already understood that although the light of merit was strong, the filthy chi in the world was the best counter to it. During the battle with the world devastator Taoist in the Thunder Lock, Feng Zichen had suffered a loss in this aspect, so it was especially memorable. The arrows carried a trace of the blood of the Chaos Fiend God and were the most ferocious objects in the world. Nature was the nemesis of the light of merit and was its greatest nemesis. Buzz. A golden seal appeared between Feng Zichen's eyebrows. The light of the sun shone brighter and brighter. It was as dazzling as a sun that illuminated the greater world. The connate divine light of Yang was the purest light. It belonged to the same category as the sun and was the best counter to the ferocious chi. Huff. A beam of connate divine light of Yang shot out from between his eyebrows and pierced through the void like a golden immortal sword, sacred and powerful. In the clanging sound, the blinding blood arrow was blocked by the connate divine light of Yang and then cut into pieces. In the end, the arrow was purified and turned into a wisp of smoke. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.